It was one of those quiet evenings in a residential area of a big city. In one of the apartments, a young guy decided to do some cleaning, as indicated by the bottles and packs of household chemicals that he had prepared in advance. The main character, using a raincoat and rubber gloves, washed the floor with the sweat of his brow. The guy worked hard to achieve perfect cleanliness, not missing a single spot. Soon he gave up this business and sat down on the floor to rest. The main character was pleased with himself because he finally managed to wash away the stain with great difficulty. After that, he looked around himself, assessing the result of his painstaking work. The guy was pleased that everything was now clean here. The room was in absolute order. Picking up the rag from the floor, the main character decided that he needed to finish quickly, since he had already cleaned 3 times. After that, the guy headed to the bathroom because he had one more unfinished business there. The main character began to wash the rag under water because he would still need it. Humming a simple melody under his breath, the satisfied guy looked at himself in the mirror. Suddenly his expression changed and his gaze turned to the side. The guy looked at the lifeless bodies of a man and a woman who were lying in the bloody water and thought that now it was time to clean them. Very soon the water in the sink also turned the scarlet color of blood, thanks to the rag with which the main characters continued cleaning. 11 hours later, the police arrived at the crime scene. The investigator was also already there. When he entered the apartment, he did not yet know what he would have to face this time. Having put on his shoe covers, the man walked into the room where he saw his good friend. He was glad that his colleague had finally arrived. The investigator asked him to tell everything that was known, but little was known. The man began to say, not sure, that the victim's daughter had reported what had happened. When the police arrived, they found bodies that, like the apartment itself, were clean. Therefore, the man assumed that the criminal had been here for a long time and cleaned up everything after himself. Suddenly, the investigator remembered the murders in Yeongdong and Sinpyeong. His colleague replied that the distance between the 2 places was great and the method of murder did not match. The investigator continued to say that the method of the crime was the same in both cases, namely, that the criminal cleaned both the bodies and the crime scene. Suddenly, he put his hand on his colleague's shoulder and asked what they should do now. The man began to get nervous because he did not understand what the investigator was talking about. The investigator explained that surveillance cameras recorded 3 areas and were located near the crime scene, and now they could determine which of the strangers appeared at all the crime scenes. At this time, the main character did not feel any emotion as he sat behind the wheel of his car and drove somewhere. A female voice on the radio was reporting the latest news, that crimes had occurred in Jeongdong, Sinpyeong, and now Jeongjong. The guy listened attentively to how they said on the radio that these crimes scared everyone, and the police announced that the criminal was the same, so an investigation was launched. In addition, the news reported that a photo of the alleged criminal had been published and that a reward of 10 million won would be given to anyone who found him and reported him to the police. The police also stated that they would try to catch the criminal as soon as possible. Meanwhile, the main character seemed to have already arrived where he needed to. The guy stopped at a small river and, getting out of the car, began to stretch his neck, which was very sore from the long drive. After this, the main character took a cigarette out of the pack in order to relax. He inhaled tobacco smoke during the siege scene and was pleased that he had succeeded, but there was still one more thing to do. Suddenly, the main character climbed into the car again and seemed to be looking for something at night. In fact, he needed a gearbox. The guy turned the lever, thereby releasing the car's brakes. After this, the car began to slowly move forward, which the main character watched from the side, continuing to smoke a cigarette. The car was getting closer and closer to the sharp cliff, but that was all the guy needed. The next moment, the car fell into the water, raising high columns of water upward. The car began to gradually fill with water from the inside and sink to the bottom. This was the last piece of evidence that the criminal successfully got rid of. Now he had nothing to fear. At this time, there was absolute silence in the nearby village. It seemed that it was completely abandoned because it was not visible that even one light was burning. Even the lampposts that were supposed to be working at this late hour were turned off for some reason. The main character walked along the dark streets and was surprised that nothing had changed at all in this village, and even the fog was the same as he remembered it. But not everything remained the same. Suddenly, something caught the guy's attention. He looked at the stump and could not believe that the locals had cut down the sacred tree. This struck the main character, and for some time the stump looked at him, not understanding who could have done this. Smiling broadly, the guy assumed that people had put a lot of effort into this because it protected the village and the temple. Suddenly, some man began to approach the guy from behind. Still, the main character concluded that nothing had really changed in this village. At this time, the stranger turned to the guy and asked who he was. The guy suddenly turned back and looked at the man who asked him the question. Having received no answer, the stranger asked why the guy was silent, after which he asked the same question again. The main character looked at the man with an indifferent expression, as if he was not going to explain anything to anyone. But still the guy asked if there was a stranger from this village because he didn't remember him. Once again, having not received an answer from the main character, the man began to get angry and, splashing saliva, loudly asked if he had gone deaf. The guy didn't react to this at all. She calmly looked at the man with whom something was clearly not right. Suddenly, out of nowhere, a female voice was heard calling for her father. The girl ran up to the man, who continued to demand that the guy get out of there, and apologized, explaining that her father was out of his mind. For some time, the girl continued to calm her father down, convincing him that this guy was a good person and offering to go home and have a bite to eat. The main character, who was not at all surprised by what was happening, silently watched all this from the side. The girl asked her father to wait a little while she talked to the guy. The man, who had already calmed down, agreed. After this, the girl turned to the main character and, having apologized again, suggested that her father's behavior had surprised him. The guy replied that it wasn't quite like that, but he assured that everything was fine. After this, the girl noticed that the main character was carrying a backpack on his shoulders and assumed that he was a tourist. Smiling good-naturedly, the main character began to deny this, saying that he came here to live. Hearing this, the man and his daughter looked at the guy with great surprise and suspicion at the same time. The girl also asked if the main character really came here with just a backpack. The guy replied that he didn't need a lot of things because his grandmother lives here. Then the stranger asked if the guy was the grandson of someone who lived in this village. The main character assumed that the girl wanted to know the name of his grandmother and said that her name was Kim Chung-ja. Hearing this name, the girl began to remember which of the local residents had that name, while the main character watched the stranger with a smile. The next moment, the stranger turned to the guy in horror because she remembered that an elderly woman with that name had died 3 years ago. This did not surprise the main character at all, but he still asked if it was true. After that, he somehow suspiciously approached the girl and said that he didn't know about it. For a while, both interlocutors fell silent and just looked at each other intently, allowing absolute silence to reign. Soon the main character laughed a little and said that he was just joking and, of course, found out about what happened. The girl was not at all amused. She did not understand how the guy could joke like that. The stranger continued to say that she remembered people's faces well and did not remember seeing the guy at her grandmother's funeral. The next moment, she suspiciously asked the guy if he really was her grandson. The main character didn't like this question very much. However, the guy admitted that he really did not come to her funeral. After this, the main character asked the girl if it was good that she interrogated him like that. The stranger, wanting to get answers, asked why the guy was not at his grandmother's funeral because he was your grandson. The main character, in response to this, asked if it was really that important. The stranger replied that of course it was important because the guy was going to live in the house of the deceased old woman. Unexpectedly, the main character laughed loudly because of the questions that were asked to him, simultaneously asking if the girl had gone crazy. The stranger did not understand why the guy had such a reaction and asked if she had said something funny. The guy replied that he was probably not the only one who was not at his grandmother's funeral. For some reason, these words greatly surprised the girl. The main character continued to explain that he had circumstances due to which he could not come, and if the girl had doubts about him, she could ask the village elder about everything. At this time, the girl's father, who had been wandering nearby all this time, managed to catch the snake with his bare hands and was happy about it. After this, the joyful man showed his catch to his daughter, but she asked her father not to distract her. Seeing a snake hissing in the man's hands, the girl became frightened and asked her father to throw it away. At this time, the main character was already getting ready to leave, and finally told the girl that she should definitely ask adults who were in their right mind about him. After this, the guy continued on his way, leaving the people he unexpectedly met behind. For some time, the girl looked intently at the main character. There was a trace and thought about something meticulously. After some time, the guy reached one of the unremarkable houses that made up the village. Something seemed strange to him. The main character was looking for something under the house, being sure that his grandmother always left a spare key to the door there. He was really here, but the main character couldn't reach him with his hand. Suddenly, someone's bony finger with a sharp nail that stuck out from the darkness pushed the key towards the guy. He didn't know what had just happened and was only happy about the find. The main character looked at the key and remembered that his grandmother hid it in the deepest place, so that no one could steal it. Soon the guy entered the house and turned on the light. Surprisingly, there was still electricity in the house. Looking around, the main character was very surprised because the house, which had been empty for a long time, looked very neat and clean. The guy approached the sink in the kitchen and turned the tap, after which water immediately gushed out. Everything worked perfectly. This makes the main character very suspicious, so he immediately turns off all the lights in the house. After that, the guy looked into his backpack and took out a small sharp axe. The main character was tense because he thought that the house was clean and everything worked as if someone still lived there. The house that the main character examined seemed very suspicious to him, so he immediately turned off all the lights. After that, the guy looked into his backpack and took out a small sharp axe. The main character was tense because he thought that the house was clean and everything worked as if someone still lived there. Looking at his axe, the guy assumed that this man could be hiding somewhere here right now, after which he had some kind of guess. The guy didn't have time to check it because he heard someone on the street loudly knocking on the gate that separated the house from the rest of the street. The main character heard the sound of these blows well, but for some time he remained in place, not understanding who would need it at such a late hour. Still, he decided to go check, taking with him his axe, which he hid behind his back. The main character slowly approached the gate, on which someone was still knocking loudly. It turned out that a whole group of people were waiting for the guy on the street. They were all men of different ages. Luckily for the uninvited guests, the gate began to open, accompanied by the loud creaking of the old metal door hinges. The main character looked at the people who came to him and asked what they needed. An old man who was blind in one eye greeted the boy and said that his name was Seok Day and he was the head man of the village of Gritchen Ryo. The old man then asked the protagonist if he was really Chung Ja's grandson and how he was able to enter the house since the door should have been locked. The guy was in no hurry to answer all these questions, looking closely at the faces of the uninvited guests. The main character thought about it because he didn't understand why they all came here. Suddenly, one of the men turned to the guy and rudely asked why he was standing there rooted to the spot and not answering, since the headman had asked him a question. Suddenly, Sokde, who clearly had great authority, raised his hand. With this gesture, he seemed to be ordering his subordinate to calm down. Then the old man asked the man to be quieter because they only came here to chat. After this, the elderly man again turned to the main character and asked why he came to this village and how he got into the house. The main character did not play by the local rules of submission to the elder, but instead, raising his club, immediately asked if he had done something bad. This surprised everyone present. It didn't end there. The guy pointed his finger at himself and continued talking. He said that in addition to everything else, he really was the grandson of the grandmother who lived in this house and was not pretending. The next moment, the man in the yellow suit grabbed the protagonist by the throat and said that he had behaved rudely to his elders. After that, the man swung his fist and ordered the guy to show a little respect. Seokdae only asked his subordinate not to tell the guy what to do. After this, the elderly man turned to the main character and asked if he wasn't scared by what was happening. The guy just smiled at this, which indicated that he was not as simple as the uninvited guest thought and was in complete control of the situation. The next moment, the protagonist leaned back slightly in order to free his neck from the grip, after which he firmly grabbed the man's hand. After that, still smiling, the guy attacked his opponent by hitting him in the nose with his forehead. The man immediately began to lose his balance and back away as a stream of blood gushed from his nose. After this, the protagonist turned to his trusted adversary and suggested that it was he who lacked manners. Holding onto his neck, which was hurting after the strong grip, the guy looked at the other uninvited guests and was surprised. For some reason, none of them reacted to what happened and continued to stand calmly and look at the main character. The boy was especially confused by the behavior of Sokdae, who seemed to hold a position much higher than just the village elder. Suddenly, the old man turned to a man named Hyunsop and asked if everything was okay with him and how long he would lie there. Hyunsop, holding his nose, answered that he would not. After this, the man headed towards the main character, apologizing for his subordinate along the way. Coming almost close to the guy, the old man fell silent for a while and began to carefully look into his face. Finally, he said that the man had acted recklessly when he got into a fight and that he shouldn't have done it. Continue looking at the face of the main character. The elderly man suddenly began to smile. After that, he said that he recognized the guy's face when he saw him up close. Now the village elder had no questions for the main character, and so he lived a good evening. Then the old man turned to his subordinates and said that they had to leave because the guy really was Chong Ja's grandson. After these words, everyone immediately turned around and began to leave, obeying the order of the headman. Suddenly, the main character turned to the elderly man and asked him to stop. Sokde looked at the guy with incomprehension because he didn't know what he wanted from him. The main character began to say that when he entered the house, he noticed that it was well groomed, so he was worried about whether someone still lived there. The village headman denied this and said that the boy's grandmother left without waiting for a farewell word from her family. Smiling faintly, the old man continued to say that this was precisely why the villagers helped each other with such things as cleaning the house. The main character had no more questions for the elderly man and his companions, so he just silently watched the non-calling guests leave. Having moved away a little, Hyunsup turned to the headman and asked if he would really allow the boy to live here. To this, Sokde asked all his subordinates to look at the roof of the house in which the new resident of the village had settled. At this time, on the roof of the house, there was some kind of demonic entity with long-clawed hands from which an ominous aura emanated. The elderly man looked at her with admiration and smiled, saying that she danced with great enthusiasm because she was happy about the arrival of the main character. After that, no one argued with the elderly man and silently followed him. All this time, the main character watched the uninvited guests, so he did not see what happened. All this time, the same unfamiliar girl who he met on the way here was watching what was happening near the main character's house. The main character continued to hold his neck and laugh at the fact that even this happened in the villages. After this, the guy decided to have a smoke, but suddenly realized that he had left a pack of cigarettes at home. He did not notice how the girl ran up to him. Only when she turned to him did the main character look in her direction with surprise. The guy immediately asked if the girl had any cigarettes, but she immediately asked why the headman came to the guy. The main character asked if the girl was the one who told about the old age of the village and that he came here. The stranger immediately began to deny it. From her surprised expression, it was clear that she was not lying. The main character was surprised by this and asked why she reacted so strangely to a simple question. The stranger again insisted that the guy answer why the headman came to him. The main character was surprised again, but still answered that the elderly man only came to make sure that he was his grandmother's grandson. The girl was surprised by this, and realizing that the guy had not been lying to her all this time, for some reason she clenched her hand into a fist so hard that it began to tremble. Without saying another word, the stranger turned around and began to quickly leave. It seemed that she was worried about something and was trying to get away from this house as quickly as possible. Suddenly the girl stopped as if she had unfinished business with the main character. She sighed heavily as if she had come to terms with her decision. At this time, the guy was already returning home. The main character was about to close the gate, but suddenly a stranger approached him. And why did he stop right there? The guy asked what else the girl needed. The girl asked if he had anything as a pillow. The main characters were surprised by this question and looked at the girl with incomprehension. Before he could get an answer, the stranger asked him to stay put and wait for her. After this, the girl began to leave, once again asking the guy to wait for her. The stranger quickly moved forward to implement her sudden thought, leaving the main character alone. The guy looked after the girl and did not understand what she wanted to do and why he needed to stay here. Some time passed and there was not a single reminder of the recent events. Everything was covered in the silence of the night. Suddenly, noise spread throughout the area again. Someone was knocking on the iron gate again, attracting the attention of the new owner of the house. The stranger, who returned after some time, was unhappy and took out this dissatisfaction by hitting the gate. The main character saw the girl and asked what else she needed. The stranger asked why the guy didn't wait for her as she asked. After that, she said that she brought the guy a pillow and blankets, because of course all of this would not fit in his backpack. Suddenly, the main character leaned slightly towards the girl and asked why she did it for him. This question discouraged the stranger. The guy continued asking if it wasn't strange, because just recently the girl had been judging him, and now she was showing friendliness. This remark was made by the stranger, so for some time she silently looked at the main character, thinking about her answer. Still, she apologized because she assumed that the guy was not Chungja's grandson. The girl understood that the guy was upset, and therefore he had the right not to want to see her. Suddenly the girl thrust the pillow right into the protagonist's hands and asked him to take it. The discouraged protagonist had no choice but to change this gesture of care. Meanwhile, the stranger began to quickly run away from the guy so as not to feel awkward anymore. The guy, without letting go of the pillow, looked in bewilderment as the girl left. Suddenly the stranger turned around slightly to look at the guy and find out if he had left yet. Seeing that the main character was still looking at her, the girl quickened her pace and soon disappeared into the darkness. For some time the guy stood at the gate, looking suspiciously in the direction in which the stranger had gone. Soon he returned home and turned on the light, because he was no longer afraid that someone might be inside. The main character put a pillow and a blanket in front of him and, looking attentively at these things, thought about something. The thoughts that oppressed the guy made him nervous, which made him tap his fingers on his knee. The main character continued to look at the blanket and pillow that the stranger had brought for some time. The guy thought that it was a senseless kindness that only made him feel suspicious. However, this feeling got the better of the main character, which is why he began to mercilessly tear the blanket into pieces. Using his axe, the guy did the same with the pillow. After some time, he stopped because he had already done what he wanted. The main character held a small piece of paper in his hands that looked like a talisman and looked at it with a crazy look. He was very pleased because his suspicions were confirmed. A new clear day has arrived. Nothing at all remains of the dark events of the previous night. Turning on the TV and listening to the morning news, the main character did morning exercises in order to maintain his physical fitness. The guy did push-ups on the floor, not taking his eyes off the talisman he had unexpectedly found in the pillow. When the main character did his 100th push-up, he stopped. That was enough for today. After this, the guy knelt down to recover and catch his breath after a long workout. Wiping the sweat from his face with a towel, the main character continued to stare at one point and think about something meticulously. The guy looked at the talismans lying in front of him and didn't understand why it was needed and why the girl hid it in the pillow. At this time, an unusual situation was occurring in the village, which began with an enclosure in which chickens lived. Suddenly, one of the chickens began to cluck loudly, as if something had really disturbed her. This sound spread throughout the yard, probably attracting the owner of the house. It turned out that the reason for the chicken's anxiety was Hyunsop, who had entered their enclosure and was doing something there. The man grabbed one of the chickens tightly despite its attempts to escape from his tenacious grip. The owner of these chickens saw this and asked Hyunsop loudly and displeasedly what he was doing here. The man smiled good-naturedly and explained that the village elder needed a white chicken, so he came here to get it. The old man was outraged and did not understand why the man took his chicken, since he had already taken it last time. The elderly man continued to be indignant and say that if Hyunsop needed a chicken, he should have gone to the city and bought it. He really didn't like the fact that the man kept taking his chickens. Suddenly, the man leaned towards the old man and rudely asked if he really wanted to disobey the village elder. After these words, the old man immediately began to get nervous. But he still assumed that the village chief had not asked Hyunsop to take his chickens specifically. This assumption did not please Hyunsop, who immediately said that the old man had talked a lot. After this, the man looked angrily at the old man and told him not to tell anyone that he saw him here. At this time, the protagonist's morning training continued. He ran along familiar paths and looked around the village along the way. The guy had been running for quite a long time, as evidenced by his heavy breathing and beads of sweat running down his face. Soon he stopped because he was so tired that he could no longer continue running. The main character tried to inhale as much air as possible while thinking that he should quit smoking. Suddenly, he heard some noise nearby and looked to the side to understand what was happening. The boy saw how the old man demanded Hyunsop to give him back his chicken, but the man insisted on his own and said that he only borrowed it. Hearing this, the old man loudly demanded that in that case the man should pay for her. This made Hyunsop very angry. The next moment, the man hit the old man hard in the face with his own chicken, asking him not to complicate the situation. The elderly man lost his balance and fell to the ground, clutching his cheek, which was hurting badly. He did not notice that someone had appeared behind him. Hyunsop, seeing this man, immediately calmed down and began to get very nervous because he understood what could happen next. This man was the village elder who saw everything and therefore looked at the man with displeasure. Soktae's face was absolutely calm, but at the same time it showed that the old man was very dissatisfied with the man's behavior. Soon the old man began to say that now it was clear to him why Hyunsop had not come to him. The man, looking away shyly and continuing to be very nervous, tried to explain what had happened and justify himself. The old man did not listen to him and reminded him that the man needed to watch his behavior when he was confused. Seokdae also said that Hyunsop's actions would anger the mothers. After this, the elder turned to the old man whose name was Song-sik and asked if he was okay. The old man rose to his feet and replied that everything was fine with him. Without letting go of the chicken from his hands and continuing to be nervous, Hyunsop asked the headman what he needed to do in order not to anger his mother. Seokdae did not listen to the man and instead called Song-sik to come with him to pay for the chicken. The old man refused, saying that everything was fine, but the elder insisted on his own. Not receiving an answer, Hyunsop began to panic even more, causing his entire body to tremble with fear. He begged the headman to tell him what needed to be done. At this, the elder only turned around and began to leave, saying along the way that if a man committed a crime, he should have been held accountable. The main character was watching all this unnoticed. He was very surprised when he saw what happened next. Out of nowhere, Hyunsuk began to punch himself hard in the face, causing his blood to splatter all over the place. After this, he again turned to the village elder and admitted that he had done wrong, so he asked him not to be angry because he had already punished himself. The man continued to hit himself in the face. At this point, the old man turned to the surprised Song-sik and asked if he wanted to do anything. The elderly man looked very nervously at the village elder and timidly replied that he would go home. After some time, all participants in the conflict dispersed, after which silence was restored. Only occasionally could the rustling of leaves be heard. The main character was still resting after his training and was surprised at how this village had become so cheerful. He did not notice how a girl approached him from behind. Suddenly she said that it wasn't always like this here. Her voice immediately attracted the guy's attention, so he turned his head back with displeasure. The girl thought that it would be better for them not to interfere in the conflict and find a quiet place, because they did not have to look at such a thing. The main character looked at the stranger with distrust, because he still remembered what he found in the pillow she gave him. The girl continued to insist on her own and asked the guy not to sit there but to follow her. After some time, they came to a quiet place. The guy immediately asked the stranger what had happened to her since yesterday evening. The girl did not understand what the main character meant. Then the guy asked directly why he suddenly interested her so much. The stranger replied that it was because the guy said that he was staying to live in this village. The main character still didn't understand why the girl was so concerned about this. After this, the stranger began to get angry and explained that the guy decided to live here, and therefore she cared about him. Trying to find something in his pocket, the main character recalled the girl's words about her promise to look after him. The next moment, he showed her the talisman he had found with a smile and asked if that meant she would put it in her pillow. The stranger did not understand how the main character could find him. The guy asked if she was surprised. After that, the main character explained that he was very meticulous and was not the kind of person who trusted anyone particularly. The girl was very embarrassed. While examining the talisman, the guy continued to say that no matter how much he thought about it, he could not understand why it was needed. After that, he directly asked the girl why she put it in the pillow and gave it to him. The stranger was very nervous and looked away, trying to collect her thoughts and answer the guy's questions. The girl doubted that the main character would believe her if she told him everything, but the guy was interested in listening to what she would tell him. Still, the stranger timidly began to say that it was a talisman that blocked ghosts and added that there were many of them in the village. Hearing this, the main character assumed that the girl secretly put it there out of fear that ghosts would come to him. The next moment, the guy, with a sharp movement, tore the talisman in half in front of the stranger. The girl was very indignant and loudly asked why the guy did this. The protagonist replied with a smile that it was not only that he did not trust people, he was also not inclined to believe in such shamanic things. The guy then continued to tear the talisman into pieces, thanking the girl for her concern. After this, the main character handed the girl what was left of the talisman. The stranger only looked at the scraps of paper with regret. Throwing away the talisman, the guy said sarcastically that now that it was torn, it would no longer be effective. The scraps of paper fell to the ground, showing the protagonist's disdain for the girl and her inappropriate care. After this, the guy began to go about his business, telling the stranger that if ghosts appeared, he would tell her about it. The girl followed the main character with her eyes, regretting that he didn't understand anything and didn't know everything to the end. Night fell. Impenetrable darkness filled the village, and it seemed that all its inhabitants were already enveloped in a deep sleep. But that wasn't quite true. Despite the late hour, Song-sik was sitting in his yard doing something. The old man was upset about what happened during the day and was very angry that Hyunsuk hit him in the face with his own chicken and didn't even apologize for it. The old man was sharpening his knife, and the only thing that made him happy about what happened was that the man was very scared when he saw the village elder. At this time, the white chicken, which was tied by the leg with a rope, clucked and did not understand what would happen next. The old man looked at the chicken and continued to be indignant that Hyunsuk dared to treat him with disdain. The next moment, Song-sik swung his knife to do what he had sharpened the tool for. With one sharp movement, the elderly man instantly decapitated the chicken, causing blood to spray all around. The chicken's blood also got on the elderly man's face, but this didn't bother him at all. After that, he began to look at the bloody knife and, as if addressing a dead chicken, say that she understood everything correctly. Seeing his reflection on the metal, Song-sik continued to say that now he would cut him down as a gift to this scoundrel. It seemed that this thought made the old man very happy, which is why he looked at his reflection with a crazy smile. The story continued that same night. In addition to the usual houses in this village, there were also small trailers in which local residents lived. Someone approached one of these under cover of night, making no attempt to hide their presence. It was Song-sik. He came here to meet Hyun-seop and deal with the situation that happened during the day. The elderly man loudly called out to his offender and asked if he was there, but no one answered. The old man smiled slyly and said that Song-sik had come to see the man. Grabbing the handle of the knife, the elderly man continued to say that he had come to get money for the chicken that he had taken from him. Approaching the door, Song-sik took out his knife and began to tug at the door handle, simultaneously asking again if Hyun-seop was here. Everything didn't go according to plan because the door was closed. This made the elderly man very angry because he thought that Hyun-seop deliberately didn't open the door for him. The old man began to tug hard on the door handle and loudly ask if Hyun-seop was here. Suddenly, out of nowhere, the surprised owner of this house appeared and, turning to the elderly man, asked what he was doing. Hyun-seop continued to ask the old man why he was opening his door like crazy and also asked if Song-sik had seen what time it was. The elderly man was glad that his offender had come and therefore grabbed the handle of the knife more tightly because he intended to carry out his plan. After that, with a crazy smile on his face, the old man asked Hyun-seop where he had been all this time. The man continued to be surprised and no longer understood what was happening to the old man. Still, he asked if the old man really wanted to stab him with his knife. After this, Hyun-seop asked if the old man was afraid of angering his mother and advised him to come to his senses and return home. To this song, Sik replied that his mother and the village elder were scary, after which he asked if he wasn't scary too. After thinking for a while and scratching his head, Hyun-seop began to deny that the old man was scary. Hearing this, Song-sik became very angry and rushed at the man with a knife, loudly demanding that he not look down on him. Seeing this, Hyun-seop immediately became scared and all his senses became heightened. The elderly man, unable to contain his anger, swung his knife hard, trying to hit his offender, but he managed to dodge in time. After this, Hyun-seop managed to deftly grab the old man's hand in order to protect himself. The man tried to push the sharp knife away from himself, but Song-sik was determined to see it through to the end, so he didn't think of giving up. Hyun-seop was angry that the old man attacked him with a knife, but still couldn't believe that he was trying to kill him. The man then put his leg behind Song-sik's leg in order to throw him to the ground. He managed to do it, and moments later the old man fell to the ground with a thud. Hyun-seop continued to hold his hand tightly. The old man's knife flew out of his hand and fell to the ground nearby with a clang of metal. Song-sik could no longer use it. Hyun-seop noticed this and was now confident that the older man would no longer be able to harm him. After this, the man began to ask why the old man came to him. Hyun-seop was also indignant that he treated Song-sik well, but he dared to attack him. The man then punched the old man hard on the nose to teach him a lesson for his behavior. Swinging his fist again, Hyun-seop threatened that now the old man would be in very bad shape. The next moment, the man delivered another powerful blow that Song-sik was unable to avoid. The beating of the old man continued for some time until Hyun-seop took out all his anger on him. The iron gates that separated the land plot from the rest of the street creaked open. Someone came out to walk along the streets of the village. It was the main character who followed his daily routine. He did not replace what was already waiting for him. It was that same girl. As soon as the guy left the house, she immediately looked at him. The main character was surprised by her again. The girl had already gotten to her feet and was glad that the guy had finally come out. The main character did not raise why the stranger was waiting for him here, so he immediately asked her about it. The girl said that a village meeting was currently taking place, but the guy did not understand what relation he had to it. The stranger explained that it was being held because of him. The main character was surprised by this and asked why it was carried out because of him and how he was connected with it. The girl didn't explain everything, but instead grabbed the guy by the hand and led him along. Along the way, she said that they didn't have time to talk because they were already expected. The main character decided not to deny it and went with the stranger anyway. After some time, our heroes arrived at a brick building that was located in the center of the village. On this day, as always, there was a thick fog that seemed to never disappear. It was in this low building that the meeting of residents was held, to which the girl was in such a hurry. The stranger was about to go inside but suddenly stopped and turned to the main character because she wanted to tell him something. The girl asked the guy to simply say that he understood everything when he was asked about something. The main character did not respond to this, so soon he and the stranger entered the building. The guy immediately saw in front of him the village elder, on either side of whom sat 3 men. Sokdae, seeing the latecomer, was glad that they had finally arrived. The main character was surprised by this picture and asked the girl if the old man was really the local king. For this, the guy immediately received a slight elbow bump from the disgruntled stranger. After this, the guy turned to the village elder and did not ask what he wanted from him, adding that this meeting violated his daily routine. Sokta was surprised by this and taking out a cigarette said that he was sorry. While the old man was lighting a cigarette, absolute silence reigned in the room, accompanied by the men's intent glances toward the main character. The village elder slowly exhaled cigarette smoke, as if to show that he did not care about the main character's time. After this, the old man turned to the boy and asked what role he would play in their village. The main character was very surprised to hear this, and despite the girl's recent request, said that he had no idea what the elderly man was talking about. Seokdae explained that since the boy was young at home, he would join Hunsup and Seok-ho to prevent crime. The main character, upon hearing this, immediately categorically refused to perform any of the proposed roles. Because of this, the old man looked at the guy with displeasure. Everyone present was outraged by the main character's answer, but they did not express their dissatisfaction yet. They just stared at the guy. The girl who brought the main character to this meeting was very surprised and could not utter a word. After that, the guy began to leave, saying for the last time that the village was a source of comfort, so he did not want to strain himself. The girl looked at the guy and then at the village elder with incomprehension. Sokta silently looked at the main character while inhaling cigarette smoke. Those present were very indignant and did not ask whether the old man would really just let the guy go. People didn't like the fact that the main character would live among them, but at the same time refused to do anything. So they didn't understand how they could allow him to stay in the village. After putting out his cigarette, Sokta calmly addressed those present and asked them all to calm down. The men who were in the room immediately fell silent and looked at the village elder, waiting for what he would tell them. The old man said that in that case he would trust his mother to make a decision about the main character, and hoped that then the boy would understand what was wanted from him. After that, he said that he did not see Song-sik here, and he asked those present why he was not at the meeting. Having received no answer, the elderly man turned to Hunsup and asked if he knew the reason for this. The man immediately became nervous. After that, he hesitantly began to say that he and Song-sik had had a fight last night. It seemed that Seokdae immediately understood what had happened, but at the same time he praised Hyunsop and said that his actions would save Song-sik. Then the elderly man sighed heavily from fatigue and thought about something. After this, the village elder asked everyone present to leave because he needed to pray. At this point, the meeting ended. Everyone fixed Seokdae and left, leaving the old man alone. The girl who brought the main character to this meeting had one finished job. She immediately ran after the guy. He didn't have time to go far, so the girls asked him to stop. The main character said indifferently that he was just walking home, so if she needed to, she could catch up with him. Finally, the girl caught up with the guy and, trying to catch her breath, said that it was already noon. The guy did not understand what this meant. After this, the stranger suddenly remembered that the guy had not introduced himself, so she asked his name. The main character briefly answered that his name was Hae Myung. He was not particularly interested in the girl's name, so he did not ask her. Hearing the guy's name, the girl smiled slightly. She was clearly happy with the new acquaintance. Suddenly, the girl started getting angry and asking why the guy did that, because she asked him to say at the meeting that he understood everything. Hae Myung did not understand what the villagers wanted from him because he came here to live peacefully, and he had no desire to help anyone. After this, the main character took out a cigarette to light it while the girl was thinking about what to answer to these words. Still, she said that if the guy wanted to live peacefully as he planned, then he shouldn't have contradicted the words of the village elder. Hae Myung didn't react to this at all. The stranger asked if the guy heard what she said, and added that he didn't know what the headman and his subordinates could do to him. Hearing this, the main character immediately put out his cigarette and shook the smoldering tobacco with his finger. After that, the guy, smiling broadly, asked the girl what the villagers would do to them if he did not obey, and thought that it all sounded funny. At this time, the village elder, as he had said, went to pray in a small, gloomy room in which stood a statue of Buddha. On the altar in front of the statue sat a white chicken awaiting its fate. At this time, Seokdae was reciting a prayer and twirling a small stick of incense in front of him. After this, the old man placed it next to other sticks that were already smoldering and emitting smoke. Suddenly, the old man opened his eyes wide as if he was very scared of something. He was tense and excited. The white chicken, who was still sitting on the altar, looked at the village elder with incomprehension and did not understand what was happening to him. After some time, the candles that somehow illuminated the gloomy rooms went out, and the elderly man stood calmly and looked at the altar. Everything around was covered in blood. Seokdae looked closely at the Buddha statue, which was also stained with chicken blood, and thought about something carefully. Suddenly, the old man raised his hands to his face to wipe away the blood that had gotten on him. The next moment, perhaps the man opened his eyes wide and with a crazy smile on his face thanked his mother for saving him. A lone car drove quickly along an empty road, lighting its way with bright headlights. The man who was driving the car did not forget about safety precautions and fastened his seatbelt in advance. He did not get distracted and looked carefully at the road. Suddenly, a child's voice came from the back seat saying that he wanted to become a cool cop like his dad. The man told his son that he had a very difficult and dangerous job, after which he asked if the boy really wanted it so much. Smiling broadly, the boy replied that he really wanted this because he wanted to protect his mom and dad. The boy continued with great enthusiasm to tell that even those who dare to disturb them will be punished. The woman who was sitting next to him laughed at this and thought that her Myung was very much for this. The man asked his son why he didn't want to become a prosecutor if he wanted to punish criminals, because even though police work was hard, it was the prosecutors who sentenced people. Having heard this, the boy firmly decided that in that case, he would be a prosecutor. His father was glad to hear this and said that then his son should have entered the law faculty. Unlike the man, his wife seemed not to be very happy with this idea and therefore hinted that he should not continue this conversation. The man just smiled at this, thinking that his wife was too worried about the future of their child. At this time, a small truck was standing on the road. The driver seemed to be waiting for something because the engine was not turned off. Suddenly, the car quickly started moving, but went backwards instead of forwards. The truck was driving at great speed onto the road to which the little main characters were driving at that very moment with his family. The man immediately noticed the approach of a truck that was about to collide with his car, but he could no longer do anything about it. The man only loudly appealed to his wife and son so that they would take at least some action to protect themselves. The main character's mother also saw the approaching danger and therefore immediately hugged her son, covering him with her body. The next moment, the truck crashed at great speed straight into a car that was also moving quite fast. The collision immediately broke the side windows of the car and the driver lost control of his car. Kim Young was very scared and looked at his father with horror. I was very worried about him. The violent collision immediately threw the passenger car to the side. The car was completely uncontrollable and moved on its own. Another restoration was inevitable. A moment later, the car crashed into a fence that was built specifically for such cases. The driver and his passengers again felt a strong blow. At this time, a man approached the car that had been in a traffic accident. He held a shovel in his hand and pushed it along the asphalt, causing sparks to fly in all directions. Hye Myung, who was the least injured in the collision, was conscious and called out for his mother, but there was no answer from her. Then the main characters turned to their dad, but the man was also silent because he had not yet come to his senses. Suddenly, someone's hand entered the car through the side window and brought a sharp sickle to the man's neck. The man was not alone here. He was glad that now he would accomplish what he had planned together with his comrades. Suddenly, one of them loudly hit the roof of the car with his palm, attracting the attention of the victims and frightening them. The criminal, smiling broadly, asked his comrades what he should do with the woman and her child. One of the men said that it was not necessary to kill the child and that he should have just been left, but the woman should have been finished off. Hearing this, Hye Myung began to cry and beg not to do it. Not. At this time, the criminal mercilessly put a sharp shovel to the woman's neck, intending to kill her in this way. Finally, the man wished his victim to go to heaven. The next moment, the man pressed hard and sharply on the handle of the shovel. At this point, the frightened protagonist woke up from a long and nightmarish dream and, breathing heavily, tried to come to his senses. A clear day had arrived. The thick fog that was not uncommon in these parts completely covered Song-sik's courtyard. The elderly woman carried a large pot in her hands and told her husband that she had prepared chicken broth for him. She was very angry when she saw that Song-sik had been drinking alcohol since the morning. The elderly man did not explain the reason for this and only paused for a long time to listen to his wife's moralizing. The elderly woman put the pot down on the table with a bang and began to complain that the old man had first walked around at night with a knife and now had been drinking since the morning. After that, she rudely asked if the old man had thought in his head that he could die because of his recent prank. To this, Song-sik only asked his wife a few times to shut up and not disturb him. Taking the chicken leg out of the broth, the old woman continued to complain and say that she would rather give this chicken to Hyun soup. Having put food on her husband's plate, the old woman was indignant and kept asking why she had to feed someone like Song-sik. These words made the elderly man very angry, so he turned over a small table with a sharp swing, frightening his wife with his inadequate behavior. But the old woman quickly came to her senses and began to shout loudly, asking her husband what he was doing, and reminding him that it was Hyunsup who saved him before his mother got angry. The old man was also angry and loudly shouted to justify himself by saying that he did what he did because that scoundrel deceived him. The old man continued to be indignant and asked why he had to give Hyunsup the chicken. Song-sik was also outraged by the fact that even the headman knew what was happening but pretended that he had not seen anything. Continuing to swear, the elderly man left his house, leaving the mess he had made to his wife. As soon as the old man left the house, the elderly woman immediately began to pray and ask her mother for forgiveness for her husband's behavior. After some time, Song-sik had already gone far away from home so that his wife would not bother him anymore. The elderly man continued to greedily drink alcohol, trying to overcome all his troubles in this way. The old man sat completely alone on a small bench. There was not a single person to be seen or heard around. Song-sik sighed heavily and threatened that he would kill everyone who treated him with disdain. Suddenly, someone turned to the elderly man and wished him good morning. The old man raised his eyes with displeasure to look at the person who was addressing him. He was very surprised when he saw his friend Ja-yeon, who smiled kindly at him. An elderly man saw a small basket in the girl's hands and asked what it was. Ja-yeon said that these were the peaches that Aunt Ja-sun gave her. After that, the girl offered the old man some fruits since he didn't have any snacks. After that, Song-sik asked why the girl walked here, since it was not her road. Ja-yeon explained that there was a new resident in their village who lived alone, so she decided to bring him some peaches. Hearing this, the elderly man simply tossed back the bottle and greedily took a couple of sips of alcohol without taking his eyes off the girl. Suddenly, the old man's expression changed, and he asked why the girl was looking at him like that. Ja-yeon was very surprised by this question and thought that the old man was too drunk. Song-sik began to loudly complain that the girl wanted to take the peaches to a man who had not lived in their village for even a week. Suddenly, the old man grabbed the knife that was lying in the basket and loudly asked why everyone in this village irritated him. Then Song-sik turned to the girl and rudely asked her to answer why she treated him like that. Ja-yeon was scared, and moving away from the old man, asked him to calm down. After this, the worried girl looked at her basket of peaches, which stood next to the old man. She took her in her hands and told the old man that she would better go on her way. The next moment, Song-sik swung his knife sharply and wounded the girl's hand, causing it to start bleeding. This frightened Ja-yeon even more. With a trembling voice, she asked what the old man was doing. Threatening with a knife, the old man assumed that the girl had neglected him for the sake of that guy, after which he felt that with his appearance in the village, things had become somehow uneasy. After this, the elderly man, spitting in all directions, began to shout loudly that all this was because of the main character and he had to get rid of him. A frightened Ja-yeon held her early hand and tried to calm Song-sik down by telling him that he was drunk. The elderly man did not respond to this and began to slowly approach the girl without letting go of the sharp knife in his hand. Suddenly, he tried to grab her, but Ja-yeon managed to start running away in time, shedding tears along the way. Song-sik only managed to grab the girl by the hair, but this did not stop her. Ja-yeon continued running, leaving the aggressive old man behind. Song-sik, clutching a tuft of hair in his hand with a crazy smile on his face, said that the girl was wrong if she thought she could escape from him. Ja-yeon ran quickly along the road, trying to escape her pursuer. Unequally, she turned onto a familiar path. Looking back, the girl saw that the maddened old man was still chasing her. This made Ja-yeon run even faster. Song-sik, despite his advanced age, brandished a knife and ran after the girl, smiling as he went. Ja-yeon was already quite far away, and it seemed that the old man would not be able to catch up with her. However, the frightened girl continued to run and think that the elderly man had gone crazy. She also thought that she did not want to die. After some time, Ja-yeon saw the house where the main character lived and decided to find help here. The girl ran as fast as she could towards the green iron gates, looking back along the way to find out how far away her pursuer was. The girl ran up to the gate and began to loudly knock on it, calling Hye-myung along the way so that he would come out to her quickly. Fearing for her life, Ja-yeon continued to call out to the protagonist and ask him to save her. The girl begged to open the gate, and in the meantime, Song-sik was already close to her, but suddenly stopped. The elderly man, still holding the knife in his hand, turned to the girl and said that now she would go to heaven. These words made Ja-yeon's tincture so frightened that it froze in place, not knowing what to expect from its pursuer. The next moment, Song-sik started running towards the girl again, waving the knife and smiling widely. Ja-yeon, still shedding tears of fear, once again loudly called out to the protagonist for help. This was the only thing she could do in this situation. The elderly man, still holding the knife in his hand, turned to the girl and said that now she would go to heaven. These words made Ja-yeon's tincture so frightened that it froze in place, not knowing what to expect from its pursuer. The next moment, Song-sik started running towards the girl again, waving the knife and smiling widely. Ja-yeon, still shedding tears of fear, once again loudly called out to the protagonist for help. This was the only thing she could do in this situation. Despite this, no one responded, and in the meantime, the maddened Song-sik was getting closer and closer, and it turned out that he was about to do what he had planned. The elderly man screamed furiously, genuinely happy that his victim was completely defenseless. The frightened Ja-yeon cried bitterly and could not believe that she was about to say goodbye to life. The next moment, help finally came out of nowhere. The guy kicked the maddened old man in the nose with all his might. It was the main character who finally heard Ja-yeon's pleas for help. It seemed that this unexpected situation distracted him from important matters. The girl looked in surprise at Yeom-young, who appeared at the last moment, and didn't believe that she was now safe. Meanwhile, the old man fell to the ground with a loud thud from the powerful blow, but the knife was still in his hand. The main character, who didn't understand anything, turned to the girl and asked what was going on and why there had been so much noise since early morning. Ja-yeon, who was still trembling with fear and could not come to her senses, timidly replied that the old man wanted to kill her. It seemed that Yeom-young really believed these words because he noticed something. The main character looked at the wounded hand of the girl, who continued to say that she was very scared and did not understand what happened to the old man because he was not like that before. Suddenly, the guy silently grabbed Ja-yeon's injured hand and pulled it towards himself. He tried to bandage the bleeding wound with his towel while asking the girl's opinion about this situation, whether it was a sign after all. Ja-yeon didn't have time to say anything because Song-sik had already come to his senses after the blow and began to accuse the main character of being the one to blame for everything. The elderly man again began to threaten with a knife and say that everything turned out well because now he would be able to kill two people at once and all his problems would be solved. These words and the appearance of the mad old man did not frighten the main character at all, who only exhaled heavily in response to these threats. The guy started saying that this village had really become strange because that very morning he had seen an alcoholic waving a knife. These words clearly touched the old man. Yeom-young didn't pay any attention to Song-sik and suggested that the girl go to the hospital. Ja-yeon replied that it wasn't a serious cut. Meanwhile, the old man felt as if some otherworldly entity was whispering your orders in his ear. From the outside, it seemed that the old man had calmed down and no longer posed a threat. However, he still gave off a lingering aura and a sense of danger. Suddenly, the old man raised his head sharply and looked at his victims. Song-sik's gaze was absolutely lifeless, as if he was not in control of himself because someone or something was controlling him. From the strain, his eyes filled with blood, which soon began to flow out of the sockets. The next moment, Song-sik again rushed at his victims with a knife, loudly wishing for them to live in the gardens of paradise again. The protagonist immediately noticed the approaching danger and therefore grabbed the bloody towel that Ja-yeon gave him. The girl was surprised and did not understand why the guy needed it and how it would help stop the madman, but Yeom-young knew exactly what he was doing. The main character, not letting the madman with the knife get close to him and the girl, attacked him with a towel, hitting him right in the face. This blow was not strong and did not cause any noticeable harm to Song-sik, but due to the suddenness, it disoriented the old man. This gave the protagonist time to swing his leg in order to mercilessly attack the older man in earnest this time. A moment later, a powerful kick from Yeom-young hit Song-sik's head. After this, the maddened old man could not stand on his feet and therefore fell to the ground. However, the main character did not relax and was still ready to continue the fight. Having made sure that the elderly man did not pose a threat yet, the absolutely calm Yeom-young turned to the girl and asked if he had solved her problem. The guy also asked what to do with the old man who was trying to get back on his feet. Song-sik was deeply asleep but still conscious. It seemed that after the recent blow, all his rage had instantly disappeared. Ja-yeon, seeing that the old man had risen to his feet, was again very frightened and could not utter a word from fear, but only pointed her finger at him. Yeom-young looked at the girl and did not see what was happening behind him, so he did not understand why the girl was so worried. He suggested calling the villagers in order to sort out the situation. Meanwhile, the beaten old man looked towards his victim as if he intended to continue the fight. The old man stood there quietly for a while without taking any action. This frightened Ja-yeon and caused confusion in the protagonist. Yeom-young looked at his opponent and did not understand what the old man wanted to do this time. Also, the main character was amazed that after all his attacks, the elderly man was still standing on his feet, and I don't understand how this was possible. Still, the guy decided to attack his opponent first, considering that he first needed to subdue Song-sik. and only then think about what to do with him. The main character ran up to a sufficient distance and assumed a confident fighting stance, firmly placing his feet on the ground. The next moment, the guy, sparing no effort, hit the old man in the face, causing him to start leaning back. Hye Myung saw that the elderly man could barely stand on his feet after the first attack. Song-sik stepped back, and in order to somehow maintain his balance, he stretched his hand forward to find something to grab onto. The main characters understood that this was not enough to calm the mad old man. The next moment, Hye Myung kicked the old man in the legs, after which he finally lost his balance and began to fall to the ground. Song-sik fell down with a loud thud, hitting his head hard on the ground. Despite this, the elderly man was still conscious and even tried to get to his feet. The old man needed some time to catch his breath. At the same time, blood continued to flow from his nose and eyes. Soon, Hye Myung realized that in order to subdue his opponent, he would have to use more radical methods, so he had already prepared his towel. The next moment, the protagonist licked the towel around the elderly man's neck and began to strangle him. The guy mercilessly applied all his efforts to this, which caused his hands to start shaking. Song-sik desperately tried to stop Hye Myung by bringing his hands to his face and intending to grab him. The only thing the elderly man managed to do was to slightly scratch the guy's chin, which immediately caused blood to spurt out. It seemed that this only made the main character even more angry, which is why he began to strangle the old man even more. Seeing this, the alarmed Jaeyeon tried to stop the main character, warning him that at this rate he would kill Song-sik. Despite this, the guy did not stop. He looked closely at his opponent and waited for the right moment. However, the elderly man's hands fell limply down, indicating that he had no strength left to continue the fight. This made the main character happy, which made him smile slightly, as if all this brought him incredible pleasure. However, Hye Myung loosened his grip, causing Song-sik, who was already unconscious, to begin falling to the ground. Jaeyeon was still very worried and asked the protagonist to stop all this because the old man could die. The girl's pleas would not be heard. Hye Myung released his opponent, who lost consciousness and fell to the ground. The main character himself felt somehow strange. He was horrified by the fact that he liked to strangle the elderly man. It scared him. The guy would need some time to come to his senses. When the danger was definitely over, Jaeyeon ran to the main character and asked if he was okay. The girl was worried that her savior would not be injured, but she was even more worried about whether the old man was alive. Hye Myung was still breathing heavily and trying to come to her senses, but still he asked what it was all about. Jaeyeon looked at the old man, who was lying unconscious with incomprehension, and seemed to guess what the matter really was. The protagonist continued to be surprised that his opponent continued to attack even after losing consciousness and aimed at his eyes while he was strangling him. Hye Myung lost blood from his chin and wondered if this was even possible. Jaeyeon continued to look at the old man in horror. The next moment, the girl suddenly stated that Song-sik behaved this way because he was consumed by a ghost. The main character thought that the girl was talking nonsense again, but Jaeyeon was absolutely serious and said that the guy saw it with his own eyes. Holding her bleeding wound, the girl asked if the guy would continue to deny it, since he had experienced it all himself. Jaeyeon didn't notice how a drop of her blood began to fall down and continued to say that, in fact, there were many ghosts in this village. The main character didn't respond to this, which is why there was absolute silence all around, and only the sound of a drop of blood hitting the ground broke it for a moment. None of our heroes paid any attention to this, and in the meantime, the scarlet stain began to be absorbed into the ground. The next moment, at the place where the blood fell, an otherworldly energy appeared that looked like a small bloody flame. At that moment, Jaeyeon felt a strange sensation as if she was losing touch with reality. A powerful aura appeared around the girl, and she raised her head and rolled her eyes sharply. Jaeyeon forgot about her earlier and spread her arms out to the sides. It seemed as if a ghost had entered her as well. Suddenly, the girl sharply turned her head to the side as if something was beckoning her there. Jaeyeon immediately ran there, leaving the main character alone. The guy was very surprised and did not understand where the girl was going. She ran into the courtyard of the house where Hye Myung lived. The guy was very unhappy with how his morning had started. Still, he resigned himself to it, but he believed that all this would drive him crazy. After this, the main character followed the girl, not understanding what she wanted in the yard of his house. Hye Myung rubbed her tired eyes and wondered if it was really impossible to spend the morning peacefully. Meanwhile, Jaeyeon found what attracted her so much. An ominous energy rose from underground and gave off a barely audible hiss. Without thinking twice, the girl began to dig the ground in the place where the energy was leaking from. The main character, watching this from the side, thought that he was already starting to go crazy and asked the girl why she was digging the ground. Jia Yan was very worried and could barely answer that something was buried here. Without sparing her hands, the girl continued to dig the hard ground in order to find what was hidden here. After some time, just as Jia Yan felt, she found something at the bottom of the pit. This alarmed the girl even more. The next moment she froze in place and opened her eyes wide and could only say that she was not herself. After some time, just as Jia Yan felt, she found something at the bottom of the pit. This alarmed the girl even more. The next moment she froze in place and, with her eyes wide open, could only say that she was not herself. After this, the girl took out the contents of the hole and began to rise to her feet. Surprised, Hye Myung looked at the girl and asked if she had also been swallowed by a ghost. Alarmed, Jia Yan only said that it wasn't her. After that, she looked at the guy and again repeating that it was not, she said that it was done against the main character. Jia Yan held a sealed pot in her hands and explained that it was a scapegoat ritual. Hearing this, Hye Myung frowned and looked at the pot that was found in his yard with confusion. After this, the main character asked what kind of ritual it was. Jia Yan explained that in order to put a curse on someone, they sacrificed something, but the girl did not understand why that pot was near the guy's house. After this, the girl decided that she would burn the pot because she believed that there was definitely an unclean entity in it. Kim Young didn't take the concepts of scapegoat and unclean entity seriously at all. It seemed he didn't believe in it at all. The next moment, the main character hit the pot that the girl was holding with his fist. This made him cry out and fall to the ground. Jia Yan realized with horror what had happened and immediately asked in an alarmed voice what the guy had done. The pot was completely broken, which made the girl angry because the guy didn't realize what he had done. Jia Yan quickly calmed down when she saw that she was in this pot because she was speechless from surprise and fear. Hye Myung also looked at the broken pot with confusion and did not comment on it in any way. The thing is that someone put bloody raw rice and a chicken head in this pot, which looked pretty creepy. Jia Yan began to get indignant again and asked how they would burn this pot now if the guy broke it. Hye Myung calmly justified himself by saying that he was just curious. The girl was very disappointed with this answer and thought that the guy did not understand at all how serious all this was. The main character did not understand at all why the girl was so worried and therefore calmly turned around and went about his business. Meanwhile, Jia Yan looked at the broken pot again and suddenly became very nervous again from what she saw. The contents of the pot were glowing with ominous energy as if on fire. The girl, seeing this, believed that the unclean entity was still active. The next moment, the dark shadow quickly headed towards the main character, whom the girl immediately tried to warn. Jia Yan's loud cry attracted the guy's attention, so he stopped and looked at the girl. Meanwhile, the unclean entity was getting closer and closer to him. Suddenly, the ominous energy seemed to have broken against the guy because it was not able to penetrate him. Hye Myung did not notice or feel any of this, so he looked at the girl with bewilderment. The absolutely calm protagonist asked her what happened and why she called him. Jia Yan couldn't answer this because she was trembling with fear and couldn't believe that the unclean essence had simply evaporated. After some time, our heroes went out onto the street where Song-sik had recently tried to kill them and did not understand where the old man had gone. The only reminder of the recent events was the bloody towel with which the protagonist strangled his opponent. Jia Yan could not believe that the old man had simply disappeared. After that, she suggested telling everything to the villagers. Hye Myung thought that first he should treat the wound on the girl's hand and then talk. Suddenly, the guy asked if the girl had seen something. Jia Yan was surprised by this question and did not understand what the main character was talking about. Hye Myung explained that the girl had once found a pot buried in the garden and also remembered the talisman that she had given him on the first day of their acquaintance. Jia Yan asked why the guy became so curious because she thought that he did not believe in such things. Hye Myung replied that it was exciting to see everything with his own eyes. At this time, Song-sik was watching them from the bushes. The old man was scared because he realized that he was absorbed by some kind of sinister energy. The next moment, he jumped up and started running quickly, thinking that he had to leave this village as soon as possible. Soon our heroes came to the stone building where the meeting of the village residents was held and told everything that happened that morning. The village chief listened carefully to this story and asked in surprise whether Song-sik had really waved a knife and threatened people. The main character was outraged that his and Jia Yan's words were not taken seriously and asked what there was to think about. Song-sik's unexpected wife started screaming and demanding that the guy stop lying because her husband would never do that because he was too soft-hearted. The protagonist looked at the girl in the hope that she would provide evidence and confirm his words, but Jia Yan was very nervous and looked away. The guy looked at the girl for some time, but she was still silent, as if she was afraid to tell everyone present about everything. Then the main character decided to do everything himself and therefore grabbed Ja-yeon's hand. Showing the girl's bandaged hand, Hyun-young said that the old man cut her. The guy also said that if he had not stopped the old man, he would have killed her. The village headman, hearing this once again, thought it over carefully and then asked where Song-sik was now. To this, the main character honestly answered that the old man disappeared after he neutralized him. The village chief then immediately ordered the suspect to be brought to him. Hyun-seop and Seok-ho immediately realized that this order was addressed to the two of them. Seok-dae felt that he should have asked Song-sik about everything before drawing conclusions. Ja-yeon was still very worried and silently watched what was happening. Song-sik's wife turned to the old man of the village and asked what he was going to do with her husband. The old woman insisted that he was not that kind of person and that Ja-yeon and Hyun-myung just wanted to set him up. The old woman's words could not convince anyone, so Seok-ho and Hyun-seop continued walking in order to carry out the village elder's order. After that, Ja-yeon looked at Hyun-myung and thought about something. The girl regretted that she could not help the guy confirm his words and felt guilty. Lighting a cigarette, the village elder stood up to assure Song-sik's wife that when her husband showed up, they would definitely sort everything out. Unexpectedly, Ja-yeon turned to Seok-dae and suggested that he call the police on this matter. The girl continued to say that the crazed elderly man attacked her and that is why they had to call the police. The next moment, Ja-yeon felt uneasy because she felt a strange feeling. The girl felt uneasy because she attracted the attention of everyone present, and now they were all looking intently at her. After this, absolute silence reigned in the room. The only sound that could be heard was the burning of a small coal at the end of the cigarette that the village elder was smoking. Still, Seok-dae said without enthusiasm that if the girl wanted this, they could call the police. Suddenly, Ja-yeon dropped her hand, which the main character had been holding all this time. The girl was shaking from being nervous and began to deny her proposal, saying that only her mother should solve the village's problems. Ja-yeon believed that it was right, but the trembling that spread throughout her body indicated that the girl herself did not believe it. Hyun-myung noticed what was happening to Ja-yeon, but he didn't seem to fully understand why she was in such a state. Meanwhile, evening had come, but Song-sik still could not be found. All the residents gathered in the center of the village and heatedly discussed the latest news. The main character was also here, but didn't really show himself. He was standing around the corner of the building, and in order to while away the wait, he decided to have a smoke. The guy was just about to inhale some tobacco smoke when he suddenly heard someone address the village elder. It was Song-sik's wife who asked Seok-dae why her husband did this because it was pointless. The elderly woman was also unhappy that the village elder believed the words of the main character, who was considered an outsider. To this, Seok-dae replied that in any case Song-sik already had a chance given to him by his mother, but he missed it. The elderly woman asked the headman to give her husband another chance. The main character listened to this entire conversation with discontent. Seok-dae responded to the old woman's request by promising that he would pray for her husband. After that, he added that Song-sik had still missed his mother's gift, and that he himself was to blame for this. Therefore, the village chief believed that Song-sik should be punished in any case. These words angered the old woman, who demanded that Seok-dae stop talking nonsense. She also believed that her husband had probably already left for the village. To this, Seok-dae calmly replied that the one who was absorbed was no longer forgiven by his mother. Meanwhile, the main character had already finished smoking and threw the cigarette butt on the ground. The guy was very unhappy with what he heard, so he took out these emotions on a cigarette butt, which he firmly trampled into the ground with his foot. After that, I gathered my hair into a bun. Hyun-myung resolutely headed somewhere, thinking about something along the way with a stern expression on his face. Very soon, night fell, completely engulfing the village and its surroundings in darkness. Despite the late hour, someone was still outside and had no intention of going to bed. It was Song-sik, who was running quickly through the forest as if he was running away from someone in terror. The old man was scared because he didn't understand why he was still here and why he couldn't leave the village despite all his attempts. The old man was so excited that he completely forgot that he should have looked under his feet. He did not see the stone lying on the path and therefore stumbled over it. As expected, the elderly man was unable to stand on his feet and fell to the ground with a crash. Song-sik was very angry about what had happened to him recently, so he clenched his fist tightly. After this, the elderly man began to pound his fist on the ground, loudly cursing and cursing everything around him. The old man spoke loudly to someone and asked why they were doing this to him. This voice echoed throughout the dark forest. Song-sik sat up and started telling himself that it didn't make any sense, because he had come out onto the main road, but for some reason, ended up in the middle of the forest. The old man was also indignant that he had lived here all his life but was locked up without the opportunity to leave, although he did everything his mother told him to. After this, the elderly man literally spit on everything he believed in and followed in the last years of his life. The next moment, Song-sik grabbed his head and smiled widely and began to talk about how he finally understood everything. Leaning back a little and breathing a sigh of relief, the elderly man repeated again that he now understood everything. Suddenly, the old man heard someone's footsteps coming from the depths of the forest and approaching him. It turned out that he was not the only one who wandered through this forest at night. Song-sik didn't seem surprised at all when he saw a man approaching him and only asked if his mother had sent him to him. An elderly man approached the main character and asked if he could bring him to the village because he needed to do something. Hye-myung responded to this by saying that it was a bit salty for him to do this because he also had things to do. After this, the guy began to approach the older man closer. The next moment, Song-sik saw a small axe in the protagonist's hands, which he held tightly in his hand. The elderly man grabbed his head again and smiling thought that he had gone crazy after all. Hye-myung also smiled and recalled the old man's words that reincarnation into heaven was a luxury. The guy then stated that first, he had to send the old man to hell. Hye-myung silently began to approach the elderly man closer and closer. The next moment, Song-sik saw a small axe in the protagonist's hands, which he held tightly in his hand. The elderly man grabbed his head again and smiling, thought that he had gone crazy after all. Hye-myung also smiled and recalled the old man's words that reincarnation into heaven was a luxury. The guy then stated that first, he had to send the old man to hell. Rising to his feet, Song-sik told the protagonist that now that he had suddenly cleared up, his whole body ached. The unexpected old man turned to the guy and asked why he was trying to hurt him, assuming that there was some kind of hostility between them. Hye-myung was surprised to hear this and then asked if what happened between them this morning wasn't enough. The old man replied that it was unimportant and again asked the boy to take him back home, assuming that it was his mother who had sent him there. The main character laughed at the fact that the old man kept talking about that damn mother, after which he swung his axe. This scared the old man very much. Song-sik tried to stop the boy and asked him to think about how else he could find him in these mountains if it was his mother's non-interference. The next moment, the main character, regarding laughing loudly, believes that the old man has completely lost his mind. The guy calmed down very suddenly and looking angrily at the elderly man, asked if his mother had brought him here too. After this, the main character demanded that the old man not play the fool about what happened in the morning, after which she asked why he wasn't scared then. Song-sik started screaming, and I assure you that he didn't understand what the guy was talking about because he couldn't remember anything about what happened in the morning. Despite what was said, Hye-myung thought that it was no longer important because the guy intended to do what he had planned. After this, the main character began to slowly approach the elderly man. Song-sik stood silently in place and looked at the guy, not understanding what he expected from him. Suddenly, the old man opened his eyes wide and wrinkled his face as if he was experiencing incredible pain. It turned out that the main character, with a smile on his face, hit the old man on the hand with an axe, while asking him to be more cheerful. The guy continued to smile and assumed that the pain was burning the old man's entire body. A moment later, Song-sik realized what had happened, and so he screamed loudly in fear and intense pain. Hye-myung remained calm and asked what the old man was waiting for and whether he wanted to run away. Besides the main character and his victim, there were other people in this dark night forest who did not understand where Song-sik could have gone. Seok-ho remembers the words of the village headman that the old man could not leave the Yeonsup mountains and still did not understand where they could look for him. To this, Seok-ho again replied that the chief had sent them to find Song-sik, so they had to do it. Yeonsup agreed with this. Suddenly, the men's attention was drawn to a loud, piercing cry that came from the depths of the forest. The men looked at each other and silently nodded their heads as if they agreed that the cry belonged to Song-sik. After that, Seok-ho and Yeonsup clenched their fists tightly and resolutely headed in the direction from where the scream was coming. At this time, Song-sik was trying to escape from the protagonist who intended to cause him even more pain. No matter how hard the old man tried to break away, Hye-myung always caught up with him without much effort. The guy seemed to really enjoy stalking his victim, so he smiled slightly. Suddenly, the old man stopped and asked the boy if the village elder had sent him, assuming that it was on his orders that he was doing all this. Hye-myung answered honestly that he did not understand what the old man was talking about and assumed that he was talking nonsense. But Song-sik continued to insist on his own and demanded that the guy stop lying, because he knew for sure that the headman forced him to do it. Hye-myung calmly denied it. The next moment, the main character swung his axe to attack the old man again, while saying that it was all just a dream. Seeing this, Song-sik suddenly turned to the side in order to start running away from his pursuer. But this did not help the elderly man in any way, because the main character had already attacked his victim. A moment later, the axe sank deep into the old man's back, causing him to freeze in place. For a while, there was absolute silence in the night forest, which should not have been at this time of day. The main character watched with a smile on his face as blood spurted from a deep wound on the old man's back. Due to the severe pain, Song-sik completely lost his strength and could not say anything, and tears began to flow from his eyes. Suddenly, the main character pressed his hand hard to the elderly man's mouth to stop him from screaming. Then Hyeom-young threatened that if the old man screamed again, he would be in big trouble. Continuing to smile broadly, the guy said that now he would roughly pull it out of the wound, but if the old man made even one more sound, he would certainly die. After this, the main character asked Song-sik if he understood him well. To this, the old man nodded his head several times. Suddenly, Hyeom-young put his leg in front of his victim so that it would serve as a barrier in case the old man wanted to run away. After this, the guy pushed the elderly man, causing him to lose his balance and fall forward. Song-sik fell to the ground with a thud, not even trying to stay on his feet. His wounds on his arm and back hurt a lot, but the old man remembered the threat of the main character, so he tried his best to hold back his scream. Hyeom-young leaned towards his victim and smilingly praised the old man for this, saying that he was delighted. After that, the guy pointed his finger forward to draw Song-sik's attention to one of the trees. The guy explained that if the old man reached this tree, he would leave him alive. The old man did not immediately realize what he needed to do, so Hyeom-young, with a smile on his face, began to encourage him and ask him to do it. With the last of his strength, the elderly man began to rise to his feet in order to fulfill the boy's demands and try to stay alive. However, the old man did not understand what the catch was and looked suspiciously at the protagonist, who assumed that his victim had a paralyzed will to live. Still, the old man began to walk towards the tree, turning to his mother along the way and admitting that he doubted her. He begged for her salvation from the man who was abusing her child. All this greatly amused the main character, who laughed and slapped his hand on his bloody axe. For some time, the elderly man, barely moving his legs, tried to reach the right place, hoping that the guy's words were true. The old man was breathing heavily and telling himself that he still had only a little time left. Hyeom-young was following closely behind his victim. The unexpected guy smiled slyly and quietly informed the old man that his time was up. The next moment, the main character, without removing the sincere smile from his face, swung his axe. At that very moment, Song-sik felt a strong blow, after which his strength began to leave him and his eyes gradually closed. In the end, the old man only quietly said that the guy was undoubtedly a messenger of death. Along with this, streams of warm blood flowed down his face. The protagonist's mood noticeably worsened from these words, but he pretended not to hear them. Moments later, Song-sik's lifeless body fell to the ground. Hyeom-young looked at this and said that he was not the only one who was carried into this forest. Very soon, the guy heard a conversation between Seok-ho and Hyun-seop, who assumed that Song-sik was somewhere nearby, but nothing could be seen in the darkness. Despite this, the main character did not rush to leave and looked again at the old man he had killed to make sure that he was definitely dead. Suddenly, Hyun-seop heard a sound and reported it to his partner Song-sik, making his way through the dense thickets, and thought that the sound was coming from somewhere nearby. Seok-ho walked forward a little more but suddenly stopped and aimed his pattern at what he had managed to discover. Seeing Song-sik's lifeless body, the man assumed that he had returned to paradise after all. Soon, Hyun-seop also saw the old man's body and thought for a while, and assumed that he was definitely already dead. To this, Seok-ho simply silently put his baseball bat on the ground. Hyun-seop continued to speak sarcastically about how he knew it would end like this as soon as Song-sik started waving the knife. The next moment, dissatisfied with these words, Seok-ho hit his partner with all his might. The blow was so strong and sudden that Hyun-seop was unable to stay on his feet and began to fall backwards. Hyun-seop fell to the ground with a thud, causing even more pain to course through his body. Seok-ho asked his partner to show respect for the deceased because his mother was always watching everyone. Hyun-seop immediately apologized for his words. After this, Seok-ho asked the man to get up on his feet because they still needed to pray, and then call the village elder here. Hyun-seop agreed with this. No one noticed that the main character was carefully watching and eavesdropping from a secluded place. Seok-ho closed his eyes and raised his hands up, asking his comrade to pray for the deceased. Hyun-seop held his nose in an attempt to somehow stop the blood that started flowing after the blow to his face. Suddenly, Seok-ho looked at his partner with a stern gaze and asked him to pray. Only then did the frightened Hyunsup raise his hands and prepare to pray with his partner. For a while, the men stood silently over Song-sik's lifeless body to pray for his soul. At this time, the main character had already prepared an axe, because he thought that the men would definitely understand that the elderly man was killed with this weapon. Hyun-myung was unsure if he should get rid of the men right now, but he still decided that it wasn't worth doing because there were too many variables. This made the main character very angry, which is why he squeezed the game axe in his hand even tighter. Meanwhile, Seok-ho had already called the village headman and reported that he and Hyun-sopo had found Song-sik. The man also did not forget to mention that someone killed the elderly man. After that, Seok-ho carefully read Seok-dae's orders and immediately obeyed them, saying that everything would be done exactly as the headman said. The man looked at Song-sik's lifeless body with regret, holding his hand on the wound on his head that caused the old man's death. Soon the conversation was over. Hyun-sop immediately asked his partner what the headman had told him. Seok-ho said that they should have first burned the old man's body in order to save his worthless soul. The man continued to say that after that they had to pretend that they had never found Song-sik. Hyun-myung was amazed at what the men were planning to do, since it was to falsify the crime scene, destroy evidence, and dispose of the body. The main character began to smile slyly because he knew that all this was a big crime. The night still hung over the village, not letting it go from the embrace of impenetrable darkness. The main character, having done everything he wanted, slowly returned to his home. Hyun-myung was in a good mood because he managed to eliminate his victim without consequences and also learned something new. The guy walked forward and didn't notice that Ja-yeon was also walking along these dark streets. Still, he saw the girl, but why did his mood immediately worsen? After all, it could be considered that this bothered him. The guy turned to Ja-yeon and asked what she was doing here. Ja-yeon was very surprised when she heard a familiar voice coming from the darkness and sharply turned her head towards the main character. She also asked why the guy was here at such a time. Hyun-myung replied that he was just walking around the village. After this, the main character asked if the girl had been waiting for him here. Hearing this question, Ja-yeon blushed with embarrassment and began to get nervous. Still, she answered that she was just wandering around the village to sort out her thoughts. Suddenly, the girl asked if something good had happened to the guy. Hyun-myung did not understand why his friend was asking this question. Then Ja-yeon explained that she noticed how he was smiling. Hyun-myung didn't answer, but only began to raise his hand up. Smiling and pointing his finger at the girl, the main character explained that he was smiling because he was glad to see her. This confused the girl even more, so she couldn't say a word. Then the guy asked what she was actually doing here. Ja-yeon timidly began to answer that here she was thinking about how strangely she had behaved. The girl began to approach the main character and ask if it wasn't strange that she couldn't even call the police when the mad old man attacked her. Ja-yeon looked at the guy and asked if it was strange. Suddenly, the girl's expression changed because looking at the guy, she seemed to sense the danger emanating from him, which frightened her. Ja-yeon immediately closed her eyes tightly and turned away to get rid of this feeling. She didn't notice how Hyun-myung smiled slightly. The main character looked at the girl with indifferent, tired eyes and did not understand why she had such a reaction. Still, Ja-yeon said that she needed to go home already and then began to leave. After thinking for a moment, Hyun-myung said to the departing Ja-yeon that she didn't look strange. The guy continued to say that it just happened that way, and the girl wasn't to blame. It was important for Ja-yeon to hear these words, so she thanked the protagonist and then continued to leave in a hurry. Walking further and further away from the guy, Ja-yeon opened her eyes wide in fear, thinking about what she had just seen and hoping that she had misunderstood everything. The girls felt like there was a ghost behind the main character, which made her almost cry, while thinking that Song-sik, who had disappeared from the village, could not have been connected to Hyun-myung. Thick white smoke, which was clearly visible despite the dark time of day, rose higher and higher. The wood was burning with a crackling sound in the stove, which created a lot of light and warmth around. Seok-ho called the village chief again and informed him that he and his partner had burned Song-sik's body. And the man asked if all this was really his mother's will, to which he received an answer that satisfied him. After that, Seok-ho dried out a new order from Seok-dae and promised that they would do everything as he said. Hyun-sup looked up from the fire and looked at her partner, asking what they should do next. Seok-ho replied that when everything burned down, they would collect the ashes and climb the hill to scatter the ashes of the deceased in the direction of the village. Suddenly, Hyun-sup timidly asked who Seok-ho thought could have killed Song-sik. Without waiting for an answer, the man suggested that it could have been done by the main character, whom he called a stranger. Hyun-sup continued to say that in his opinion it was definitely that scoundrel Seok-ho who did it, silently listening to everything his partner said. Finally, Seok-ho sighed heavily and stretched his neck as he turned to the man. Yoon-sup began to listen attentively to his partner, while becoming noticeably nervous, afraid of receiving another blow for inappropriate words. Unexpectedly, Seok-ho put his shoulder on Hyun-sup's arm, which meant that this time there would be no beating. After this, the man, who looked rather gloomy, touched his scar on his forehead and suggested to his comrade not to sow doubts. Hyun-sup also touched his scar as if he agreed with Seok-ho's words. After this, the man suggested that his partner eat some pork roll and drink some soji to pass the time. The village chief finished talking to Seok-hong and hung up. After this, Sokta silently looked at the Buddha statue that stood on the altar. Suddenly, the elderly man seemed to turn to the statue and ask who it was. The headman also asked for an answer to the question of who had hidden from his eyes. Lighting a stick of incense, the old man asked to show this to the one who dared to commit unforgivable acts against the mother's child. Waving incense sticks from side to side, Sokdae also asked to show him the face of the one who deserved God's punishment. Suddenly, the village elder fell silent, because he experienced a strange feeling that made him roll his eyes. Seok-dae saw a vision of Song-sik examining his knife after killing a chicken. The elderly man was covered in blood, but it didn't bother him at all because he was staring at something. Suddenly, Song-sik began to smile widely, as if he had finally found the answer to the question he had been searching for so long. The elderly man reached for the severed head of a chicken that lay nearby. Then the elder saw in his vision how the old man put this head in a pot of raw rice. After that, with the same crazy smile on his face, Song-sik brought the sharp knife to his palm. The next moment, the old man made a deep cut with a sharp movement, causing a sharp pain to spread throughout his entire body and make his face twist. Next, old man Song-sik raised his hand over the pot and clenched it into a fist to drip some of his blood, which was needed for the ritual. At the same time, the old man smiled broadly. It seemed that he was no longer Song-sik at all. The village elder, seeing all this, began to get very nervous and breathe heavily because watching the vision could not pass without a trace for the elderly man. Now it became clear to Sokdae why he couldn't see anything before. This was because Song-sik used the scapegoat ritual, but the village chief did not understand why he did it. Suddenly, an idea came to the old man's mind, but he was afraid to even think about it. Still, Seok-dae, with horror reflected on his face, assumed that mom had rejected Song-sik. In the middle of the night, Ja-yeon was walking home alone until someone spoke to her from behind. One of the villagers asked where the girl was at such a late hour and offered to walk her home. Ja-yeon replied that everything was fine and she could get there herself. Putting his hand on the girl's shoulder, the husband again offered to transfer her to the lady, arguing that the night was dangerous. Ja-yeon immediately threw the man's hand away with displeasure, thereby showing that she did not need an escort. The man asked why the girl reacted that way because he just wanted to help. He continued to say that if someone saw this, they would think that he did something bad. Ja-yeon thought that the man was right and apologized. After that, the man said that he felt sad that the girl acted like that. Ja-yeon replied that she would rather go alone for a longer time. The man continued to insist on his own and suggested that the girl could have been attacked by a beaver at night. To this, Ja-yeon only laughed and called the man a fibber. It seemed that the man did not really like this reaction. The next moment, he grabbed the girl's hand tightly, not giving her the opportunity to leave. The man again offered to take Ja-yeon home, repeating that it was dangerous to walk alone at night. The girl was alarmed by the man's behavior and asked him to stop it because she was already feeling uneasy. Suddenly, from the darkness, someone loudly addressed the persistent man and called him a scoundrel. The surprised man immediately turned his head to the side. An angry man was running towards him, waving a broom and shouting loudly. The man was clearly not himself, but he did all this in order to help the girl and drive away the persistent suitor. Ja-yeon was very surprised when she saw her angry father who was ready to start a fight. The man who wanted to walk the girl home was not at all happy to see her father, which made him frown. Without saying anything, he began to run away so as not to enter into conflict with the madman. Ja-yeon's father waved a broom and shouted after the man that if he saw him again, the persistent suitor would be in trouble. When the danger had passed, Ja-yeon turned to her father and said that he could already put down the broom, after which she asked how he knew that she was here. The man explained that he wanted a chocolate chip cookie but needed his daughter's permission, so he went to look for her. Ja-yeon listened to her father and, putting her hand to his face, asked if that was the whole reason. The girl looked at her father with a smile and calmly asked again if he really just wanted cookies. The man asked if he could have a cookie today, to which he received an affirmative answer. Then he asked how many he could have. Ja-yeon replied that only one. The main character was already at home, but was in no hurry to go to bed because some thoughts were still bothering him. The guy looked at the hole in which the ritual pot was found and wondered if there was anything else buried there. He thought he needed to find out. After this, Hyun-myung scratched his head because the main question still remained unsolved, namely, who buried the pot here. Then the guy headed into the house, thinking along the way that in any case it was all fun. Suddenly, a loud sound pierced the silence of the night. The main character immediately looked at the gate because someone was knocking on it. It seemed that he already knew who this uninvited guest was. Still, Hyun-myung thought that it was unimportant, and so he turned around and headed into the house because he already needed to wash up and go to bed. Meanwhile, Song-sik's wife lay down on the ground and looked under the gate and asked if the main character was home. Seeing the guy, the elderly woman screamed loudly that she saw him and now knew for sure that he was here. The old woman continued to knock loudly on the door, asking why Hyun-myung had not opened the door for her and demanding that he come out to her. The main character reluctantly began to approach the gate, asking along the way what was the matter, not believing that the elderly woman did not know what time it was. Song-sik's wife continued to scream loudly and asked the guy where her husband was. Hyun-myung had already approached the gate and began to open it with a creak. Seeing an elderly woman in front of him, the main character asked how he could know where her husband was. Song-sik's wife, seeing Hyun-myung's face, became very nervous, which made her speechless for a moment. However, the elderly woman found the strength in herself and asked in a timid voice why Hyun-myung was smiling. Song-sik's wife continued to scream loudly and asked the guy where her husband was. Hyun-myung had already approached the gate and began to open it with a creak. Seeing an elderly woman in front of him, the main character asked how he could know where her husband was. Song-sik's wife, seeing Hyun-myung's face, became very nervous, which made her speechless for a moment. However, the elderly woman found the strength in herself and asked in a timid voice why Hyun-myung was smiling. To this, the main character replied that it was funny to him to see how the old woman screamed here. The old woman did not understand what was funny here. Then the guy remembered that the old woman said that it was definitely not her husband when the conversation turned to who stabbed Ja-yeon. Also, the old woman did not even think to ask the girl about what happened. Then the main character asked the old woman if this shamelessness and lack of conscience was not funny. To this, Song-sik's wife only remained silent. The next moment, the old woman grabbed Hyun-myung's clothes tightly and tried to pull the boy towards her. The old woman then continued to scream and call the main character a useless child who was pretending to be a victim. The elderly woman did not understand why the guy was playing the victim when he was not even wounded. But the main character calmly replied that in any case, someone had injured Ja-yeon. After this, Hyun-myung squeezed the old woman's hand tightly to make her let go of him. Dismissing the old woman's hand from himself, the guy continued to say that old did not mean wise. Hyun-myung then said that the elderly woman's husband had gone crazy and was waving a knife in an apparent attempt to kill Ja-yeon. Looking straight into the eyes of Song-sik's wife, the main character harshly said that if he had not intervened, the old man would have killed the girl. Meanwhile, the old woman began to tremble with fear. The guy grabbed the old woman's other hand and suggested that instead of pretending to be a righteous person and a hard worker, she should have asked for forgiveness. After this, the main character asked if the old woman understood what he was telling her. To this, Song-sik's wife timidly replied that she was sorry. Then the old woman began to cry and admit that she had acted stupidly. But in any case, she asked to tell her where her husband had gone. The main character exhaled heavily and said that he didn't know anything about it because the elderly man disappeared immediately after he and Ja-yeon left the house. This answer clearly did not satisfy the elderly woman, which is why she began to cry even louder and ask where her husband had gone. Hyun-myung didn't respond to this and only lowered his head, which is why the old woman couldn't see how he smiled, unable to contain it. After this, the main character returned to his house and went to the bathroom to wash himself before going to bed. The guy stared at his reflection in the mirror and thought about something meticulously. Suddenly, Hyun-myung noticed a bloodstain on her collar and began to wonder whose it was. At this time, someone was spying on the main character through the window, which looked quite creepy. Hyun-myung seemed to feel someone's gaze on him, causing him to frown. Suddenly, the guy turned back sharply to see who was following him. Not seeing anyone there, the main character began to quickly run to the window. Opening the window, Hyun-myung began to peer carefully into the darkness in order to find the one who was following him. The guy was sure that he definitely saw someone, but that someone simply disappeared. The main character continued to think that the gate was locked and besides, no sounds were heard. But the guy could not believe that the person who was watching him instantly disappeared. Hyun-myung even began to think that it could be a ghost, but he still didn't fully believe it. At this time, everything was calm in the house of the late Song-sik and his wife. The elderly woman was already lying in bed and trying to sleep. The seat next to her was empty. The old woman recalled the conversation with the main character and thought that there was definitely blood on his collar that could have belonged to Song-sik. The elderly woman could not sleep because she was very angry and could not calm down. The old woman thought about where her husband had gone and why he had not come home. She even cursed the elderly man for making her nervous. Suddenly, the old woman realized that she had said too much, which is why she immediately became dumbfounded on the spot and fell silent. The silent night still hung over the village, not allowing the obvious to take the reins of power from it. As ordered, Seok-ho and Hyun-sub burned the body of the deceased and were now scattering his ashes over the village, wishing for Song-sik to go to heaven. While his partner was doing this, Seok-ho took out a cigarette and decided to light it. Suddenly, the man was distracted by a clearly audible sound that indicated that someone was calling him on the phone. It was a call from the village chief, who was reporting new information to his subordinates. Seok-ho promised that he would pass everything on to his partner. Hyun-seop immediately asked the man why Seok-dae called and what he told him. Seok-ho relayed the words of the headman that his mother brought Song-sik to a better world. The man also asked his partner not to forget that they did not see or find the body of an elderly man. Finally, the long night ended and a clear day arrived. The villagers gathered again to discuss what had happened. Ja-yeon, who was also here, turned to the main character and asked what happened, since he had arrived even earlier than she. Hyun-myung replied that he was curious, after which he asked if his mother had done something to the old man who had injured the girl and run away. Ja-yeon felt awkward about this question, but she still assumed that this was the case. The village headman addressed those present and said that they all knew why this meeting was organized. Seok-dae continued to say that Song-sik came to Hyun-seop with a knife but was saved. Despite this, the old man rejected his mother's mercy. The village headman then said that after this, the old man attacked Ja-yeon with a knife and fled the village. Despite all this, Seok-dae assured those present that Song-sik was still a member of their family and that is why they were trying to find him. Seok-ho immediately nodded his head slightly, as if confirming the village chief's words. The man began to say that he and Hyun-seop were looking for the elderly man who had run away, but they never found him. Hearing this, the main character began to smile sarcastically and think that the men did not find the old man because they burned him. All this time, Song-sik's wife restrained herself as best she could, but her appearance indicated that she was very worried about what had happened. Unable to hold back her tears, the elderly woman finally decided to ask a question. Struha, clenching her hands tightly into fists, turned to Seok-ho and Hyun-seop and asked where they were looking for her husband. The next moment, Song-sik's wife could no longer contain her emotions, so she cried loudly and shouted loudly again, asking where they were looking for her husband. Seok-ho and Hyun-seop immediately looked at the old woman and they didn't seem very pleased with her behavior. The village elder also silently watched the old woman, not even trying to answer her questions or console her in any way. The main character watched all this from the side with interest and waited to see what would happen next. Song-sik's wife continued to say that her husband got up in the morning and went somewhere, although before he always said where he was going. The elderly woman began hysterically slapping her palms on the floor and asking where her husband had gone and why he was upsetting her. Hyun-seop turned to the old woman and asked her to listen to him. He was about to start calming her down. The man suddenly felt someone grab his leg as if not letting him go to the elderly woman. Hyun-seop immediately turned around sharply to understand what the reason was. Seok-dae held the man's leg and shook his head from side to side as if to say that he should not have consoled the old woman. Meanwhile, Song-sik's wife continued to cry and think about her missing husband. The next moment, she turned her head sharply to the side and looked at one of those present. After this, the old woman, without stopping crying, clenched her teeth in anger and loudly asked the man present if he had killed her husband. The villagers who came to the meeting immediately turned their heads to the side to look at the one the old woman was pointing at. The village elder, without showing any emotion, watched intently what was happening in the room and waited for the accused to answer in his defense. Song-sik's wife, addressing the main character, continued to say that she saw blood on the guy's collar and assumed that it was her husband's blood. Ja-yeon was very surprised to hear these accusations and looked at Hyun-myung with incomprehension. At this time, the guy was absolutely unperturbed and did not take these accusations seriously. Suddenly, the main character began to rise to his feet, simultaneously informing everyone present that he was leaving here. Hearing this, Song-sik's wife immediately began to loudly ask where the guy was going, assuming that he was leaving because he really killed her husband. To this, an angry Hyun-myung replied that he went because he saw no point in dealing with it. The elderly woman, interrupting the guy, jumped to her feet and began to speak loudly about how she saw someone's blood on his clothes. The guy was not very pleased and asked if the old woman would really accuse him of murder just because she saw a little blood. After this, the main character advised the elderly woman to pull herself together because she was already going crazy. At this time, Jia Yan did not interfere in the discussion, but only sat silently in her place, meticulously thinking about something. Suddenly, the girl jumped up from her seat and loudly declared that it was not Song Sik's blood. The elderly woman was very surprised by what she heard and did not understand what the girl meant. Jaeyeon said that when Hae Myung tried to neutralize Song Sik, the old man scratched the guy, so the girl believed that the blood that the old woman saw belonged to Hae Myung. After that, Jaeyeon took the main character by the chin in order to demonstrate to everyone present a small wound that remained after that fight. The girl thought that this was the most logical and plausible explanation. Hae Myung looked at Jaeyeon and did not understand why she was helping him. At this time, Sok-dae thought carefully about what the girl was telling him. Still, the headman agreed that it was quite logical, after which he turned to Mrs. Chang and asked what she thought about it. The elderly woman did not know what to answer and was unsure. However, she considered that it was not entirely impossible. Rising from his seat, Sok-dae said that he sympathized with Mrs. Chang's grief like no one else, but he could not allow her to judge the new members of the family so cruelly. The old man continued to say that Song Sik's wife usually did not behave like this, and suggested that evil spirits were involved, so he would pray to his mother and ask for understanding. Then the village headman said that Seok-ho and Hyun-sup would again start searching for the missing man. The men immediately confirmed this. After this, Sok-dae smiled good-naturedly and told those present that their meeting was over. People immediately began to rise from their seats and go about their business. Going out into the street, a joyful Jaeyeon turned to the main character and suggested that he was now her debtor. The man who clearly liked this girl was unhappy that she was talking to the main character, and this really irritated him. After everyone left the room, the village chief again turned to Seok-ho and Hyun-sup to give them another task. Sok-dae looked angrily after the main character as he left and ordered his subordinates to search his house. This morning was not a very calm one for those who worked at the police station. From behind the closed door came a loud voice saying that enough time had passed and asking why there was still no progress. The boss asked his subordinates how much longer they would mark time in one place. The man was also interested in where the results were, since the investigator himself had asked for this case. The man simply remained silent, apparently having nothing to say, and looked intently at his dissatisfied boss. The police chief continued to ask what his subordinates were going to do, since he relied on them because they had already solved a similar case. To this the man replied that only 10 days had passed. Then the boss loudly slammed his hand on the table and asked what his subordinates had done during this time, since the police had nothing but the image captured on a surveillance camera from the crime scene. The man reminded his boss that the best way to slow down a killing is to make it publicly available. The chief then asked the investigator if he had any idea how much press was focused on the case when they published the results of the investigation. The man replied that it was inevitable because it was a high-profile case. After that, the investigator recalled that the chief himself had agreed to make the investigation public in the hope of slowing down the growth of murders. These unexpected words made the police chief choke and start coughing violently. After that, he said that in any case, his subordinates needed to find something faster, because he was also under pressure from above. The investigator responded that they had only been searching overnight and had checked the surveillance cameras at the crime scene, but had not found anyone who had entered the building wearing the same clothes. The chief looked at the photo of the alleged criminal and asked if there really was anyone with exactly the same backpack. The investigator calmly replied that they had already started looking for people with the same backpack. Hearing this, the chief assumed that the police still had no leads. After this, the man waved his hand and ordered his subordinates to go and search everything thoroughly. The investigator and his partner bowed respectfully to the chief and then left the office. After some time, the guy asked the investigator why he was so angry at their boss. The man replied that he was already tired of this case. Then the guy suggested interrogating the daughter of the murdered men, but the investigator didn't think this idea was entirely reasonable. The man asked again if his partner really wanted to interrogate a 15-year-old child who had lost his parents just 10 days ago. Then the guy recalled the boss's words about how they needed to somehow move forward with the investigation. The investigator still stuck to his opinion and asked what the guy was going to ask the girl who arrived at the crime scene after everything was over. Suddenly, a policewoman entered the office and addressed Mr. Kang. The investigator immediately turned away from his conversation with his partner and looked towards the girl. She reported that the victim's daughter had arrived, but that same girl was standing next to her. After this, The policewoman told the girl that Mr. Kang was the chief detective. The man immediately got up from the table and asked what the girl wanted to tell him. The girl was very nervous, which made her hands shake. She began to say that she had found out about something a few days ago. Unable to hold back her tears, the girl asked if her words could help find the man who killed her parents. The detectives began to assure the girl that any information could help, and therefore asked her to tell everything quickly. Suddenly, the girl said that one of her father's cars had disappeared and thought that the killer could have taken it. Mr. Kang was very surprised when he heard that the girl's father had 2 cars. At this time, the main character came out of his house and closed the gate with a creak. It seemed like the guy was going to go somewhere because he took his backpack with him. Suddenly, Hyam Young remembered how someone had been watching him last night. Perhaps that was the reason why the guy was in a hurry to leave somewhere. The elastic band that the main character used to tie his hair remained on his hand. Hyam Young hesitated, and after thinking for a bit, he decided not to gather his hair and secure it with an elastic band. On the wall behind the altars, there was some kind of religious scene depicted with the participation of saints. Seokdae asked his subordinates if they had managed to find out anything. Seokho replied that he had been watching the guy for the last few days, but he had done almost nothing since his morning exercises. Therefore, it was difficult for the man to find time to search the house. The village elder was not happy to hear this, after which he thought about something. Tapping his fingers on the table, the elderly man finally asked what men thought would happen if they strayed from the righteous path. Hyunsuk was surprised by this question and knew what to answer. Seok-ho said that in their village this was not a good sign. Seokdae, taking a cigarette out of the pack, agreed with this and said that in their village, if you stray even a little from the path, punishment will undoubtedly follow. The old man continued to say that in such a case the person could hang himself or die in a fire, or the ghost would swallow him up and he would commit suicide. Hyunsup asked which of the villagers had strayed from Seok-ho's path, and also asked if Seok-dae's mother had shown him anything. Exhaling cigarette smoke, the elderly man confirmed that his mother had shown him how someone had killed Song-sik. Seok-ho immediately assumes that this is why the old man ordered them to search the main character's house. Hyunsup immediately began to say that he was right in his own interests. Seok-dae will continue to say that mom did not show him who exactly killed the old man, after which he said that Song-sik had no disagreements with the new resident of the village, so there was no motive. Having put out his cigarette, the elderly man only hoped that the killer was not one of his own. Suddenly, the village chief turned to Hyun-seup and asked if he had strayed from the righteous path. The man immediately began to get nervous and sweated as he felt Seok-dae's gaze on him. However, Hyun-seup replied that this was certainly not the case, because he was afraid of sharing Song-sik's fate. Hearing this answer, the village headman praised his subordinate. After this, Seok-dae, who seemed to have an ominous aura hovering around him, said that if the men did not intend to stray from the path, then they had nothing to fear. Seok-ho briefly replied that they understood everything. After this, the village chief began to laugh and ask his subordinates to be more cheerful because Song-sik had gone to heaven. He went on to say that in any case, the men should have followed the newcomer and searched his entire house, as there was no doubt that Song-sik had been killed by someone. Seok-dae also asked his subordinates to take the boxes when you leave. The men immediately looked at each other and smiled. Having done as the village headman ordered and going out into the street, Hyunsop was very happy when he saw what was in that box. The man looked at the thick wads of money and had no idea how much there was. In a very good mood, Hyunsop asked his partner why they don't go to a nice place today. This proposal made Seok-ho think for a while. It seemed that he was not eager to spend the money he had earned. The man looked at the box he received from Seok-dae and felt how heavy it was. Still, Seok-ho smiled and thought that his partner had come up with a good idea. Meanwhile, evening had already arrived. The last rays of the sun illuminated the multi-story buildings that made up the large city. The main character, along with his things, went into a small store to buy some food and 2 bottles of water. The guy who was standing at the checkout said that the guy had to pay for everything 98,000. One Hai Myung, not finding money in his pockets, assumed that he had already spent everything he had put aside. Then the main character asked the cashier to wait a minute and opened his backpack to take some money from there. The guy who was standing behind the cash register was very surprised when he saw that his client had several large bundles of money in his briefcase. The main character handed the cashier the required amount, which brought him to his senses after his strong surprise. After that, Hye Myung left the store and went about his business while the guy who was standing at the checkout immediately called someone. He told me with admiration that a guy had just come into his store with a wad of cash in his backpack. The cashier was overcome with excitement, from which he quickly tapped his finger on the table and told his interlocutor that he did not know who this guy was because he had not seen him before. After this, the guy asked if his interlocutor wanted to do this. Hearing a positive answer, he laughed in order to gather the guys for this matter. At the same time, Detective Kang and his partner had just left the police station. Trying to stretch his legs after a long, painstaking day of work, the man decided that he and his partner needed to go get something to eat. Then the man asked if they would continue working after he left, to which he received an affirmative answer. The man then asked if there was a good place here. Kang suggested going to the restaurant across the street and trying the spicy pork. Suddenly, the man asked the detective why there were two identical victims' cars. The lead detective suggested that he was not such a victim. Then the man assumed that the victim had a disagreement with someone. Kang thought that this option was quite possible. At this time, a taxi parked nearby in which Seok Ho and Hyun Seop were sitting. They came to the city in order to spend some money. Suddenly, Seok Ho turned to the driver and asked if he could take them back. Hyun Seop was very indignant because they had just arrived. Seok Ho asked his friend to look in the mirror. In the side mirror, the man saw the main character heading towards the taxi. Hyun Seop agreed that they needed to go back. At this time, Hye Myung saw a taxi and tried to call the driver to wait for him. But the driver already had passengers to take, so the taxi immediately set off without waiting for the guy. Driving further and further, Seok Ho explained to her partner that now they had a chance to search the main character's house, and they did not forget to miss such a chance. Hye Myung watched with annoyance as the taxi drove away into the distance, leaving him here. Scratching his head, the main character decided that he needed to wait a little for another taxi. On the other side of the street, the partners had already approached the restaurant. The man asked the detective if he would go inside. Kang answered that he would go in when he finished smoking. Inhaling tobacco smoke, the man looked with suspicion at what was happening on the evening street. He saw the main character who was walking somewhere with his suitcase on the other side of the street. Hye Myung smiled slightly as if he felt the gaze of the lead detective who was looking for the killer. At this time, Mr. Kang had already finished smoking, and shaking off the ash with his finger, put out the cigarette. Having exhaled the last of his smoke, the man looked ahead with a stern gaze and thought at the same time about how it had suddenly become colder here. The main character was walking along the evening streets of the city, dragging a suitcase on wheels behind him, the sound of which was heard throughout the area. Suddenly, the guy stopped near a dark alley and thought about something. Hye Myung smiled and thought that this was a good place to deal with his pursuers. Meanwhile, a group of unknown people with not the best intentions was already heading towards the main character. Having reached that very alley, one of the hooligans whom the store employee had called saw Hye Myung and thought that he had been caught. Coming closer and closer to the main character, the hooligan asked if he knew that they were following him. He also praised Hye Myung for finding such a quiet place, after which he ordered him to give him the bag and promised that they would let him go. Hye Myung was completely calm and only smiled slightly at this request. The guy started to warm up, saying along the way that kids these days have become completely fearless. The leader of the hooligan was surprised that the main character was warming up and assumed that he wanted to fight with them. Scratching his nose, Hye Myung replied that it wasn't quite what the bully thought. The next moment, the guy punched the leader in the neck with all his might. She didn't even have time to realize that the fight had already begun. After this, the main character swung his left hand while saying that he intended to teach the kids a lesson. A second later, the next blow followed, which hit the target exactly. This all only amused Hye Myung. After this, the main character took a more stable fighting pose, because this was far from the end. The guy suddenly kicked the hooligan's legs, causing him to lose his balance and fall to the ground. The leader of the hooligans fell to the ground with a crash, unable to hold back a cry of pain. After this, the guy turned to his comrades and asked why they stood still and did not help. To make the bully talk less, the main character hit him in the face again. After that, Hye Myung looked at the remaining hooligans and asked with a sincere smile who would be next. The guy who worked in the store was very surprised and scared by what he saw. His friend with pink hair turned to the guy with glasses and told him to get a knife. The hooligan immediately listened to his comrade and, taking out a knife, again ordered the main character to simply leave the bag and leave. Seeing this, Hye Myung was slightly disappointed and asked if this was really the knife that he should be afraid of. Suddenly, someone entered the alley and loudly addressed everyone present, drawing their attention to himself. It was Detective Kang who, seeing the hooligans, asked what was going on here. The guy in glasses asked what he needed and advised the man to go his own way. Mr. Kang scratched his head and assumed that his path had led him here. The knife-wielding hooligan in glasses did not believe these words and asked if the man was really from the police. Detective Kong immediately confirmed this and pulled out his police ID. After that, he explained to the hooligans that they were now participating in a group attack with aggravating circumstances. Hia Myung added that these guys threatened him and wanted to rob him. Detective Kong continued to say that all the hooligans were arrested for robbery with aggravating circumstances, since more than 2 people participated in the attack, and they also used weapons. Suddenly, the guy in glasses rushed at the policeman while turning to his comrades so that they could also help him defeat the man. Detective Kong neutralized the dangerous hooligan with one precise blow and continued to say that the detainees had the right to a lawyer and the right to refuse to give evidence that could be used against them. The man also said, while stretching his arm after a strong blow, that the hooligans could have filed a motion to the court to cancel the arrests. After this, Detective Kong said that if the detainees cooperate, he will not use physical force to defend themselves. The main character watched all this from the side silently. He understood that the fight was definitely over at this point. So the guy took his suitcase and went on his way without delay. Detective Kong asked the protagonist to wait, but he did not respond. Then the man loudly ordered the guy to stop. But the outcome was still the same. Meanwhile, it was already dark in the village. Someone was approaching the main character's house under the cover of night. It was Seok-ho and Hyun-sop who put aside their business to finally carry out the village chief's order. Hyun-sop asked his partner how they could get inside. Seok-ho replied that he would give the man a lift and he would climb over the gate and open the door for him. Hearing this, Hyun-sop nodded his head, indicating that he understood everything and agreed. And so it was done. Seok-ho successfully helped his comrade climb over the gate. Very soon, the man jumped to the ground with a loud sound and was already inside the yard. Hyun-sop quickly looked around to make sure that there really was no one in the house. After this, the man, as planned, opened the gate from the side that was accompanied by a loud sound of metal. Smiling widely, Hyun-sop asked his partner to go inside. Slightly bending his head down, Seok-ho walked through the gate and suggested to his comrade that they search everything quickly. Because of the darkness, none of the men noticed that the elastic band that the main character used to tie up his hair had fallen to the ground. Meanwhile, the taxi made its way through the impenetrable darkness, illuminating its path with bright car headlights. The main characters were sitting in the back seat of the car, thinking about something carefully while looking out the window. The guy snapped his fingers as if he was deeply troubled by some thoughts. Still, Hyun-myung felt that something was indeed wrong. At this time, Hyun-sop was carefully searching the main character's house, throwing everything around, and was indignant that he could not find anything. Despite his fatigue, the man continued to meticulously search everything, although he only found some junk and rags. Suddenly, someone's hand grabbed him tightly by the neck and a loud voice asked what he was doing. Hyun-sop was very surprised by this and thought that the owner of the house had already returned, although Seok-ho was outside and would not have let him through. Then the man saw that it was his partner and breathed a sigh of relief. At the same time, Seok-ho was very unhappy. The man looked angrily at Hyun-sop and asked why he had scattered things, after which he ordered him to put everything back as it was, because the owner of the house should not know that someone had been here. Hyun-sop, feeling a strong discomfort from the hand squeezing his neck, promised that he would clean it up. Hearing this, Seok-ho said that they had little time left and so the man had to hurry. Then Seok-ho said that as soon as the man returned everything to how it was, he should leave. Hyun-sop agreed with this. After that, Seok-ho left the house to finish searching everything on the street. Hyun-sop followed his partner with his gaze, smiling good-naturedly as he walked away. As soon as Seok-ho left the house, the smile on Hyun-sop's face immediately disappeared. The man frowned and quietly called his partner a scoundrel. At this time, the taxi continued to rush quickly along the road in order to take its client to the destination as quickly as possible. Suddenly, the driver saw something ahead and was very surprised, thinking that something had happened there. The main character here already slightly turned his head to the side in order to see what surprised the driver so much. Hyun-myung saw a bright red and blue light from police flashing lights burning in the distance in the darkness. Seeing this, the guy turned to the driver and asked him to stop for a while. The man became curious why this had to be done and assumed that the guy just wanted to see what happened there. The main character confirmed this, but at the same time, he wanted to smoke. Arriving at the right place, the guy saw that there were a lot of police officers around and a large crane was pulling a car out of the river. Hyun-myung immediately realized that this was the same car that he had recently sunk here in order to destroy the evidence of the crime he had committed. The main character, without showing any emotion, calmly lit a cigarette as he had planned. The taxi driver watched what was happening with interest and was surprised that the car was pulled out of the river. The policeman who was guarding this area asked the main character not to approach the crime scene, but the guy did not plan to do this. Myung just calmly smoked on both sides and seemed to watch what was happening with great pleasure. Soon he put out his cigarette and turning to the taxi driver, suggested that they hit the road. The man was surprised that the guy already wanted to leave. The man also did not understand why the car that the police were taking out was in the reservoir. Myung said that he did not know the answer to this question. Getting behind the wheel, the driver asked the guy if he was going to the village of Gwi Cheon, to which he received an affirmative answer. It seemed that the main character didn't like the fact that the man asked him too many questions. The next moment, the guy suddenly put his hand on the front seat and turned to the driver, who was very scared from the surprise. Myung asked the man to wait a few seconds and only then go because he still needed to see something. At this time, Detective Kong arrived at the crime scene with his partner. The man asked if they had found the same car that had been stolen, to which he received an affirmative answer. Then the detective asked how they managed to find the car since there were no cameras within 1 km of the scene of the incident. Mr. Kang's colleague responded only by saying that it was difficult for them to track down the car. The detective praised the man for his good work. After this, the taxi with the main character inside slowly drove away from the scene of the incident. Myung sat in the back seat of the car and laughed loudly, which greatly surprised and frightened the driver. The guy continued to laugh loudly because the detective who was looking for the criminal didn't even know that he was right in front of him. The lights were still on in the main character's house despite the late hour. Hyun-soop, as ordered, carefully folded the things that he had recently scattered, indignant at having to do this. The man sighed heavily because he wanted to go home, and I don't understand why he had to do all this. At this time, a taxi with the main character sitting in it had already arrived in the village. The car drove carefully along quiet village roads without making any unnecessary noise. Jaeyeon, who was returning home at the time, seemed not at all surprised to see a taxi in the village. Suddenly, the car began to stop, which attracted the girl's attention. The main character got out of the car and, taking his suitcase out of the trunk, asked Jaeyeon if the ice cream was tasty. The girl was very surprised to see her friend. She immediately asked where the guy was going with such a big suitcase. Myung explained that while living here, it turned out that he needed a lot of things, so he went to the city to buy everything he needed. Then the girl asked what was new in the city, but the main character did not answer this question and only handed Jaeyeon a small package. The girl was surprised by this and asked what it was. Myung asked her to just take it without further ado. After this, the main character went towards his home, wishing the girl good night along the way. Jaeyeon looked into the bag and saw that there were many different sweets and other delicious food there. This made the girl embarrassed, not understanding why Myung suddenly gave all this to her. At this time, Seok-ho entered the courtyard through the gate and called the village headman. Seok-dae opened the door and immediately asked the man if they had found anything in the main character's house. Seok-ho replied that there was nothing special there. This answer surprised the old man very much, so he asked again if there really was nothing suspicious there. Seok-ho confirmed this by saying that there was nothing at all in the house. Seok-dae replied that he thought so. After this, the village chief thought for a moment and asked Seok-ho what he thought happened to Song-sik. The man replied that judging by the wound on the old man's head, he was killed with an object that looked like an axe or something similar. Hearing this, the village headman's expression changed dramatically. The next moment, the old man began to laugh loudly, remembering the stump that remained after the villagers cut down the sacred tree. Seok-ho just silently watched what was happening. Seok-dae continued to laugh and think that all of this was incredible persistence. When the old man calmed down, he asked where Hyun-soop was. The man replied that he had made a mess in the house, so he told him to clean everything up. Hearing this, Seok-dae asked the man not to stay long and to quickly clean everything up and leave. Meanwhile, the lights were still on in the protagonist's house, indicating that Hyun-soop was still inside. Finally, the man did everything that was necessary, after which he turned off the light because he was about to leave. At that very moment, the main character, dragging his large suitcase behind him, was already approaching his house. Myung approached the gate but suddenly stopped and went down. The guy found a hair tie that he had left on purpose on the gate, and with a dissatisfied expression on his face, he thought that someone had been there while he was away. At this time, Hyun-soop was still in the house and slowly stretching, thinking that he needed to go home already. Suddenly, a loud sound was heard outside as Myung opened the iron gate to enter the courtyard. Hyun-soop heard this sound and became very worried, not believing that someone had already arrived. The man was very worried and listened to every rustle that came from the street to understand exactly whether someone had arrived. Meanwhile, the main character was getting closer and closer to the front door of his house. Suddenly, the guy stopped because he saw on the threshold in front of the entrance the shoes of the person who had supposedly entered his house. This amused the guy, who began to smile, unable to restrain himself from such absurdity. At this time, Hyun-seop nervously looked around, not knowing where he should run. The main character fearlessly opened the door, not afraid to see the person who entered his house. After that, he slowly approached the second door that led to the main room. Hye-myung entered the room where the lights were off, and there was no one. It seemed as if no one had entered this house. The main character began to look around carefully and serve himself in silence. Then the guy would carefully walk into the center of the room. I don't believe that the person who entered his house has already left. Suddenly, a barely audible noise was heard from the bathroom. Hye-myung immediately turned his head sharply in the direction from which the noisy sound was coming and looked there with displeasure. At this time, Hyun-seop tried to leave the house as quickly as possible by climbing out of the bathroom window. At that very moment, the main character burst into the room and seeing the man asked who he was. Without waiting for an answer, the guy quickly rushed towards the man who had entered his house and put his hand forward in order to immediately grab him. Hye-myung was just a little short of stopping Hyun-seop, who still managed to climb out the window. The man fell to the ground with a bang, scattering everything around him. The fall was not a pleasant one, as Hyun-seop was writhing in severe pain. Barely rising to his feet, the man cursed this house and the situation he found himself in. Suddenly, he heard loud footsteps coming from the house. The main character ran down the street to grab the man. Hyun-seop immediately jumped up and ran to the gate without shoes in order to leave this yard. Hye-myung was chasing a man. I don't know yet who exactly broke into his house. The guy didn't slow down at all and even sped up his pace, intending to catch the man. Hyun-seop saw that the main character was decisively approaching him closer and closer, which made him very nervous. Hye-myung had already put his hand forward to grab the uninvited guest. The next moment, the guy managed to do it. He grabbed the frightened Hyun-seop by the clothes, thereby stopping him. After this, the main character, with extraordinary rage and anger, pulled the uninvited guest towards himself. This was necessary in order to throw Idu to the ground so that he could no longer escape. Seeing the man, the guy recognized him and asked what he was looking for at his house. Hyun-seop was very nervous and didn't know what to answer. Hye-myung assumed that the man had listened to Song-sik's wife, who had said all sorts of things at the meeting, and now he suspected him. The guy was not very pleased to realize this. After this, the main character grabbed the man by the neck and again asked if he had listened to that absurd story and now suspected him. Suddenly, the main character began to squeeze Hyun-seop's neck hard, causing him to have difficulty breathing. Seeing this, Hye-myung asked what happened to the man and sarcastically suggested that he had difficulty breathing. Having started to strangle the man with both hands, the guy asked if it was possible to break into his house when he was not there and throw his things around. The protagonist did not loosen his grip and continued to tell the man that he had committed a real crime. Hyun-seop tried his best to break free, but he couldn't do it, which is why he kicked his legs and his hands shook. Almost rolling his eyes, the man said with the last of his strength that he had nothing to breathe. Looking at all this, the main character smiled and asked if Hyun-seop heard his words that the man had committed a crime. The night had begun long ago, but the bright glow of the full moon was already reflected on the surface of the river. Detective Kang looked at his colleague's work and thought that they were unlikely to find anything else in the water. His comrade agreed, saying that the criminal had probably abandoned the car and disappeared. After this, the man suggested to his friend that he step aside and have a smoke, and he agreed. Detective Kang's colleague borrowed a lighter from his friend and lit his cigarette. The detective was still thinking about the criminal he was looking for and suggested that he might have known that there were no cameras for 1 kilometer in Reduis. The second investigator suggested that this was how the criminal wanted to launch them. The detective was also concerned about where the criminal could have gone after he drowned the car, or whether he simply went on foot. The man turned to Mr. Kang and asked what they were supposed to do now, since it looked like they were back to square one again. The detective figured that he needed to talk to the victim's daughter again, because his main question was why her father used a car with fake license plates. After this, the man sighed heavily and grabbed his neck, which was already aching from the long and painstaking work. Suddenly, the detective looked up and wondered where the criminal could have gone. The man looked at the sign that said that the village of Gwi Cheon was 6 kilometers away, and the city of Gosun was 31 kilometers away. Through the thick fog, it was visible that in the house of the village elder, despite the late hour, the light was still on. Seok Ho ended the conversation and headed to his home. Seok Dae watched his subordinate go. Suddenly, the man saw one of the villagers and asked if he was going to the village elder. The man in the cap asked if he was at home, to which he received an affirmative answer. Seok Ho called the man inside. He timidly got ready and thanked the man. Approaching the gate, I saw the village elder, who was already about to enter the house. Seeing another visitor, Sokdae immediately asked him what happened and why he came so late. The man answered hesitantly that he needed to say something in his old age. The old man began to listen attentively to his guest. Then, looking away, the man timidly said that he would like to give something to his mother. Hearing this, the village elder was very surprised as his face instantly changed its expression. After this, Sokdae asked the man if he had thought about everything well, to which he slightly nodded his head, confirming this. Then the elderly man kindly invited his guest to come into the house while he made one call. The man immediately fixed it. When Sokdae was left alone, he called someone. The call was answered immediately. Smiling broadly, the village elder invited his interlocutor to come to his home. At this time, the main character did not loosen his grip and continued to strangle Hyun-seop, saying that he had committed a real crime. Hyun-seop tried his best to break free, but he couldn't do it. Almost rolling his eyes, the man said with his last bit of strength that he couldn't breathe. Looking at all this, the main character smiled and asked if Hyun-seop heard his words that the man had committed a crime. Hyun-seop's hands became weaker and weaker, making it less and less possible for him to resist. At the same time, white foam began to come out of the man's mouth. Hye Mi-young calmly looked at the man who entered his house and asked if he liked living there. After this, the main character began to strangle his opponent with renewed vigor, as if he was seriously trying to kill him right then and there. This caused Hyun-seop to stop breathing completely, and his eyes began to water. Suddenly, the main character let the man go, saying that he had no intention of harming him. Then the guy threatened that next time if Hyun-seop came to his house again, everything would end differently. The man didn't respond to this because he was coughing heavily and trying to come to his senses. Hye Mi-young asked if Hyun-seop understood him well, and then ordered him to go home. The main character wanted to say something else, but an unexpected strong kick to the face interrupted him. From the powerful blow, the guy fell to the ground, turning over several times. It turned out that it was Seok-ho who returned to check if everything was okay with his friend. The man turned to the main character and sternly asked what he was doing. Hye Mi-young didn't respond to this, but only wiped away the blood that was running down his lips. Seok-ho turned to the guy again and asked why he was strangling his partner. The main character quickly rose to his feet and, fixing his hair, said with a smile that this situation was already irritating him. Despite the late hour, the light was still on in one of the houses, indicating that the residents were not yet thinking about going to bed. The man sat outside his house and ate chocolate chip cookies with great pleasure. Ja-yeon asked her father if the cookies were tasty. The man immediately said loudly that they were only his. The girl knew well about her father's character, so she did not take offense at him, but only reminded him to eat more slowly. The man continued to look at his daughter suspiciously, as if he thought she was about to take his cookies. In order to dispel these suspicions, Ja-yeon showed the bag and said that she had more. The man immediately asked what it was. In response to this question, Ja-yeon took out some chocolate from the bag and showed it to her father. The man was delighted when he saw the chocolate and asked his daughter to give it to him. At this point, the girl said that she had already bought the main sushi cookie, but he still asked for chocolate. Ja-yeon laughed heartily at this because she enjoyed spending time with her father. The store, which was almost the only one in the village, was also still operating. The guy, entering inside, turned to his mother and told her that he had already arrived. The woman who was standing behind the counter immediately asked where the guy had been, to which he replied that he had been delayed by the village elder because he had business. Taking a pie from the counter to have a snack, the guy asked if Ja-yeon had come into the store today. The woman was very unhappy that the guy was asking about this girl again, and not about how her day went. The guy continued to say that she hadn't come at all lately. The woman was surprised by this, and said that Ja-yeon came every few days for chocolate cookies and only went home 10 minutes ago. Hearing this, the guy headed for the exit. His mother immediately asked him with displeasure where he was going, to which the guy replied that he was going home. At the same time, the guy began to blush, frowning and thinking about the fact that when he stood behind the counter during the day, Ja-yeon did not come. The guy assumed that the girl was avoiding him. With these thoughts, the angry guy left the store and threw the uneaten pie on the ground in rage. Suddenly, the guy saw the same man who had recently come to the village elder to do something. The still angry guy immediately turned to Min-soo and asked what he was doing here. The man was very excited and didn't even know how to answer this question. The guy continued to say that the man didn't come here often, after which he saw that Min-soo was hiding something from him in his hands. The man said that there was nothing special about it. The boy looked at the man suspiciously and assumed that he had gone to see the village elder. This idea was prompted by the box that Min-soo tried to hide. The headman usually gave out a considerable reward in such boxes. The guy's mood changed dramatically. He was very happy for the man and praised him, saying that he should have done this a long time ago. Suddenly, Min-soo sharply waved his hand, not allowing the guy to touch him. In surprise, the guy immediately moved his hands away. Min-soo was very nervous and was breathing heavily, clenching his teeth tightly, as if he was very afraid of something. After that, the man went on his way. The guy continued to say after him that he did everything right, but these words did not console Min-soo at all. As soon as the man walked quite far away, the guy's expression changed dramatically again. He called Min-soo a scoundrel, as if he was very jealous of him. At this time, a fight was going on near the main character's house. No matter how hard the guy tried, he still couldn't defeat Seok-ho. All of Hae-myung's attacks were unsuccessful. The guy received blow after blow, from which he fell to the ground again. Seok-ho turned to the main character again and calmly asked why he was strangling his comrade. The man also suggested that he might have misunderstood something. Meanwhile, the guy had already gotten to his feet and was coming to his senses after the recent blow. Shaking off the dirt from his clothes, Hae-myung asked if he shouldn't have stopped the man who broke into his house. The next moment, the main character decided to rush at his opponent again and therefore quickly ran in order to reduce the distance between them. Hae-myung swung his leg sharply, asking as he did so whether his actions were natural. The main character was very tense because he intended to put all his strength into this blow and decide the outcome of the fight right now. A moment later, the guy's leg hit Seok-ho's leg hard. He wanted to knock the man down with this attack. Unfortunately, Hae-myung didn't even come close to doing what he had planned. Seok-ho was still standing there without even moving. The main character was surprised and at the same time frowned with anger while calling the man a cabinet with handles. Hyun-sup, who had been watching the fight all this time and holding his neck, which was hurting a lot, saw this and began to smile and say that now the guy was definitely dead. At this time, Seok-ho had already swung his big hand and was about to strike back at the main character. The man seemed to have underestimated his opponent as Hae-myung managed to avoid the attack quite easily by bending down slightly. After that, the guy tightly squeezed his left hand with his right hand in order to strengthen his next attack. The next moment, a loud blow echoed throughout the area as Hae-myung struck Seok-ho's stomach with all his might. This attack was quite noticeable, causing the man's face to twist in severe pain. However, this was not enough to win. As punishment, Seok-ho grabbed the protagonist by the hair. With a sharp movement, the man pulled his opponent away from himself and at the same time swung his left hand. After that, Seok-ho attacked the guy with all his might, causing him to fly far back. Hyun-sup continued to watch his comrade's work with admiration. The blow was so strong that it took the main character some time to stop rolling on the ground. The fight didn't end there. Seok-ho walked up to his opponent and grabbed him by the hair again. Hae-myung was already completely exhausted, so he didn't resist it in any way. At the same time, Seok-ho, let's teach the main character a lesson, swung his left hand clenched into a fist again. Hae-myung tried to somehow defend himself, but it was useless because the fist was already flying towards him at great speed. Very soon he reached his target, which completely discouraged the main character from continuing the fight with Seok-ho. Hyun-sup was very pleased to watch his comrade deal with the guy who left bruises on his neck. Seok-ho didn't relax his bloody fist for a while, thinking that the fight could still continue. Still breathing heavily, the man turned to Hyun-sup and ordered him to leave. The man was very happy to hear this from your comrade. Finally, Hyun-sup turned to the main character lying on the ground and advised him to walk around the village more carefully and look around. Hae-myung didn't react to this in any way and continued to lie on the ground with an indifferent look, thinking about what had happened. Suddenly, for some reason, the guy's mood changed for the better. The next moment, the main character began to laugh loudly, although it seemed there was no reason for this at all. For a while, Hae-myung laughed, thinking that it was even more fun this way. The silence of the night was broken by the loud laughter of the main character, which echoed throughout the area. Hyun-sup, hearing this, immediately turned around and assumed that the guy had been hit hard on the head and had gone crazy. The man fell a little behind his partner. Catching up with him, Hyun-sup continued to say that now Seok-ho was like a real brother to him. The man rejoices and says that he feels better after he sees how his partner beats up the main character. Hyun-sup also believed that the guy should have been beaten even more and dragged through the mud. After this, the man put his hand on Seok-ho's back and praised him, calling him his brother again. Suddenly, Seok-ho felt a strong pain under his chest that caused him great discomfort. Hyun-sup didn't notice this and offered his friend to drink at his expense today. Seok-ho waved his hand at this suggestion and said that they should quickly go and tell the village elder about everything. The man fell ill and recalled the moment when the main character hit him in the stomach with all his might. Now this pain was really bothering Seok-ho. Why was he all red and could hardly breathe? The next day, Detective Kang was already at work early in the morning and was quickly walking somewhere along the long corridors of the police station. The man entered one of the offices and, seeing a worker sitting at a computer, praised him for doing a great job. The young guy, without taking his eyes off the monitor and continuing to type on the keys, asked what brought the man here. The man took the guy by the shoulder and was surprised that he was all about business and didn't even look at people when he was talking. The guy was glad to see that it was Detective Kang. After that, the guy asked what happened and why the man didn't write in advance that he would come here. The guy was also interested in how the detective had settled into his new place and whether it was worth it, since they hadn't seen each other for a long time. Mr. Kang suggested to his old friend that they talk about everything later, because now there were important things to do. The man continued to say that 3 hooligans who were accused of assault and robbery were supposed to be brought to this police station. The detective then asked whether these hooligans had been detained without a search. The guy confirmed this. Having heard this, the man said that he had to talk to the detainees and asked if the guy could arrange this meeting. The guy was surprised. We didn't understand why the detective needed to talk to petty hooligans, but he didn't ask any unnecessary questions. At this time, the main character was sitting on the threshold of his house and smoking, recovering from what had happened to him the previous evening. Hyam-young raised his head and thought about what a pig Seok-ho was and believed that he couldn't handle him with just his fists. Suddenly, something caught the guy's attention. It instantly made the main character forget about what happened to him last night. Hyam-young looked at the ceiling of the veranda and didn't understand why one of the boards was sticking out. The main character was so irritated by this that he could not sit still and therefore began to get to his feet. In order to quickly solve the problem that had arisen, the guy simply hit the board hard with his hand, trying to put it in place. The next moment, the main character quickly jumped to the side as if he was afraid of something. As it turned out, this was done for a reason, because the board that was so annoying to the guy fell down with a crash, almost hitting him. Hyam-young looked at the ceiling with regret and thought that now the board had finally flown out. After that, the guy looked at the floor and looked with incomprehension at what he saw there. There was some kind of paper bundle of documents lying on the floor, which was wrapped in plastic film. It was hidden behind that very board. A small sparrow sat quietly on the roof of the house, resting after a long flight. The sudden loud sounds alarmed the bird and made it spread its wings again and fly away. The main character, standing on the ladder and holding a hammer in his hands, was pleased that he had finally solved the unexpected problem with the ceiling in the veranda. Suddenly, the guy heard someone knocking on his iron gate. An uninvited guest came to the main character's house once again. After that, Hyam-young heard a familiar voice calling his name from behind the gate. The main character understood that this man would not leave so easily, so he headed to the gate to find out why he came. Opening the door, Hyam-young saw Ja-yeon in front of him. He immediately asked what she needed. The girl replied that she heard that the guy had a fight with Uncle Seok-ho. A moment later, looking closely at the protagonist's face, Ja-yeon was surprised at how serious everything was. But the guy replied that there was no need to worry because everything was fine. The girl continued to be surprised that the main character did not even treat the wounds he received. It was as if she knew that this would happen, so she took a first aid kit with her. Ja-yeon looked at the main character with a kind smile and sincerely wanted to help him. Seeing this, Hyam-young did not resist, but even though he did not show it, he was surprised by the selfless care from the girl. After some time, the main character was already sitting on the threshold of his house and Ja-yeon was treating his wounds. Soon the girl stuck the last patch on the guy's face and said that everything was ready. Hyam-young started saying that these were just bruises, so he didn't understand why there were so many plasters. The girl replied that she needed to somehow secure the healing ointment. After this, the main character asked how Ja-yeon knew that he was injured. The girl replied that even a fool could understand this, and was glad that the guy remained alive after the fight with Uncle Seok-ho. Hyam-young then suggested that in this village people knew absolutely everything about each other. Ja-yeon confirmed this, and said that in their small village there were only a few families at most, so it was not surprising that everyone knew about the lives of others. The girl continued to say that this village was like a tree. All the inhabitants in it were like branches that grew from the main root, which was the headman. That is why the girl advised the main character not to make enemies for himself, but instead to make friends with the rest of the villagers. Hyam-young thought about Ja-yeon's words, especially her example of the tree and the growing branches. Still, the guy agreed with the girl's words and said that he would try to do as she advised him. At this time, everything at the police station was organized the way Detective Kang wanted. The man interrogated the hooligans and concluded that, seeing a lot of money in the victim's bag, they decided to attack him. One of the hooligans confirmed this, saying that everything was exactly like that. The main one among them immediately asked the investigator why they were there. The guy was angry and said that the police had no right to detain them like that, so he didn't understand why the hell they were sitting in that cage. Mr. Kang was surprised that the hooligans should have been sent to a pretrial detention center, but they were unhappy because of the cage. After this, the man asked the hooligans not to worry, because he only wanted to ask them a few questions and then let them go. The detective continued to say that he was troubled by one thought, namely that he had never seen the victim in this area before, and in addition, he had a lot of money in his bag. Mr. Kong looked at the wanted poster and said that she was the most important one left. What the detective meant was that this guy appeared just after he made his last move. After this, the man abruptly attached a wanted poster to the cage, showing him as a hooligan. The hooligans were surprised that the guy they attacked was wanted, but they didn't understand what the detective was getting at. The man asked the hooligans to take a closer look at the photo of the wanted criminal. After that, looking closely at the guys and smiling broadly, Detective Kang asked if the physique of the criminal and the victim weren't too similar. At this time, another meeting of residents was taking place in a low stone building in the middle of the village. It was already coming to an end. Sok-dae said that everything was in order in the village, and in that case, everyone could return to their business. Suddenly, the same guy who worked in the local store approached the village elder and drew his attention to the fact that the main character had again not come to the meeting. The older man also noticed this and assumed that the guy was apparently trying to create a barrier between himself and the rest of the villagers. Song Chang was also unhappy that the newcomer did nothing for the benefit of the village, so she did not understand why the residents kept him here and suggested driving him out. The headman laughed at this and asked what the old woman was saying because he couldn't kick anyone out of the village if someone already lived here. Suddenly, the elderly woman said that if Sok-dae really wanted to do this, she could do it in a jiffy without any problems. One of the people present quietly turned to another villager and asked if Song-sik had disappeared right after a new villager had appeared. The man agreed with his friend and also quietly said that before the guy arrived, the village was completely calm. The room where the meeting was taking place was instantly filled with barely audible whispers. Everyone was discussing the main character and his involvement in the strange events. The village headman heard everything perfectly well and seemed to be very pleased that the people treated Hye Myung badly. Ja Yeon, who was also present at the meeting, began to get very nervous from the atmosphere of hostility towards the main character that had developed here. At this time, one of the residents who was late was already approaching the building where the meeting was taking place. The next moment, the door to the room suddenly opened and a satisfied protagonist appeared on the threshold. Everyone present immediately stopped their conversations and turned their gaze to the guy who had suddenly appeared. Most of the meeting participants were not happy to see the guy here, and only Ja Yeon expressed strong surprise. Hye Myung looked around and smiled when he saw that everyone he needed was present. The next moment, the main character declared that he was already ready to take on some responsibilities and work for the good of the village. All those present immediately stopped their conversations and turned their gaze to the unexpectedly appearing protagonist. Most of the meeting participants were not happy to see the guy here, and only Ja Yeon expressed strong surprise. Hye Myung looked around and smiled when he saw that everyone he needed was present. The next moment, the protagonist declared that he was ready to take on some responsibilities and work for the good of the village. After these words, absolute silence reigned in the room. Hye Myung stared at those present and observed their reactions. This decision was influenced by what happened a few days ago. After Ja Yeon treated the main character's wounds, she asked if he would really try to get along with the villagers. Having received an affirmative answer to this question, the girl also asked whether the guy would be able to take care of himself. To this, the main character asked the girl if it was time to leave. Ja Yeon realized that the guy did not want to talk anymore, and so she got ready to leave. Finally, Hye Myung thanked the girl for taking care of him and helping to treat his wounds. Hearing this, Ja Yeon smiled and nodded her head slightly, accepting the guy's gratitude. After this, the iron doors that fenced off the area from the rest of the street closed. The guy returned to the house and thought that running around the entire village did not give him much, and now he only knew where and what was located, so he needed to get closer to the locals. The main character was also concerned about why the documents and bank accounts that he accidentally discovered were hidden on the roof. Curiosity drove Hye Myung so crazy that he decided to play by the local rules and start working for the benefit of the village. After hearing this, all the participants of the meeting looked intently at the main character and did not dare to express dissatisfaction. Ja Yeon was glad to see the guy there and waved her hand to greet him, The local store worker clearly didn't like this friendly gesture. Lighting a cigarette, the village elder remembered that when he offered the main character a job last time, he flatly refused. So the old man was interested in why the guy suddenly changed his mind. Staring at Hiem Young, the older man suddenly asked if he was planning something. This question amused the guy so much that he began to smile and said that it was he who was suspected of killing that crazy old man. Song Sik's wife, although she didn't express it anymore, still had her own opinion about the guy, so she really didn't like these words. However, the main character continued to say that the suspicions about him were so strong that people decided to search his entire house. Hiem Young then confidently asked if this wasn't all because he was new to this village. To this, the headman apologized for Hyun Seop entering the main character's house without permission and explained that Song Sik was his close friend and that was why he was not himself. At that moment, Hya Myung was thinking about what a liar Seok Dae was, because the guy knew perfectly well that the old man himself ordered the burning of his friend's body. The headman continued to speak and clarify whether the main character wanted to fulfill his role in the life of the village so that he would finally be accepted as a legitimate resident. Hyun Young confirmed this guess and added that in addition to everything else, he would very much like to get along with all the residents. After putting out your cigarette, Sokdae suddenly make a barely noticeable gesture with your fingers, hiding your index finger behind your middle finger. At the same time, the elderly man carefully considered everything he heard from the main character and intended to make his decision. However, the village headman agreed and said that from this evening onwards, the main character would patrol the surrounding area together with Hyun Sop and Seok Ho. It seemed that Hya Myung was very happy with this decision and therefore agreed to the old man's proposal without further ado. As soon as it got dark outside, the main character had the opportunity to prove himself at a new job. While the men were alone on the street, Hyun Sop looked at the time and was indignant that their new partner was still not there. The man thought that the guy was so impudent that he dared to be late. Hyun Sop also said that he didn't imagine how Hya Myung was going to keep an eye on the surroundings with them after Seok Ho beat him up. The man also did not understand why the village elder put the main character to work with them. Seok Ho briefly responded that the old man must have had his own reasons for this that they could not understand. At that moment, the main character slowly emerged from the darkness and turning to his new partners, asked if they had been waiting for him for too long. After this, the guy immediately asked what exactly he was supposed to do at this job. Hyun Seop was still outraged that Hya Myung volunteered for this job but dared to be late on the very first day, so he said all this straight to the guy's face. After these words, the main character suddenly began to come closer and closer to the man. Coming as close as possible, Hya Myung apologized for being late. Hyun Seop felt awkward, so he accepted these changes. Then Seok Ho turned to his partners and suggested that they head out to work. The protagonist agreed with this, saying that I should have wasted more time. Seok Ho seemed to not believe in the guy's initiative and therefore suspected him of some hidden motives. Still, they all went to patrol the night streets of the village, lighting their way with a flashlight. Seok Ho explained that every evening they went around the entire village to check if everything was okay. Hyun Seop added that at the same time, they made sure that no outsiders came to the village. Hya Myung was surprised by this and asked why outsiders weren't allowed to come here. Seok Ho explained that they had nothing to do in their small village, so it would be very suspicious if they showed up here. The main character heard this, clearly hinting at himself, and suggested that perhaps these strangers had relatives living in the village. Suddenly, a patrolman came out to meet a guy who worked in a store and praised the man for working hard. Hyun Seop immediately asked if the guy was coming from work. The guy confirmed this, and covering his eyes with his hands, asked the man not to shine the flashlight directly into his eyes. Hyun Seop just laughed at this and started to twirl the lanterns in his hands even more to amuse himself. The guy who unexpectedly met the patrolman on the way continued to say that there were no problems with the goods, but there was something else. Suddenly he noticed the main character who had also been patrolling the village since that evening, so Hyun Seop went silent. He didn't understand what the reason was and asked the guy to tell him if there was any problem. The guy suggested that the man talk about everything in private later. Only after these words did Hyun Seop realize that Tae-oh didn't want to talk in front of the new guy. At this time, the main character looked at the guy with displeasure because he thought it was suspicious that he didn't want to tell him everything. Then the store worker said goodbye to his friends and wished them good night before heading home. Hyun Seop and Seok Ho also said goodbye to him. After that, Hyun Seop turned to the main character and said that he and Seok Ho would go to a house nearby, but the guy should stay here. Hya Myung was already interested in what was in that house. The man answered that a sick person lived in it, and the villagers themselves looked after him. Seok-ho suggested to his partner to do everything quickly, since they still had to go around half of the village. Hyun-soop agreed with this. After this, the men went into the house, leaving the main character alone. In order not to waste time, the guy took out a pack of cigarettes. Hyun-myung looked at the men who were walking further and further away, and smilingly wondered if their conscience had awakened when they burned Song-sik's body. While lighting a cigarette, the main character saw Hyun-soop and Seok-ho knocking on the door and informing the owner of the house of their arrival. Hyun-myung thought about what the men had told him recently and believed that their words were another lie. The main character looked into the windows of the house that his partners entered, but he saw nothing because there was no light on inside. The few cigarette butts that lay under Hyun-myung's feet indicated that the guy had been waiting here for quite a long time. Finally, some sounds were heard outside the gates, indicating that the main character's partners were already returning. Once outside, Seok-ho turned to Hyun-myung and said that they should go and continue their tour of the village. The main character asked if there were any other houses that needed to be checked. The man denied this and said that only this house needed to be checked. After this, the men went forward. Seok-ho noticed that their new partner had fallen behind and told him to hurry up. The main characters took another look at that very suspicious house in order to remember well what it looked like and where it was located. After some time, the tour of the village was completed near the main building where meetings of local residents were held. Hyun-myung warmed up and said that the work was much easier than he thought. Seok-ho explained that they simply patrolled the village every evening and nothing more. After that, the guy said that they all did a great job today, and turning around decided that he would go home. Hyun-soop turned to his partner and said that the new guy wasn't completely hopeless, after which he asked if he was also going home. Seok-ho replied that he still needed to meet with Tae-oh. Hearing this, the man bowed respectfully and said that they had done a good job today. After that, Hyun-soop raised his eyes and stared intently at the departing Seok-ho. After some time, the man approached a local store that was still open because the light was on. Tae-oh came out of the store and offered his friend coffee in an aluminum can. Seok-ho did not refuse. Then the man turned to the guy and asked what the problem was if everything was fine with the product. Tae-oh hesitated and could not explain what happened. Seok-ho asked the guy not to evade and to say everything directly. The guy nevertheless timidly began to say that the problem was that none of the delivery people answered his calls. What he heard surprised Seok-ho greatly, causing him to instantly become angry and begin to stare at Tae-oh with a stern gaze. The clock that hung on the wall of one of the houses indicated that it was already quite late. Despite this, the old man still did not sleep. Literally taking himself in his arms, he could not fall asleep because his whole body ached badly. The man lay with his eyes wide open, and on top of everything else, everything was itching terribly, which caused him even more discomfort. He began to scratch his neck vigorously in order to somehow relieve this unpleasant feeling. No matter how hard he tried, it didn't help, but only brought more pain and suffering. Suddenly, someone began to quietly open the door that led to the bedroom where the man was lying. The man who entered the room and saw the man was surprised that he was still not asleep. The main character greeted the owner of the house with a slight smile on his face. Tae-oh hesitated and could not explain what happened. Seok-ho asked the guy not to evade and to tell everything exactly as it happened. The guy nevertheless timidly began to tell that the problem was that none of the delivery people answered the calls. What he heard surprised Seok-ho greatly, causing him to instantly become angry and begin to stare at Tae-oh with a stern gaze. The guy, very nervous, continued to say that he had been trying to call them for several days, but no one answered. Seok-ho was very unhappy with what he heard, and then began to get up from the table in order to approach the guy. The man asked why Theo only now told him about this. The guy feels guilty and explains that he thought the delivery people were busy, and that's why they didn't answer. An angry Seok-ho suddenly started pouring coffee on the guy's head, while saying that his job was only to tell about everything immediately. Tae-oh asked for forgiveness for this. After this, the man asked if the village headman was aware of this problem. Tae-oh answered that Seok-ho was the first one he told about it. Then the man clenched his fist tightly, thereby crushing the aluminum can, and said that talking to Theo would not help the matter, so it was necessary to call everyone tomorrow and decide what to do. Tae-oh didn't argue with this. After that, Seok-ho threw the aluminum can on the ground and thanked the guy for the coffee. When the man left, Tae-ho was finally able to show his true feelings. He was very angry at Seok-ho and thought that he was a scoundrel. The clock that hung on the wall of one of the houses indicated that it was already quite late. The man who entered the room and saw the man was surprised that he was still not asleep. The main character greeted the owner of this house with a slight smile on his face. The man immediately asked who was there and asked if Seok Ho and Hyun Seop hadn't come before. The man then explained that he had poor vision and asked the stranger to scratch his back. Suddenly, the man started screaming and asking why the guy didn't do anything because the itching was getting stronger and causing him terrible discomfort. Looking at all this, the main character assumed that he would not need a backpack, after which he asked what was wrong with the man and assumed that it was hives, but there was nothing on the skin. The man with wide eyes continued to scratch his face and said that of course it was not hives because it was God's punishment. Hyem Young was very surprised when he heard this and did not understand why a man could receive such punishment. The man said with horror that he shouldn't have cut down that tree, but he disobeyed and now he was suffering so much. He believed that by doing so, he had brought upon himself the wrath of the gods. The thought of this made the man dig his nails into his skin and scratch his face. Taking the pillow in his hands, the main character assumed that the man was talking about the sacred tree that grew at the beginning of the village. After this, the guy turned to the man and asked if it was really he who cut down that tree. The man continued to scratch his face and regret that he did not listen to the old woman, because this tree was the one that was supposed to protect the village. Hearing this, the main character asked which old woman the man was talking about, assuming that it was Zhongjia's grandmother. The man confirmed this and again said that he should have listened to her. After this, the man continued to scratch his faces, his eyes wide open in realization of what he had done. Hyem Young stood quietly nearby and watched what was happening without interfering in the process. Suddenly, the man began to cough and a stream of blood gushed from his mouth. After this, the man's hand fell down dead. It seemed that he either lost consciousness or died. The man lay with his eyes open and his face bloody and showed no signs of life at all. For some time, the main character simply looked at the man lying in bed, not understanding what had happened to him. Finally, he turned to the man and asked if he was okay, but all he heard in response was silence. Then Hyem Young began to take off the rubber glove from his hand in order to check something. The main character put his finger to the man's nose to check if he was breathing. Hyem Young realized with horror that the man was not breathing and could not believe that he had died so suddenly right before his eyes. The next day came. From the very morning, the village elder and his subordinates had to find out what happened to the delivery men. For this, they called Theo. From a small building located near the village elder's house, the boy's screams and sincere apologies could be heard. Also present at the interrogation were Seok Ho, Hyun Seop, and several other villagers who knew about everything. Hyun Seop turned to Tae-ho and rudely asked if they had entrusted him with something impossible to do. The man then asked the frightened guy if it was really so difficult to report information to them on time if something was wrong. To this, the guy only asked for forgiveness for his mistake. For this, he received a strong blow to the face. After that, Hyun Seop grabbed the guy by the hair and asked if he really thought it was that hard. The man was already preparing to strike again, but the guy sincerely asked for forgiveness and said that he was very sorry. Theo folded his hands in front of himself and promised that next time he would make every effort and try hard to not make such mistakes again. These words only made Hyun Seop smile. It seemed like the man was about to hit the guy again. Suddenly, the door to the barn where the interrogation was taking place opened in that direction. The man in glasses who looked inside informed everyone present that the village elder was coming here. Seeing the elderly man, Hyun Seop immediately froze in place and did not carry out his plan. The man lowered his hand and relaxed it, realizing that he would no longer have to use his fists. Seokdae entered the room and, knowing full well what had been going on here before his arrival, ordered his subordinates to stop it. After this, the elderly man turned to Theo. The guy was already prepared to tell everything he knew, without hiding anything. The head man asked how many days the couriers had not responded. The guy replied that they had not responded for 5 days, although he had tried many times to contact him to send the goods, but no one picked up the phone. Hearing this, the elderly man calmly said that mistakes were inherent in everyone. The elder continued to say that in any case, this was the last delivery, and the goods had not gone anywhere. Theo was glad to hear that the old man was not angry with him. Seokdae looked at the guy and continued to say that he was still interested in knowing the reason why the delivery men did not respond. Theo immediately bowed before the village elder and promised that he would find out everything about it. At this, Seokdae smiled slyly and asked the guy if he could handle it. Suddenly, the silence of the village streets was pierced by the sound of police lights. It was unclear what the police were doing in this village. Hyun Seop got scared and assumed that Tae-ho had told someone about their affairs, but the guy insisted that it wasn't so because he didn't look like a crazy person. One of the men adjusted his glasses and turned to Seok Ho and asked if the police had called him. The man checked his phone and denied it. One of those present immediately said that he would go and check whether the goods were securely hidden. The village headman thanked Yong Sam for this work. After that, the boy immediately left the barn. Then Seok turned to Hyun Seop and asked him to find out why the police had come. The man nodded his head, obeying this order. After this, the elderly man wondered what had happened and why the police had arrived so suddenly. The old man thought that she had arrived without prior warning and did not understand what they needed here. In addition to the police, an ambulance also arrived in the village and took away the body of the man who died that night. Alarmed, Chilbok approached the police officer and asked if the man had been killed. The young man replied that they still had to investigate it. After that, he asked the elderly woman how she discovered the body. The old woman explained that today it was her turn to visit the man, and when she saw him in such a state, she immediately called the police. The guy asked Chilbok to tell him more about the line, but the elderly woman insisted that the man had been killed and asked if that was the case. The policeman calmly explained that this was exactly what they were trying to find out, and that was why he needed the old woman's testimony. Suddenly, Chilbok started shouting loudly that there was no need to investigate anything, because everything was clear anyway. The guy sighed heavily and continued asking under what circumstances the elderly woman discovered the body of the deceased, and why she was so sure that it was murder. The old woman continued to loudly say that she was sure of this because the culprit was in the village right now. These words surprised the young policeman. He then asked if the old woman had any suspicions, to which he received an affirmative answer. Hyun Seo was watching all this from afar. Seeing Chilbok talking about something with a policeman, the man immediately stepped aside. He then called the village headman and assumed that the police had come from the especially serious crimes department to investigate the crime. Hyun Seop also hesitantly expressed his guess that they came to the village for Song Sik's disappearance. After this, the man assumed that it was Chilbok who called the police, because she was now talking to one of them. Having heard all this, the village headman ordered his subordinate to go back. At this point, the conversation ended, so Hyun Seop ended the phone call. The man looked angrily in the direction where Chilbok was standing and, sighing heavily, called her a crazy scoundrel. At this time, the elderly woman grabbed the policeman by the hand and led him somewhere, asking him not to fall behind. The guy was very surprised and asked where the old woman was dragging him. Soon Chilbok stopped and pointed her finger at the house where the main character lived. The old woman repeated several times that he lived there. The elderly woman pounded her fist on her chest and screamed loudly about how she was soaked. He pointed his finger again at the house, which was surrounded by green gates, and she directly stated that this was where the killer lived. The young policeman was very surprised when he heard this and did not understand why the old woman spoke so confidently in her words. The main character, as always, was jogging every day and was thinking that during his entire stay in the village, he had not heard that many ghosts lived here. Besides this, the locals constantly talked about some mother who always punished the guilty. Hye Myung did not understand at all what was happening here. Suddenly, the guy remembered the bloody face of the man who died last night without even closing his eyes. These obsessive thoughts haunted the protagonist even during his morning jog. Suddenly, the guy stopped to put everything in order in his head and come to his senses. Hye Myung was breathing heavily from fatigue and couldn't believe that the man had died due to some kind of divine punishment. Still, the main character considered that all this was nonsense and fiction, and so he continued his training with peace of mind. At this time, someone was loudly knocking on the iron gate that separated the main character's house from the rest of the street and asking if the guy was home. It was Chilbok who demanded that the guy open the door and say that the police were with her. A young policeman standing nearby tried to explain to the elderly woman that she could not accuse an innocent man without any evidence. These words made the old woman immediately stop knocking and with wide eyes stare at the guy. Soon she started screaming again because she was outraged by the policeman's words that this guy was an innocent man. The policeman continued to insist on his own and said that they had not even conducted a proper investigation, so no evidence had been found yet. The main character, who suddenly appeared from behind, agreed with this and said that the old woman should not have accused everyone left and right of committing the murder. The policeman immediately asked who Hye Myung's boyfriend was and calmly replied that he was the owner of the house. Then the guy showed his ID and said that he was Sergeant Sun Hyun Ho from the Gusong Hye Myung police station and asked what brought the officer there. The guy said that the police were informed about a death in the village, so they came to question the residents. Now the main character understood why there were so many police cars and an ambulance here. Suddenly, Chilbok made her presence known and began to approach the main character, calling him a cunning scoundrel who pretended to be an innocent person. Pointing her finger at the guy, the angry elderly woman asked if he had really killed Mr. Lee too. After this, the old woman directly stated that the death of her husband and Mr. Lee was the work of the main character. Hya Myung was very unhappy with these accusations in the presence of a police officer, which is why he looked angrily at the old woman with furrowed brows. At this time, Hyun-sup had already returned to the village headman's house and intended to enter the house to tell everything. Seok-dae heard someone enter the house and asked if it was Hyun-sup, and he received an affirmative answer. After this, the elderly man asked his subordinate what the situation was like on the street. Hyun-sup couldn't find the words to express everything he saw for a while. Seok-dae asked the man to tell it like it was. Hyun-sup began to explain that Chil-bok led the policeman to the house of a guy who had recently moved in, so the man thought that the village chief should call someone. The older man was surprised by this and asked why the man felt that this needed to be done. Hyun-sup was very nervous as he told that he and Seok-ho had broken into the main character's house yesterday and that the police had arrived today, so the man was afraid that the new guy could shift suspicion onto them. Seok-dae still didn't understand why he was advised to make this call, because it wasn't them who killed Song-sik. Hyun-sup immediately started shouting, saying that of course it wasn't them who did it, because they were only carrying out the orders of the headmen. Hearing this, the village elder asked why the man was so worried, since it was not he who committed the murder. Suddenly, Tae-gil approached the elderly man and asked for permission to speak. Seok-dae listened carefully to the man. Tae-gil began to say that Chil-bok might have mentioned Song-sik's disappearance to the police officer. The man says that if this was the case, the police will start searching the mountain in search of the old man. This thought alarmed the village elder. However, the older man agreed that such an outcome was likely, which made him think about solving this problem. After this, the old man concluded that in this case all this would not end well, so he took the phone in his hands. The village headman quickly dialed the right number. For some time he had to listen to the beeps because no one answered the call. Finally someone picked up the phone, after which Seok-dae greeted his friend and exchanged pleasantries. After this, the elderly man casually asked his interlocutor if he wanted to come for fortune-telling. At this time, the unpleasant conversation and accusations near the main character's house were still continuing. The young policeman was already tired of listening to the village with his hands between the two live baits, from which he sighed heavily. Finally, he turned to the boy and the elderly woman and suggested that they first calm down. After this, the policeman asked the old woman if she meant that the main character killed her husband when she recently remembered him. Chil-bok confirmed this. Then the guy asked if the old woman had any evidence of this crime, such as the murder weapon or her husband's body. The old woman was very surprised when the policeman asked her if she had her husband's body. The young man scrupulously tried to find the words and said that he understood that it sounded strange, but the presence of a body could significantly facilitate the process of identifying the criminal. Unexpectedly, the main character suggested that the old woman did not have her husband's body because it was not a murder but a disappearance. The policeman was surprised to hear this. He immediately asked what the guy wanted to say. Hye Myung pointed his finger at the elderly woman and said that she had accused him of murder for quite some time now. Despite Chil-bok's angry face, the boy continued to say that the old man had not been seen since he threatened him and stabbed someone else with a knife and then fled the village. Then the main character, with a smile on his face, suggested that it didn't even look like a disappearance, but rather like an escape. The guy also said that at every meeting Chil-bok called him a murderer. After that, he asked the policeman if he could sue the old woman for slander. Suddenly, Chil-bok started screaming again and pointing her finger at the main character, saying that he was the one patrolling the village last night. The guy didn't understand what this had to do with the matter. The elderly woman also spoke loudly to the policeman and said that this scoundrel was patrolling the village, and then Mr. Lee was found dead. Kim Young calmly responded that he had indeed been on patrol the previous night, but only 2 men had entered that house. Chil-bok asked if the guy wanted to say that he stayed outside while Hyun-sup and Seok-ho entered the house. After that, the old woman loudly asked what the guy was doing at that time. To this question, the main character calmly answered that he simply remained to wait on the street. After this, the guy assumed that the elderly woman was now trying to frame 3 people at once as the murderers. Suddenly, the policeman loudly addressed Hye Myung and Chil-bok and asked them to stop arguing so that they could calmly sum up the situation. Then the young man asked whether the elderly woman's husband had really attacked the main character and someone else with a knife and then disappeared. The police officer also asked if Hye Myung had really been patrolling the village, and when his 2 companions entered that house, he remained outside, after which Mr. Lee was found dead in the morning. After this, Sun Hyun-ho stated that given all this information, the police would have to conduct an investigation. The young man thought that it was necessary to find out where Chilbok's husband had disappeared to, and also how this old man had threatened Haya Myung with a knife. There, the police officer was interested in the question of why none of them reported the incident to the police. The old woman and the protagonist silently looked at Sun Hyun-ho, not knowing how to answer this question. Chilbok began to get very nervous and think about what they needed to do now. The elderly woman turned her gaze to the main character, hoping that he would somehow be able to get out of this. Hye Myung calmly told the policeman that he was not hurt and therefore saw no point in calling the police. Suddenly, Chilbok started pushing the policeman and asking him to go and investigate Mr. Lee's death. The guy was surprised and did not understand why the old woman suddenly started acting like that. The old woman continued to push Sun Hyun and shout that he needed to start investigating right away, because the sooner he started, the faster he would put the scoundrel behind bars. The main character calmly watched as Chilbok led the policeman away from the house, even though he said that they were already conducting an investigation right now. In order to speed up Sun Hyun-ho, the old woman asked him to go away with her and talk in private. The main character calmly watched all this and smiled, perfectly understanding that the old woman was deliberately taking the policeman away from him so that the two of them would not have problems. Sun Hyun-ho was indignant because of the old woman, he was unable to find out the whole picture of what was happening. Chilbok responded to this by saying that the policeman himself told her that he intended to immediately begin the investigation. The guy confirmed this, but besides everything else, he needed to find out from the main character what he did after the patrol. Then the old woman suggested that the policeman go and ask the guy about it. At that moment, Sun Hyun-ho unnoticedly turned on the voice recorder on his phone and asked why the old woman was so sure that it was this young man who killed her husband. The young policeman assumed that the elderly woman saw it with her own eyes or heard it from someone. Suddenly, Chilbok stood there because she wanted to tell the policeman something very important. The elderly woman suggested that the policeman might not believe her, but still said that he told her about it himself. The guy was surprised by this and asked if the guy would tell the truth about the murder if he really did it. Chilbok clarified that her husband told her about it. Hearing this, Sun Hyun asked if the old man had turned into a ghost after his death and told his wife who had killed him. The old woman confidently confirmed these words. After this, the young policeman realized what he was dealing with and therefore turned off the recorder, since he no longer needed a recording of this conversation. Sun Hyun-ho exhaled heavily, regretting that he had wasted so much time. The guy then said that he would go to the scene of the incident for further investigation. Chilbok loudly asked if the officer didn't believe what she said. The elderly woman was very angry and, clutching herself with her hands, asked why the policeman did not believe her words. Suddenly, the old woman began to scratch her neck and asked why absolutely no one believed her. After this, Chilbok, opening her eyes wide, repeated the same thing again. At the same time, she began to scratch her neck more and more. The village headman nevertheless met with his friend and told him that this time they were lucky with the documents, so his career was not in danger. The man sitting opposite was glad to hear this, but Sokdae continued to advise him to be more careful with those around him. During the fortune-telling process, the elderly man sat with his eye closed as if he was watching a vision and retold what he saw to the man. When it was all over, the old man opened his eyes and looked at his friend. After this, the elder handed the man a talisman and said that since he wrote it using his mother's power, good luck would definitely accompany him. The man, who was clearly a representative of the authorities, hid the talisman in his pocket and, smiling, said that since the old man had said so, he had nothing to worry about. After this, the man put a large wad of money on the table and said that it was the old man's payment for his work. Then the mysterious visitor asked if something had happened to the headman because he was surprised by his sudden call. Sokdae was in no hurry to tell the real reason why he asked the man to come to him and instead lit a cigarette. However, the elderly man began to say that nothing of the sort had happened, since an old man suffering from a chronic illness had just died the other day, and that was why the police had arrived. The man listened attentively to the old man. The village elder assumed that the mother was very unhappy with the appearance of a stranger in the village. The old man continued to say that the more such strangers there were, the angrier she would become. So he was worried that his mother's anger could also befall the congressman who was sitting opposite. Sokdae also said that he had already told the man about his fate, but he could not even imagine what would happen if his mother's anger touched him. From these words, the congressman began to become noticeably nervous. After this, the man who was about to leave bowed respectfully to the old man and suggested that they sort this out first. Seok Ho, who was standing nearby and not smoking, heard that the guests were about to leave. That's why the man immediately put out his cigarette because he had things to do. The congressman turned to Seok Ho and asked if the judge had arrived. The man did not answer this question, but only asked if the guest had already left. After that, Seok Ho handed the congressman a small box and asked him to take it, because it was a gift from the village headman. Man, you already asked what it was. Seok Ho bowed respectfully and explained that Seok Dae wanted to support the congressman in his new job. The man accepts this gift, assuming that it was exactly what he thought it was. Seok Ho only nodded his head slightly, as if confirming the famous guest's guess. At this time, Chilbok was at home and standing at the stove preparing her lunch. A large pot in which soup was already boiling stood on the stove and was under the close supervision of the mistress of the house. There was clearly something wrong with the elderly woman. From that day on, she continued to scratch her neck and hands, which caused deep wounds to appear on her skin. Suddenly, the soup from the pan began to spill onto the stove because it had been on the fire for too long. Chilbok didn't react to this at all, continuing to hold her neck and looking ahead with empty eyes while thinking about her disturbing thoughts. A week had already passed since Mr. Lee's unexpected death. The police station was, as always, in full swing. The police chief scolded Sun Hyun for not only insisting on hiding the body from the village, but also for the fact that an adult man who was waving a knife had disappeared there. The guy tried to explain that since the day of the incident, the attacker had shown no signs of life, so there were suspicions that he was a criminal and at the same time missing. The police chief looked sternly at the boy and asked if his job was to find criminals and send them home. Sun Hyun-ho denied this and tried to explain everything to his boss, but he didn't want to listen to the guy at all and asked him to go back to work. After these words, the young policeman realized that it was useless to argue, so he obeyed the order of his superior. Soon the guy returned to his workplace, which was located in the Department of Especially Serious Crimes. Sun Hyun-ho sat down in his chair and looked into the distance without initiative, completely depressed after his conversation with the police chief. Suddenly, someone called the guy, causing his phone to vibrate loudly, attracting his attention. Sun Hyun-ho immediately answered the call. It was Detective Hyun Kang calling, saying that he and the guy needed to meet. After some time, the young policeman came to the establishment, where a meeting with an old acquaintance was scheduled. When he met with Detective Sun Hyun-ho, he asked what the two men were doing in the cafe. Hyun Kang replied that he just wanted to have a cup of coffee and see the guy. The young policeman was surprised by this, but still sat down at the table. Meanwhile, the detective continued to say that after coffee, he was going to stop by the crime scene. Sun Hyun-ho immediately asked if they had found any additional evidence. The man said that the car had been pulled out of the water, but there was nothing in it. Detective Kang continued to say that the criminals had perfectly cleaned the interior of the car, which was spotless. After listening carefully to all of this, Sun Hyun-ho decided to tell about how the investigation went for him. The guy said that they had recently received a message about the death of a man who was coughing up blood and eventually died. Hyun Kang was surprised by this and immediately asked how old the deceased was. Sun Hyun replied that he was 6 years old and had been ill for a long time. Also, only local fingerprints were found in the deceased's house, and there were many scars on the man's body. The guy continued to say that this seemed strange to him, so he began to look for the family of the deceased to get permission to conduct an autopsy, but it turned out that he had no relatives at all. Detective Kang was surprised by this. Sun Hyun-ho added that the deceased's family register contained information about his parents, but they had already died. After this, the man asked what the young police officer Sun Hyun was planning to do. He replied that no matter how you looked at it, it looked like an unnatural death, so he insisted on an autopsy. The young policeman continued to say that the scratches on the man's body were self-inflicted and that the test results showed that he'd had a heart attack. After hearing all this, Detective Kang asked if the guy had any suspicions and why he was inclined to perform an autopsy. Sun Hyun said that one old woman kept telling him that the man was killed by a guy who also lived in the village, so their team took on the case. The man then asked if the young policeman had insisted on an autopsy, based solely on what the old woman had said. Sun Hyun assumed that Detective Kang would have done the same in his place. After that, the guy said that perhaps his premonition played a role in this situation, because if the old woman had not blamed that particular guy for the murder, he would not have become so fixated. Suddenly, it was as if lightning had struck the guy. He immediately turned to the detective and said that the suspect he was looking for and the guy from the village were very similar in appearance and age. These words shocked Detective Hyun Kang, causing him to open his eyes wide and immediately ask where that guy was now. As soon as night fell, impenetrable darkness descended on the village, which meant that the main character had to go to work again. Hyun Sop saw Hyam Young, who was slowly walking towards him and waving his hand. The man was very unhappy that the guy was late as always. Approaching Hyun Seop, the main character asked where the big guy was. The man replied that Seok Ho was busy and therefore would not be able to go with them today. With a slight smile on his face, Him Young asked if they were patrolling the village today only in their own. After this question, an awkward silence fell because Hyun Seop still remembered well what happened when he was alone with Him Young. This silence was broken by the main character who suggested that his partner go on a journey. Hyun Seop immediately agreed. For a while, Hyun Seop and Him Young walked silently through the pitch-black streets of the village, lighting their way with a flashlight. Suddenly, the man turned to the main character and asked if it was because of him that the police had recently come to the village. The guy confirmed this and said that there was no other reason for their appearance. Hyun Seop visibly tensed up at these words. Him Young continued to say that the police were not too talkative because she was afraid that the villagers would tell everyone everything. Hyun Seop began to assure that they did not do anything like that. The protagonist asked if these words were really true and suggested that in that case he had nothing to worry about. Hyun Seop responded to this with a smile, that it was better when the village's issues were resolved by its residents themselves and not dispersed throughout the area. Suddenly, Him Young began to say that ever since he arrived here he had been wondering why the sacred tree at the entrance to the village was cut down. This question shocked Hyun Seop. The alarmed man immediately turned to the main character and asked if he was talking about the guardian tree. Him Young assumed that it was the name of the tree, but it didn't matter to him anyway, since the guy was most interested in why the residents cut it down. Hyun Seop briefly replied that there were reasons for that, after which he asked why the main character was so interested in this. The guy didn't answer this but just silently began to approach his partner. Still, Him Young explained that he was a little sad because the tree he remembered from his childhood was no longer there. Suddenly, the conversation between the partners was interrupted by Theo loudly asking Ja-yeon why she was returning the bag of groceries to him. The girl insisted that the guy take them. To this, Theo asked if she was making such a fuss over some products. To this, Ja-yeon handed the guy a bag and said that she appreciated his action, but she didn't need it because she was fine. Theo loudly asked again why the girl couldn't just take the bag. Ja-yeon thanked the guy but insisted on her own. This conversation was interrupted by Hyun Seop, who approached Tae and asked what he was doing there. The man was also interested in why he and Ja-yeon were walking around at such an hour. At this time, Ja-yeon looked at the patrolman who suddenly appeared from the darkness in surprise. She was clearly glad that they appeared. She was especially pleased to meet the main character. Hyun Seop continued to talk and assumed that Tae-oh and Ja-yeon were here on a secret date. The girl immediately began to deny this and explained that the guy gave her a bag of sweets, but she did not want to take them because she was on a diet. It seemed like it was absolutely true, because Ja-yeon was actually holding a small bag of sweets in her hand. Hyun Seop began to dissuade the girl, saying that she shouldn't have given up because she wouldn't gain weight from sweets alone. Tae-oh agreed with this and asked the girl not to make a mountain out of a molehill. Ja-yeon was not at all happy that Hyun Seop interfered in this, because she could not name the real reason why she refused the gift. The main character noticed that the girl felt uncomfortable, so he decided to intervene. Suddenly, without further ado, Him Young approached the girl and began to extend his hand to take the bag. Taking the package, the guy calmly said that he would eat it all himself if the girl didn't want to. This surprised everyone present. The main character looked at the sweets and thought that since Ja-yeon was on a diet, there was no point in wasting these products. Theo was very angry at the protagonist for this act and mentally called him a scoundrel. After that, the patrolling of the village continued. Soon, Him Young and Hyun Seop approached Chilbok's house to check if everything was okay there. At the same time, Hyun Seop asked why his partner interfered at such a good moment. Him Young replied that the girl herself said that she did not need sweets, so he took them. Suddenly, something really surprised Hyun Seop, so he started shining a flashlight to get a better look at what was happening near Chilbok's house. Soon the man saw the owner of the house herself, who was sitting in the dark in a cage with chickens. Him Young did not recognize the old woman who constantly accused him of murder and asked if there was really a man in the cage. Hyun Seop thought that was exactly the case. The man continued to watch closely what the man was doing in the dark, but suddenly something happened that left him dumbfounded on the spot. Even the main character, who knew how to maintain his composure in any situation, was speechless from what he saw. The next moment, the partner saw Chilbok, who was looking at them with a crazy look and was eating chicken alive. Some time passed. On the altar near the statue of Buddha, 2 candles were burning, illuminating the gloomy room. The village elder and his subordinates sat and discussed what had happened. The old man said that despite all his attempts to drive away the evil, the villagers still died suddenly, so he assumed that the reason for this was someone's intervention. After this, Seokdae turned to Hyun Soo and asked if she had taken care of Mr. Jang. The man did not answer because he was in a state of shock and trembling with fear. The village elder turned to the man again, but he continued to tremble and speak incoherent nonsense. This already began to anger the elderly man, from which he began to scold Hyun-soo, calling him a scoundrel. But this did not change anything. Suddenly, Seokdae said something loudly in an incomprehensible, ominous language. Hyun-soo heard these words and immediately stopped trembling and turned his gaze to the village headman, listening to him attentively. Seokdae closed his seeing eye, but his blind eye began to glow brightly with a red light. The old man seemed to be not himself and asked the man if he was scared. After this, the old man raised his hands up as if in prayer and asked why Hyun-soo was afraid since his mother was looking after him. At the same time, Hyun-soo and Seok-ho simultaneously bowed respectfully and raised their hands up, simultaneously expressing their respect to their mother. Seok-dae asked again in an ominous voice if Hyun-soo was scared. The man was very nervous, but overcoming himself, he said loudly that he was not afraid while his mother was with them. Hearing this, Seok-dae, shrouded in an ominous atmosphere, remained silent and looked at his subordinate. It all ended when the old man calmly opened his seeing eye. After this, the village elder extended his hand to the pack of cigarettes that was waiting for him on the table so that he could smoke. Lighting a cigarette, the elderly man agreed that their mother was looking after them, so they had nothing to fear. Hyun-soo and Seok-ho immediately agreed with the words of the village elder. Carefully shaking the ash from his cigarette, Seok-dae decided to give an order to his subordinates. According to the passionate village, the men had to move some things and burn everything. This morning in the village, it was completely calm. The local store was already open and ready to receive customers. Theo sat silently behind the counter, but simply in the store, and thought about something meticulously. The guy remembered how the main character took the bag of sweets that was intended for Ja Yeon. This really angered Tayo, who believed that this scoundrel did it on purpose. Unexpectedly, Hyun-seop came into the store and turned to Tayo and asked him to give him a pack of cigarettes. The guy immediately asked what kind of cigarettes the man needed. Hyun-seop replied that he wanted the cigarettes that Seok-ho smoked. Then the man went to the refrigerator with drinks and began to be indignant that there was no coffee there that he liked. After that, Hyun-seop put the aluminum can he liked on the counter and asked how much he had to pay for everything. Tayo said that the man only had to pay for the cigarettes. Without any objection, Hyun-seop placed a 50,000 won bill on the counter. After that, the man opened a can of coffee and said a toast so that changes would come into Tayo's life. The guy laughed at this and thanked Hyun-seop for it. Suddenly, Theo hesitantly asked the man if he was familiar with the new guy who had just recently appeared in the village. Hyun-seop asked if the store worker meant the guy he was patrolling the village with, then asked why Theo was asking about this. The guy replied that he was just curious. Suddenly, Theo asked if this was the guy who had beaten up Hyun-seop on the very first day. These words made the man choke and start coughing. The store worker saw that the man was feeling unwell and asked if he was okay. Hyun-seop asked for a napkin. After this, the man continued talking about the main character and claimed that there was nothing special about him. Theo was surprised by this. Hyun-seop continued to say that Hye Myung was a weakling who would attack strangers like a chihuahua. This comparison amused the store employee. The guy was glad that he wasn't the only one who disliked the main character. At that moment, a car pulled up to the store, the owner of which was clearly not a local resident. This car belonged to Detective Hyun Kang, who went into the store to buy something for himself. Hyun-seop immediately looked at the stranger. After that, the man silently walked over to the drinks refrigerator and began choosing an item while Tayo and Hyun-seop watched him closely. Hyun-seop was surprised at how strong the stranger's physique was and wondered if he could compete with Seok-ho's brother. Soon the detective made his choice and approached the counter to pay for the drink. Along the way, the man told the guy who was sitting behind the counter that he was looking for a guy in this village. Hearing this, Theo began to get very nervous and asked if the stranger was looking for him specifically. To this, Detective Kang only smiled and, trying to find the words, said that the guy he was looking for was more handsome than the store employee. Soon, Hyun Kang's car was already approaching the house where the main character lived. Stopping at the green iron gate, the man got out of the car and slammed the door. The detective was in no hurry to call the owner. He decided to first have a smoke and think everything over. The man was surprised that the guy he was looking for went to a godforsaken village at such a young age. Having finished his cigarette, Detective Kang finally decided to go to the gate and call the owner. The man carefully knocked on the iron door and asked if anyone lived there. No one answered, So the detective began to knock louder and announced that he was from the police. However, this did not produce any results and no one showed up anyway, so the man began to think whether he should just leave. At that moment, the green iron door suddenly began to creak open. The main character looked out into the street and asked who was bothering him. The detective was surprised that the owner was still at home. After this, the man greeted the guy and asked if he remembered him. Hye Myung briefly replied that it was so and asked why the policeman was there. The detective began to say that the guy did not even imagine how desperately he was looking for him. Hye Myung was surprised by this and asked why the man was looking for him. Hyun Kang began to say that the main character had to cooperate with him and give his testimony. The man also said that the guy could not simply refuse this. The main character was not at all inspired by these words and asked the policeman if this was really necessary. After this, Hye Myung asked if he had done something illegal in front of the man, which is why he decided to make an arrest on the spot. The detective just laughed at this. After this, Hyun Kang suggested that for the protagonist, that situation might indeed have seemed like that. Unexpectedly, Hye Myung took a few steps towards the man in order to get closer to him. After that, the guy calmly asked if they would go to the police right now. Hyun Kang was surprised and began to deny it. The man then asked the protagonist for permission to simply check his ID. For a moment, there was absolute silence. The detective and Hye Myung stared at each other, not understanding what would happen next. Nevertheless, the main character calmly turned back and said that he would go get his ID. Hyun Kang was surprised by this and wondered if the guy was planning to deceive him somehow. After some time, the main character returned back to fulfill the policeman's request. Hye Myung turned to the man, who had already managed to light a cigarette to while away the wait, and said that he had brought his documents. Hearing this, the detective began to rise to his feet in order to find out the information he needed. There was some kind of package in the back pocket of the man's pants. Hyun Kang asked the boy to let him look at his ID card. Hye Myung did not object. The man saw that the main character was born in 1998. He photographed this and other information on his phone. After this, the detective returned the guy's documents without demanding anything else from him. Hye Myung asked if the policeman needed anything else. The man replied that that was all, and thanked the guy for his cooperation. Suddenly, the detective took that same roll of paper out of his pocket, and handing it to the main character, asked the guy to take it for himself. The surprised protagonist asked the men what it was. Hyun Kang, with a smile on his face, asked the boy to take a closer look and report to the police if he saw anyone similar. Hye Myung immediately unfolded a sheet of paper which turned out to be a wanted notice for the criminal depicted in the photographs. The main character became very angry at what he saw and frowned. It seemed like the guy was about to tear the piece of paper. At this time, Detective Kang, without removing the smile from his face, said goodbye to Hye Myung. That evening, someone broke into the house of the deceased Mr. Lee, even though it was sealed by the police. Hyun Seop and Seok Ho, following the village chief's orders, worked tirelessly and carried out all the things from the house. After the bed was moved, a tired Seok Ho asked his friend to go and tear the linoleum off the floor. Hyun Seop, who was also very tired, agreed to do it without objection. After this, the man went to work in another room, leaving Seok Ho alone with himself. The man wiped the sweat from his face and thought about how they had put in so much effort every day, but Mr. Lee had still met sudden death. Seok Ho was amazed at how vile the evil spirit was that took the old man and then raised his hands up to pray for his soul. Soon Hyun Seop's voice was heard from the next room, which distracted Seok Ho from his prayer. The man reported that he had already removed the lint. Hearing this, Seok Ho immediately went to the next room to check the quality of the work done. When the man entered the room, Hyun Seop looked at the floor and said that seeing all this, he understood that they had really come here many times. Also looking at the floor, Seok Ho briefly asked Hyun Seop to collect everything and burn it. In the very corner of the room, under the linoleum, lay a whole mountain of such small sheets of paper. Upon closer inspection, it could be seen that these were talismans that were intended to ease Mr. Lee's suffering. Sitting outside a local store, Ja Yeon was languishing in the heat and told her interlocutor that she felt as if it was summer. In order to somehow ease their condition, the girl and Hye Myung ate ice cream together. Unexpectedly, the girl thanked the main character for what he did last time. Hye Myung was surprised by this because he did not understand what Ja Yeon was talking about. The girl, embarrassed, clarified that she thanked the guy for taking away the sweets that Theo tried to give her. The main character replied that he took them simply because the girl didn't need them. However, Ja Yeon, who was still embarrassed, thanked the guy for intervening in that situation. Suddenly, the girl fell silent and looked to the side because something there caught her attention. The village elder and his subordinates were walking towards our heroes. Ja-yeon immediately stood up from her seat and bowed respectfully to greet Seokdae, and the older man greeted the girl in return. After this, the old man looked at the main character, as if he was expecting something from him. Hye-myung noticed the village chief's gaze, but instead of bowing like the girl, he only nodded his head slightly. Without saying a word, Seokdae and his subordinates passed by as they were in a hurry to get somewhere. All that could be heard was Hyun-seop saying that he never thought that all these misfortunes could happen because of cutting down that tree. Ja-yeon watched her acquaintances as they walked further and further away and assumed that they were very busy with something. Suddenly, the main character turned to the girl and said that he had a question for her. Ja-yeon immediately asked what the guy wanted to know. Hye-myung asked the girl if she knew why the sacred tree was cut down. In surprise, Ja-yeon abruptly lowered her hand. This question shocked the girl so much that she dropped her ice cream from her hand. The main character noticed this and realized that the topic related to the sacred tree was taboo in this village. They talked about this the previous times when the guy asked the villagers about it. Suddenly, Ja-yeon turned around, very nervous, and started to leave, saying that she had completely forgotten that she still needed to buy cookies for her father. After this, the girl quickly said goodbye to the main character, leaving him alone with his thoughts. Seeing off Ja-yeon with his eyes, Hye-myung smiled and thought that the girl probably also knew the reason why the sacred tree was cut down. At this time, the village headman and his subordinates came to the house where Chil-bok lived. Seokdae turned to the elderly woman who was clearly worried about something and was scratching her arm and neck non-stop. The old woman looked at the village elder with frightened eyes and asked if she really ate the chicken alive. Hyun-seop clarified whether Chil-bok really didn't remember how he and the main character helped her that night. The old woman was very surprised when she heard that the guy who had recently come to this village was helping her. Hyun-seop confirmed this. Chil-bok continued to scratch her neck vigorously and said that she could not remember anything about it. After this, the village elder turned to the old woman and asked why she was scratching herself all the time. Chil-bok thought this question was inappropriate because she was scratching herself because her neck was itching terribly. Next, Seokdae turned to Seok-ho and asked the man to untie the bundle he was holding in his hands. The elderly woman did not understand what was happening and, continuing to scratch herself, asked what was in the package. At this time, the village elder sat down on the floor and laid out the things that were in the bundle in front of him. The old man said that it was a brush made from the wood of a peach tree struck by lightning with hair from the tail of a white horse. A small transparent jar contained cinnabar ink that had been made that morning. While Seokdae was busy with all the necessary preparations, the old woman asked why he brought all this. To this, the village headman briefly replied that Chil-bok herself knew all about it. Dipping his brush into the red ink, the old man continued to say that Chil-bok had met his retribution. The old woman was very surprised by what she heard and, continuing to scratch her neck, asked what Seokdae was talking about. The elder began to carefully write symbols on paper and said that because of retribution, the old woman was easily influenced by ghosts, and the creature she saw recently was not her songsick. When everything was ready, the old man asked Chil-bok to keep this talisman with him because it scared away ghosts. Suddenly, the old woman began to scream loudly, not understanding why the curse of retribution had passed on to her, since it had originally been on Mr. Lee. Seokdae waved his hand to make the ink dry faster and said that he was interested in how long this curse would last on the old woman, because it was very strong. After this, the old man handed over the Chil-bok talisman and asked her to take it, because it would not allow ghosts to enter her. The old woman continued to scream and beg for the village chief to save her from this curse. After this, the old woman began to cry and beat her chest with her fist, simultaneously asking her mother to save her child and show leniency to her daughter. Suddenly, the village headman grabbed Chil-bok's hand to calm her down and prevent her from hurting herself even more. Then the elderly man silently placed the talisman against evil spirits he had just made into her hand. After this, Seokdae asked Chil-bok to hold on and endure this ordeal steadfastly. Trying to suppress all my negative emotions and bad thoughts, the elderly woman clutched the talisman tightly in her hand. At this time, the village elder turned to his subordinates and said that they already needed to go back. Meanwhile, painstaking work continued at the police station in order to catch the criminal as quickly as possible. Detective Kang turned to his colleague and asked if he had already checked the information he had provided. The guy replied that everything was already ready, but it turned out that the main character had never come to the attention of the police and was not even a witness. After that, he suggested that the detective was wrong to suspect this guy because he could simply be avoiding the police because he was afraid of the publicity. To this, Hyun Kang asked why the guy then used only cash and settled in a village far from the city. After this, the detective asked his partner to start the check again and not to rush. The guy obeyed the order without objection. While the check was going on, the man did not move away from the monitor and also carefully looked at the information available in the database. After a while, the enthusiasm in the detective's eyes disappeared, because as was said earlier, the police had nothing at all on the main character. The guy then asked if Hyun Kang would exclude this guy from the list of suspects. The detective briefly replied that he had no intention of doing so. Instead, the man offered his partner to go with him to the address listed on Hiem Young's ID. The guy was very surprised by this proposal and did not understand what his colleague was planning to do. Soon night began to fall on the large metropolis, which was preceded by a quiet autumn evening. Theo, who was going to spend it in the city, called someone on the phone and told his interlocutor that he was already at the second entrance to the metro. The man on the other end said that the guy should have crossed the road to meet him. Theo replied that he understood where he should have gone and would come now. Soon the guy found himself near a cafe with a bright sign that sold ice cream. An adult man in glasses who ordered a small portion of ice cream was surprised at who he was about to meet. The man saw Theo and waved his hand at him, drawing attention to himself, while thinking that his boss had a reliable character. As soon as the guy sat down at the table, the man immediately asked him if anything had happened on the way here. Theo replied that everything was fine. Looking around, the guy suddenly asked why they met in this particular ice cream cafe. The man thought it was a stupid question and replied that it was because he liked ice cream. After that, he said that he was looking for the person Theo spoke to, but was unable to find him. The man was surprised at how this person managed to hide so masterfully. These words angered Theo, who thought that the man was making fun of him. The guy didn't understand why. He couldn't believe that he had been called here to say that nothing could be found. The man sighed heavily and said something else in the back pocket of his pants, that their detective agency did not do its job haphazardly. After this, the man placed a small piece of white paper in front of his customer. Theo looked at this sheet with confusion and asked what it was. The man explained that he managed to find one person using the photo the guy sent him, and it turned out he had a child. The man then assumed that this man with the child was the one Theo was looking for. After this, the man asked his customer what he thought about this. Theo, without further questions, replied that he would pay for the man's work and asked him to send him a photo and address of this man with the child. Meanwhile, on the other side of the city, in a residential area, events important to this story were also taking place. The guy hoped that the detective was not going to enter the apartment because the suspect could have simply changed his place of residence without registering, and now someone else could be living there. Hyun Kang's partner also insisted that it was illegal and reminded them that they were police officers. The unexpected detective turned to Min-guk and grabbed him by the shoulder, which immediately made the guy fall silent. The next moment, the man said that if his partner would talk less, everything would be fine. Then Min-guk asked the detective how he was going to get inside since the door was closed and hoped that the man would not break it down. At this, Hyun Kang asked his partner to step aside, simultaneously pushing him out of his way. From the strong push, Min-guk was unable to stay on his feet and fell to the floor. After that, the guy asked if the detective was really going to guess the password and suggested that at this rate he would never open that door in his entire life. Min-guk was wrong and the door opened the first time. The guy was surprised and immediately asked how the man knew the password. The detective calmly replied that he simply kept track of the apartment owner's date of birth. After this, the doors to apartment 304 began to open, letting in uninvited guests. Detective Kang walked into the apartment with a satisfied look and asked his partner to keep up and follow him. Min-guk was not at all enthusiastic about this idea and thought that he and Hyun Kang were in serious trouble. After a successful approved password, the door to apartment 304 began to open, letting in uninvited guests. Detective Kang walked into the apartment with a satisfied look and asked his partner to keep up and follow him. Min-guk was not at all enthusiastic about this idea and thought that he and Hyun Kang were in serious trouble. The detective quickly examined the apartment and concluded that there was no one there, so his partner did not have to worry. However, this did not calm Min-guk down. He was still nervous and thought that breaking into the apartment without a warrant was a bad idea. Hyun Kang didn't think so because he didn't enter the apartment by entering the correct password. After this, the man suggested that they quickly look around and leave, since the apartment was small. The detective immediately began to open all the cabinets and look at what was inside them. Suddenly, the man noticed that his partner was standing still and doing nothing, so he asked him to look faster. Min-guk exhaled heavily because he really didn't want to do this, but he still obeyed this order. 10 minutes later, the police managed to find photographs that captured the main character. Min-guk and Detective Kang couldn't believe that this was all he managed to find. Then the man took one of the photographs and looked at it in more detail. Hyun Kong was surprised that the guy he suspected of murder was a student at the police academy. Another photo showed that the main character was serving in the army, and non-commissioned officer Min Guk was very surprised by this. The detective, looking at the photograph, said that the guy served as a non-commissioned officer in the Navy's Special Forces flotilla, and that it was very difficult to rise to such a rank there. The police were very interested in the question of why the main character never became a police officer, and believed that this was a great loss for this structure. It took Detective Kong some time to sort out all the information he had received in his head. Min Guk was very curious about who the main character really was. Suddenly, the detective suggested to his partner to clean up the place and leave, because they had already found everything they could. The next day came. A slight fog, which was not uncommon for this village, completely covered the courtyard in which Chilbok lived. Jaeyeon gently scratched the old woman's back and asked if it made her feel better. Chilbok replied that it helped her a little. For some time, the girl continued to scratch the old woman's back. The old woman thanked Jaeyeon for visiting her. The old woman complained that her whole body was itching, and it was very hard for her, so she considered herself lucky that the girl came to see her. Jaeyeon asked if no one else came. Chilbok replied that one day the village headman came to her and gave her this talisman, after which he immediately left. Jaeyeon then suggested that the older woman felt abandoned. Chilbok responded that she felt abandoned because the girl sided with the main character. This made Jaeyeon slightly embarrassed, and she began to deny the older woman's assumption, explaining that she simply saw what the guy really was like. The old woman agreed with this, but at that moment she was possessed by a ghost and could not answer good from bad. She also regretted that the girl had suffered at the hands of her husband. Jaeyeon began to say that everything was fine because the cut was small, and besides, Hyun was able to protect her. Suddenly, the old woman asked if the girl was interested in this guy. Jaeyeon replied that this was not the case, and that she was simply grateful to him. But her cheeks, pink with embarrassment, said otherwise. Chilbok did not believe the girl's words, and thought that it was a good time for her to find a partner. However, Jaeyeon waved her hands and continued to say that everything really was not so. Suddenly, the elderly woman took the girl by the hand and looked at the bandage that was glued to the wound. Chilbok began to say with regret that she did not know whether her husband was alive, but every time she saw the main character, she had a strange feeling. After this, the elderly woman turned to the girl and asked if this guy, in her opinion, was a good person, and if he had any oddities. Jaeyeon, a little nervous, began to deny it, but suddenly remembered that Hyun had recently asked her about the sacred tree that once grew in the village. Chilbok was very surprised to hear this. The girl continued to say that the guy was interested in why the residents cut it down. Jaeyeon also said that she told the main character that she didn't know anything about it because she was afraid that he could turn against the villagers. Chilbok didn't understand why this had to happen, so she asked what the main character had to do with cutting down the sacred tree. Unexpectedly, the elderly woman suggested that the boy was a relative of Chungja. Jaeyeon begged the old woman not to tell Hyun about this. Chilbok replied that she had no reason to do so. After this, the elderly woman thought about something, remembering all the details of the event that happened many years ago. Our story continued that evening in a residential area of a large metropolis. One of the residents of the building was going up to his floor. As soon as the elevator reached the 7th floor, the door began to open. The same girl whose mother and father had recently died began to come out of the elevator. It seemed that she was returning home from school. Suddenly, something caught the girl's attention and surprised her very much. She saw an unfamiliar guy sitting on the stairs. The girl immediately asked why he was there. I got to my feet, and the guy assumed that this was the girl he saw in the photograph. At this time, the frightened girl tried to enter the password as quickly as possible in order to open the door and run into the apartment. Because she was so nervous, her hands were shaking and she couldn't enter the correct password. Meanwhile, the stranger's hand was getting closer and closer to her, causing the girl to shed tears. Suddenly, she screamed loudly, asking the stranger to stop this. Theo immediately froze in place. After this, the guy began to say that he was not some stranger, but was a friend of her parents. The girl was surprised to hear this. Theo continued to say that he could reach the girl's parents and therefore asked if they were at home now. The girl continued to be very nervous and timidly said that it was her uncle's house. At the same time, she thought that this friend did not know about the death of her parents. Hearing this, Theo also began to get very nervous because this was ruining his plans, which could seriously affect his well-being. Still, the guy said that he came on a very important matter related to work, so he absolutely had to see or contact the girl's parents. The girl was so frightened by the appearance of this stranger that she could not utter a word, and only looked at him with wide open eyes. Along the way, she recalled how she told detectives that her dad's second car had disappeared, so she believed that the killer could have driven away in it. Then Hyun-kang was very surprised when he heard that the victim, for some reason, had two cars. The man's reaction surprised the girl, so she immediately asked if everything was okay. The detective replied that the girl had nothing to worry about. After this, the girl began to calm down little by little and wipe away her tears. Suddenly, the detective took the girl by the shoulder and asked her to listen to him carefully. Hyun-kang started saying that they still had to investigate this case. So if someone was looking for the girl's parents, she should say that she didn't know anything about it. The girl here already asked why it was necessary to do exactly that. The detective asked the girl to simply do as he said, after which he gave her his business card and said that if anyone came looking for them, she should call him immediately. The girl took the business card and didn't ask any more questions, completely trusting the detective. I remember all this. The girl, as was said, answered that she knew nothing about where her parents were now. Suddenly, Theo grabbed the girl tightly by the shoulders. She was very scared of something and started screaming. The very angry guy loudly asked the girl to stop lying to him and tell him where her parents were. The girl, although very afraid, stubbornly insisted on her own and said that she knew nothing about it. Theo shouted loudly and said that it was important and he had to meet with them. Suddenly, the door that led to one of the apartments began to open. After this, a man appeared from behind the door and asked his neighbors to stop making noise because they did not live there alone. The girl and Theo immediately looked at the man who had suddenly appeared. For one, this was salvation, but for the other, it promised problems. The girl, who was still shocked by what was happening, did not waste time and timidly asked the man to help her. Hearing this, Theo immediately ran with all his might so as not to bring trouble upon himself. At the same time, the girl had already come to her senses and therefore loudly called for help in order to frighten the stranger even more. When the danger finally passed, she fell to the floor, exhausted. The trembling still ran through her entire body. The man who lived next door immediately began to approach the girl and ask if she was okay and what happened here. The girl, whose eyes were already welling with tears, was so scared that she couldn't say anything and only breathed heavily. The man continued asking how the girl was feeling and suggested reporting the incident to the police. These words instantly brought the girl to her senses, and so she screamed loudly that she needed to call that person. At this time, almost everyone at the police station had already finished their work and was going home. Suddenly, someone called Detective Kang. Min-guk asked who it was. The man replied that it was the victim's daughter from the Cheongdong area. Hyun-kang answered the call and, not expecting anything serious, calmly asked the girl what had happened to her. Soon the man's expression changed dramatically because he found out why the girl had called him. The detective assumed that she was very scared and asked him to calm down, after which he asked if she remembered what the stranger who asked about her parents looked like. The girl gave an accurate description of the guy, which surprised Hyun-kang even more. The man asked if the girl was sure that the stranger looked exactly like that. The detective received an affirmative answer and promised that he would soon come to her to talk more about this situation. After this, the man ended the call. Min-guk immediately asked his partner who the girl was talking about. Hyun-kang couldn't answer this question because all his thoughts were occupied with why the description of the stranger so closely matched the appearance of the store worker he had recently seen in the village. The detective asked why the girl called him to the crime scene, or more precisely to the site of her apartment complex. The girl replied that she was afraid that the stranger would return. The man assumed that the girl was very scared of that guy. She replied that she didn't expect that someone could really come looking for her parents. The girl continued to say that the stranger did not even know that her parents were dead, but claimed that it was for work and he needed to see them. The girl was still frightened by what was happening, which made her whole body tremble with fear. She did not understand what was happening at all. Then Detective Kang decided to express his guess to the girl and asked if she remembered saying that her parents had a different car. The man continued to say that she was unregistered and therefore perhaps she was used for something bad. The girl was very surprised to hear this and did not understand what bad could be done with the second car. Hyun-kang then said that he was still investigating, so he couldn't say what exactly it was needed for. It was hard for the man to talk to the girl about this, but he still assumed that the second car was involved in illegal activities. The girl was surprised by this and could not believe that her parents were involved in illegal activities. The detective insisted that this was just his assumption, since the police had no evidence yet. The man then said that when the girl's parents left the case, the system in which they were involved collapsed. Therefore, Hyun-kang believed that the stranger was looking for her in order to find the girl's parents, because he thought that the parents would be in the same place where she was. These words angered the girl. She began to shout loudly that all this was not true because her parents worked honestly in their store. The man, in order to calm the girl down, again said that it was just an assumption and he was not trying to make criminals out of her parents. Still, the detective was interested in the question of why the girl's parents were looking if they were simply running their store. Suddenly, the girl made a barely noticeable gesture with her lips that aroused suspicion. After that, she asked what she should do if her parents were really involved in unclean deeds and someone would come looking for her again. The girl was shaking with fear again and tears were welling up in her eyes. The detective came down and calmly asked her not to worry about it. The man continued to say that the girl did an excellent job of describing the appearance of the stranger who had recently come to her. After this, Hyun Kang stated that he knew exactly someone who fit this description very well. Meanwhile, it was already dark in the village, so the lights were on in Chilbok's house. The elderly woman looked with regret at the photograph of her husband, the music that stood there, a burnt candle. Along with this, the old woman recalled the words of the village elder who asked her to use the talisman to drive away evil spirits and to be sure to carry it with her. Still, Chilbok felt that she shouldn't dwell on the bad, so she decided to go feed the chickens. The elderly woman began to open the door in order to leave her house and go outside. The talisman remained lying on the table, despite the words that the village elder said to the old woman. After some time, Chilbok found herself in a store and talking to her friend, asking where her son was. The woman replied that he had gone to look for something and had not returned yet. After that, the woman asked why Chilbok kept buying ramen. The old woman replied that she had fed the chicken and now she needed to eat herself. Hearing this, the surprised store worker asked if her friend had only eaten ramen. Chilbok replied regretfully that now it was the only thing that could get into her throat. The woman thought that her friend needed to eat something else or else she would ruin your health. Chilbok replied that her friend should take better care of herself. After this, the elderly woman began to go home, but unexpectedly met the main character, who at that moment entered the store. Seeing the guy, Chilbok immediately stood up and silently looked at him with an intent gaze. Hyun also looked at the elderly woman, already anticipating that he would now receive another portion of accusations. Surprisingly, this did not happen, because the elderly woman and the main character passed each other without further ado and went about their business. Still, Chilbok, leaving the store, cast her last glance at the guy she considered to be her husband's killer. Soon the main character himself came out of the store, but suddenly stopped at the threshold. Hyun lit a cigarette with the lighter he had just purchased, the reason he had come to the store. After that, Hyun went about his business. To his surprise, Chilbok did not go home but sat near the store as if she was waiting for someone. The old woman sat quietly in place, not moving at all, and her gaze, which looked into nowhere, seemed completely empty. Not paying any attention to the elderly woman, Hyun continued to walk forward until she turned her head in his direction and began to stare intently after him. After the main character passed by, Chilbok began to get up from her seat to set off on her own journey. For some reason, the elderly woman, as if against her will, followed the guy, completely forgetting about her purchase, which she left near the store. For a while, Chilbok silently followed behind Hyun, who continued to ignore her. At the same time, the elderly woman behaved strangely. She opened her eyes wide and clenched her hands into fists, waving them in different directions. Soon the main character got tired of this, so he stopped to talk to the old woman. The guy turned to the elderly woman and asked if she was stalking him. Chilbok didn't answer. She just laughed. The old woman laughed for a while the perplexed protagonist looked at her in silence and displeasure. Finally, the guy asked why the old woman was laughing because he hadn't said anything funny. Chilbok continued to laugh and look at Hyun with crazy eyes, while asking if the guy wanted to know this and if it was worth telling her about everything. The main character did not understand what the old woman wanted to tell him. Then she said that she could tell why the sacred tree was cut down. Chilbok also said that she could tell why Hyun's grandmother died. Hearing this, the main character thought about it and, frowning, silently looked at the crazy old woman for a while. Finally, he asked how the sacred tree was connected to his grandmother. Chilbok, waving her hands with a big gap, loudly declared that it was all connected. The next moment, the elderly woman stated that the protagonist's grandmother was protecting this tree. Suddenly, the old woman felt that she could no longer speak because her lips began to grow together. Chilbok could only hum and make unintelligible sounds. Hyun remained calm but did not understand what was happening to the old woman. The old woman tried to say at least one word, but was shocked that she could not do it. Hyun, seeing this, asked why the old woman tried to close her mouth. In the end, the main character got tired of all this, so he came closer to the elderly woman in order to tell her everything. The guy said that he didn't know why Chilbok was doing all this, but he advised that it was better for her to stop because it was unpleasant for him to watch it. Then the main character turned around, saying that he was giving the old woman a final warning. Chilbok still couldn't speak, so she didn't answer the guy. After this, dissatisfied with this conversation, Hye Myung calmly continued on his way, leaving the crazy old woman behind. Chilbok was shocked by what was happening and did not understand why she could not speak, so she touched her lips with her hands to see if everything was okay with them. After this, the elderly woman suddenly jumped up and ran quickly somewhere. After some time, she ran to her house in horror to check something. Chilbok opened the door, happy that she finally got here. For some time, the elderly woman stood at the threshold and looked at the talisman from afar, still unable to decide whether to enter the house. Chilbok was breathing heavily from fatigue and excitement. The old woman could not believe that a ghost had entered her again, but this time, she remembered everything. Still, having gathered her strength, the elderly woman ran into her house because she urgently needed to check something. She sat down near a small table on which stood a photograph of her missing husband. Chilbok held in her hands the half-broken talisman that the headman had given her, and was surprised that to some extent it had protected her from the ghost. The shocked elderly woman looked at this and thought that she urgently needed to perform the ritual. The next day came. From the very morning, the main character came to visit someone and knocked on the blue iron gate and announced that it was Hye Myung who had come. Soon the door began to open from that side, which meant that the person the guy came to was at home. Chaeyeon looked at the main character in surprise and asked what brought him here. Hye Myung silently looked at the discouraged girl who continued to ask what the guy wanted. Suddenly, the main character, without explaining anything, suggested that Chaeyeon go for a walk together. At this time, the village elder was talking to someone on the phone and praising his interlocutor for a good job. The old man believed that they could now resume deliveries. After this, the elderly man suddenly asked Theo if he had written down the dates and times of birth of the delivery men. Soon, Seok-dae began to record that the first delivery man's name was Lee Sang-sik. He was born on June 7, 1976 at 10 o'clock in the morning. The second delivery man was Moon Chang-il, who was born on April 20, 1974 at 10 in the morning. The third delivery man was Lee Sang-nonsense, who was born on July 2, 1974 at 10 in the morning. Having written down all this data, the elderly man suddenly realized something and did not understand how this was possible. Then Seok-dae asked his subordinate to quickly return to the village today and added that he no longer had to look for delivery men. The next moment, the elder declared that this no longer needed to be done, since they all had the birth dates of the dead. Seok-dae asked his subordinate to return to the village quickly today and added that he no longer had to look for delivery men. The next moment, the elder declared that this no longer needed to be done, since they all had the birth dates of the dead. After this, the elderly man said that he would set the date himself and arrange for the shipment of the goods. At this point, the conversation with Theo was over, so the village elder hung up. Then the old man closed his book and began to think about what he had learned from his subordinate. Suddenly, some noise was heard in the next room. After this, an excited Chilbok burst into the room where Seok-dae was sitting and loudly asked the village headman to perform the ritual. The surprised elderly man immediately asked how the old woman got in there. Chilbok, not understanding why the headman was asking this question, said that the door was open, which is why she came in. After this, the old woman sat down in front of Seok-dae and said that all this was unimportant because she really needed the old man to perform the ritual for her. Seok-dae, lighting a cigarette, laughed at this and asked why Chilbok suddenly started talking about the ritual. The old woman was still very agitated, so she loudly replied that she needed to prevent retribution in order to survive. To this, the village elder calmly replied that the retribution was sent by the gods, so he did not understand how he, as a simple man, could prevent it. Suddenly, the old woman reminded that the elderly man had once saved Hyun Seop and Seok Ho from something similar. Hearing this, the village headman's expression changed dramatically because he realized that Chilbok was asking him about this in all seriousness. Then Seok-dae put his cigarette aside and asked if the old woman was ready to give all her devotion to her mother. This question seemed to have buttoned up Chilbok, which was bad, because she suddenly fell silent in order to think it over. After this, the old woman said that she and her husband had always obeyed their mother's will, so she did not understand what else she could need from her. Seok-dae clarified that he meant absolutely everything. The village headman continued to say that every time he performed the ritual, he had to risk his life too. After this, the old man, without taking his eyes off Chilbok, ominously asked if her life was worth more than everything she had. The agitated old woman only remained silent, trying to hold back her crying as long as possible. But tears were already beginning to roll down her cheeks. "Let's lower our heads," the elderly woman could not stand it and gave free rein to her emotions. Through her tears, she screamed loudly that if her mother became a cover for her, then she should choke on everything she had. Calmly putting out his cigarette, the village elder was surprised by such blasphemy that sounded from the lips of Chilbok. The old woman kept screaming that she would give up everything she had, so she begged Sokde to save her. Hearing all this, the village headman ordered Chilbok to call President Park first. Suddenly, the old man began to smile broadly and say that only after this would they make an appointment. At this time, the main character came to Jia Yon's house. The girl was very surprised to see him here. Hie Myung asked if they could talk. Jia Yon didn't understand what the guy wanted to discuss with her. After this, the main character invited the girl to go for a walk. Jia Yon agreed, and closing the door, went outside. It seemed that she was glad that Hie Myung invited her for a walk. At the same time, it was clear that the guy had some intentions to do this. Walking along the village streets, Jia Yon asked the main character how his surveillance of the neighbors went. The guy replied that there was nothing special about it. After that, the girl asked why Hie Myung brought her here. The main character noticed the bench and without answering the question invited Jia Yon to sit there. Soon our heroes were already sitting on the bench. They were both silent, so the sound of water coming from the river nearby could be heard around. The main character stared at the girl as if he was dissatisfied with her for some reason, which made Jia Yon feel awkward. Still, she overcame her embarrassment and took the liberty of timidly asking why the guy was looking at her like that. Hie Myung stated directly that he was absolutely sure that the girl knew well about the sacred tree and what happened to it. The next moment, Jia Yon immediately began to loudly deny it and said that she knew nothing about it. Then the guy asked why the girl hid this and suggested that the reason was that the sacred tree was somehow connected with his grandmother. Jia Yon was very surprised when she heard this, because she didn't know that the guy knew such details. The girl immediately loudly asked how the main character knew about this. Hie Myung, without hiding anything, answered that Chilbok told him about it. Jia Yon was unhappy because she had just recently asked the elderly woman not to tell the guy anything. The main character continued to say that if this was the whole reason why the girl didn't want to tell him, then she shouldn't worry, because he didn't have any special attachment to his grandmother. Jia Yon was surprised that she heard and asked how it was possible not to become attached to Youngja's grandmother. The main character did not understand why the girl was so worried about his relationship with his grandmother. Then Jia Yon, remembering the past, said that the guy's grandmother was infinitely kind to her. Hearing this, the main character said that the girl had never told him anything about her before and suggested that Jia Yon had not trusted him all this time. The girl immediately began to justify herself, saying that it was because the guy said that Grandma Jongjia was indifferent to her grandson. Hie Myung added that his grandmother was endlessly kind to others while she never cared about him. Jia Yon was surprised that Jongja's grandmother, whom she knew well, was not kind to the main character and thought that this was not like her at all. At this, the guy smiled slightly, questioning the girl's words and not believing that the grandmother behaved this way only with him. After this, the main character began to tell that when he was little, an accident happened. 19 years ago, after that tragic accident on the road, Hie Myung was hospitalized. A worried woman asked the doctor why her child had not woken up for several days. The doctor replied that, apart from some minor bruises, everything was fine with the child. Then Jongjia asked again why he didn't wake up. The doctor suggested that it was all because of the severe emotional trauma he received from the accident. Hearing this, the elderly woman asked if her grandson would remember everything that happened to him that night. The doctor answered hesitantly that they should have waited until the boy woke up and thought that it was better for Jongjia to forget everything. After this, the old woman folded her hands together and, addressing the spirit of the tree, asked to save her child. The woman who was in the room calmed Jongjia down. The doctor realized that he should leave them alone, and so he said goodbye and left the room. The woman turned to her mother and said that she needed to rest because she had not slept normally for several days. The elderly woman immediately asked how she could sleep peacefully if her child did not wake up. The woman promised that she would look after Hie Myung while her mother rested, and Jongjia responded that they couldn't remain idle now. The old woman then decided that she would return to the village and perform a ritual for the sacred tree, and hoped that her daughter would take care of the child when he woke up. The woman assured that she would do so. Jongjia was glad to hear this and was confident that her daughter would do well. After this, the old woman was about to leave, but suddenly remembered another very important thing that she had to tell her daughter. The next moment, Jongjia declared that neither the woman nor Hie Myung should have ever come to Kichali village. The woman replied that she understood everything and would not do that. Jongjia again insisted that they not even go near there. At that moment, Hie Myung's hand twitched slightly. After this, the boy suddenly began to open his eyes and gradually come to his senses. As soon as the main character saw his grandmother, he immediately turned to her. Zhongjia and her knight were very surprised by this unexpectedness. The woman immediately approached the child and asked if he remembered her. Hyun-myung replied that she did remember him, after which he asked where he was now. The woman, with tears already welling up in her eyes, replied that the boy was in the hospital. After that, she asked if the child reminded her why he was there. Trying to get up, the main character replied that he didn't remember anything about it. Silently approaching the bed where her grandson lay, Zhongjia mentally thanked the sacred spirit of the tree. At this time, little Hyun-myung asked where his mom and dad were. The woman could not tell the truth, so she replied that they were on a business trip somewhere else. The woman nervously continued saying that they would come back in a few days. Then the main character asked if he could stay with his grandmother, because he liked living with her. Suddenly, Zhongjia loudly and with hatred answered that he could not stay with her, after which she was surprised that the boy who killed his parents dared to ask such a question. Hyun-myung and the old woman's daughter were very surprised by this. Zhongjia, without explaining anything else, said that she was leaving. As she was leaving, the elderly woman had tears in her eyes, but she didn't show that she was very sad. She only said that the boy had already woken up, and that was enough. The words that the main character heard from his beloved grandmother hurt his feelings very much, which is why he began to cry. Remembering all this, Hyun-myung continued to say that the face full of hatred was the last thing he remembered about his grandmother. Then he truly believed that his parents had simply left and would soon return. Ja-yeon, hearing this story, assumed that this was why the guy did not come to her funeral. The main character added that there were other circumstances besides this. After that, Hyun-myung asked if the girl would now tell him what he was interested in. Ja-yeon did not understand what the guy was talking about. Then the main character said that he had never told this story to others before, so he hoped that now the girl would tell him about the sacred tree. Ja-yeon, hearing about the sacred tree again, began to get nervous because she really didn't want to talk about it, but now she couldn't refuse the guy. The protagonist said that he had never told the story of his grandmother to others before, so he hoped that now Ja-yeon would tell him about the sacred tree. The girl, having heard about the sacred tree again, began to get nervous because she really didn't want to talk about it, but now she couldn't refuse the guy. Ja-yeon still put off telling this story, but she didn't even know where to start. The girl began to say that in fact she had no memories before she came to this village. Therefore, for someone like her, Grandma Zhongjia was a real savior. Ja-yeon's first memory was 4 years ago in her grandmother's house, where the main character now lived. Grandma Zhongjia turned to the girl who had just come to her senses and asked if everything was okay with her. Zhongyeon did not understand where she was. The old woman then explained that she had brought the strangers to her home when they fell at the entrance to the village. The girl was very surprised by this and did not understand how the elderly woman could drag them here. Zhongjia clarified that it was not she who brought the strangers, but this guy, after which she pointed at Seok-ho. Ja-yeon immediately nodded her head slightly, thanking the guy for his help. Seok-ho also nodded his head in response without saying a word. After that, he told the old woman that it was time for him to go. Zhongjia thanked Seok-ho for her good work. Finally, the old woman waved her hand at the guy and told him to come to her again. After that, Seok-ho left. Then the elderly woman told the girl that she had scratches and bruises that she treated. The grandmother also said that if the stranger felt bad, she could take her to the hospital. The girl thanked Zhongjia for caring so much about people she didn't know. At the same time, it was clear that something was bothering Ja-yeon greatly. The girl looked at the man who was lying next to her and said that she didn't remember anything at all. The man with a bandaged head lay unconscious, so he could not help Ja-yeon, who did not even remember who this man was to her. After some time, Zhongjia said that when she found the strangers, the man was carrying the girl on his back, but suddenly he fell to the ground. Therefore, the old woman believed that they were quite close since the man carried the girl so far, right to the village, on his feet alone. After this, Zhongjia asked if the stranger really didn't remember anything at all and didn't even know her own name. Ja-yeon confirmed this, and now she didn't even know what to do, which is why she started to feel sad. Tears began to well up in the girl's eyes because she couldn't remember anything at all. Very soon, Ja-yeon began to cry because she didn't even know her name and didn't understand what she was supposed to do. Zhongjia consoled the stranger as best she could. After this, the elderly woman said that when that man wakes up, they will ask him about everything, because most likely he knew something. This calmed Ja-yeon down a little. To distract the girl from her negative thoughts, the elderly woman asked if she was hungry. Zhongjia smiled kindly and said that the food would be ready soon, so the girl should wait a little. As the elderly woman had promised, Very soon, the multi-course dinner was ready and served at the table. Jongja invited the stranger to the table and asked her to eat and not be shy while she worked outside. Jia Yan was amazed by the selfless care she received from a complete stranger. Leaving the house, Jongja again turned to the girl and said that if she wanted more, there was still rice in the pot. Jia Yan thanked the elderly woman for everything. After this, Jongja went to that same sacred tree that grew at the beginning of the village and was decorated with colorful fabrics. The old woman turned to Sonangshin, who was the patron of the village, and asked if he had brought the strangers here for her to save them. Suddenly, someone's footsteps were heard behind the elderly woman. Two men were slowly approaching the sacred tree. Jongja immediately turned to the side to see who was distracting her from her prayer. It was Seokdae and Hyunsop who, upon seeing the elderly woman, nodded their heads to greet her. After this, the elderly man, who at that moment had two-sided eyes, asked why Jongja was looking at the tree that she would soon cut down. Hearing this, the woman became very angry and called Seokdae a scoundrel, after which she asked how he dared to threaten to cut down the sacred tree. The old man did not understand what the problem was and asked if there was someone there or if the tree was a person. Jongja continued to be very angry at the old man and asked how he dared to insult her sacred spirit. Seokdae continued to insist that many in the village said that the tree was useless and therefore had to be cut down. Jongja asked loudly if the old man really thought that they would be safe after cutting down the tree that protected the village. In addition, the old woman pointed her finger at Seokdae and again called him a scoundrel and asked if he was not afraid of Sonangshin. The next moment, the old man hit the old woman on the hand so that she would no longer hesitate to point her finger at him. Then he said with a satisfied smile that if his mother looked after him, then he had nothing to fear. After that, Seokdae started to leave, telling Jongja to enjoy her tree before it was cut down. The old woman became very angry again and could not believe that the old man dared to say such things. Soon Grandma Jongja returned home to check on the strangers she had saved. Before she even entered the house, something caught the elderly woman's attention and surprised her. The voices of strangers were coming from the house, so Jongja assumed that the man had finally woken up. Upon entering the house, the elderly woman was convinced of this. Both strangers came to their senses and felt well. The girl happily turned to Jongja and didn't say that her name was Jia Yan and that this man was her dad. The elderly woman was surprised by this and assumed that the girl herself remembered her father. After this, the grandmother turned to the man and asked if he remembered anything about what happened to them. The man immediately began to say that his name was Kim Jin, and he was 52 years old, and his daughter's name was Jia Yan, and she was 20 years old. The man continued to say that he remembered everything and asked if his daughter was not a beauty. Jongja agreed with this, but at the same time, she understood that the man was not himself, so she still had to go through many difficulties in order to find out what happened to the two of them. Nevertheless, the elderly woman found the strength within herself not to despair and continue to look for answers to her questions. Soon Jongja and her new acquaintances came to the police station and told her what had happened. The elderly woman was very pleased that the policeman who was sitting at the computer could not find information in the database by name and age. The police explained that they could not find people with only this information. The search process was also complicated by the fact that the fingerprints of these people were not registered. Jongja repeated once again the exact age of her acquaintances and was surprised that the police could not find them with such clear data. The police officer insisted that if there were no fingerprints, then the residence registration number was needed to search in order to find information about these people. After this, the police officer turned to the man and asked if he remembered his registration number. For a while, Kim Jin didn't react at all to being addressed and calmly ate chocolate cookies. Suddenly, the man began to loudly call out his name and age, as well as the same information about his daughter. The policeman and Jongja sighed heavily because they understood that the man, who was not himself, would not be able to help them. The police officer continued to say that on top of everything else, they didn't have anyone who matched the names and ages in the missing persons reports, so they had no way of identifying them. Hearing this, Jongja asked what they should do in such a case. The man replied that he was now trying to find out. After that, the police officer checked his fingerprints in the database and they were a perfect match. Therefore, the man believed that it was not a technical problem, but at the same time, he did not know what to do with people who appeared out of nowhere. The elderly woman was very surprised by this and asked if nothing could be done. The policeman was very sorry, but said that it was exactly like that because they couldn't find much information just by name and age. Jongja, hearing this, sighed heavily because she realized that she would have to solve this suddenly arisen problem on her own. After this, the elderly woman looked at her new acquaintances who were sitting to the side at that time. Jia Yan asked her father to give her only one cookie, but the man hid the sweets and shook his head, refusing the girl. Zhongjia watched them and didn't understand what she was supposed to do with these two. That same evening, an objective reason appeared in the village for a meeting of local residents, which took place in the same small stone building. After listening to the old woman, Sokdae turned to her and asked what all this meant. Zhongjia, who had a long-standing conflict with this old man, asked if she had expressed herself unclearly. Sokdae, sitting surrounded by supporters of his opinion, said that he asked about this not because he did not understand. Zhongjia, who was also surrounded by people who supported her, offered to repeat everything that had been said earlier. After this, the elderly woman looked at her new acquaintances, because they were the main topic of this meeting. The next moment, Zhongjia confidently declared that the girl and her father would remain to live in Kichal village. Sokdae, sitting surrounded by supporters of his opinion, said that he asked about this not because he did not understand. Zhongjia, who was also surrounded by people who supported her, offered to repeat everything that had been said earlier. After this, the elderly woman looked at her new acquaintances because they were the main topic of this meeting. The next moment, Zhongjia confidently declared that the girl and her father would remain to live in Quichal village. Hearing this, Sokdae asked if the old woman really wanted to settle outsiders in their village. Zhongjia found it very strange that the old man for some reason did not want to accept new residents and asked him about it. Sokdae was shocked by this question and was stunned for a while and did not know what to answer. Still, after thinking a little, the old man asked how this young girl would make a living in such a place. Zhongjia asked if Sokdae said this because he was worried about the child. The elderly man confirmed this, said that he had no other reasons, and in addition, asked where the girl and her father would live. Grandma Zhongjia replied that she would like new residents to settle where Hongan used to live. Jia Yan was surprised at how quickly the problems were solved, but at the same time, new ones appeared. Sokdae was shocked by the elderly woman's statement at this time. Suddenly, an elderly man loudly said, addressing those present, that those who agreed to allow these strangers to stay in the village raised their hands. The villagers who were present at the meeting immediately began to look at each other, not knowing what to do. People were uncertain and could not decide whether Sokdae or Zhongjia's position should be taken. Unexpectedly, one of the meeting participants finally found the courage to be the first to raise his hand. It was Teo, who was very embarrassed because he had attracted the attention of the others because of this. It seemed that Hyunsop did not like the guy's decision. Suddenly, the man hit the guy on the back of the head, punishing him for making the wrong choice. After that, Hyunsop asked if the guy was even in his right mind. Teo realized that he had made a mistake and apologized for it. Rising to her feet, Zhongjia asked if she needed the consent of the majority to allow others to live in her own home. The elderly woman said that she had gathered the villagers simply to warn them so that when they came across new residents on the street, they would greet them. After this, Zhongjia turned to Jia Yan and said that it was time for them to leave. The girl was glad to hear this. Without asking anyone's opinion, the elderly woman, together with her new acquaintances, began to move towards the exit. At the same time, Jia Yan respectfully bowed to everyone present, saying goodbye to them, and her father happily waved his hands and smiled. Embarrassed, Theo waved goodbye to the girl. It was clear that he liked her from the very beginning. Sokdae was very unhappy with what happened at the meeting and how Zhongjia behaved, so he took out a cigarette to smoke. The next moment, the old man frowned and sternly declared that today they would cut down the sacred tree. In the evening, Zhongjia led the new villagers to one of the houses where no one lived. Walking through the yard, an elderly woman asked if Jia Yan liked it here. The girl was surprised at how spacious it was here. After this, Zhongjia's grandmother stated that the girl could have lived here with her father. Jia Yan was very surprised by this and could not believe that it was true. The old woman said that they had no other choice. Zhongjia said that they could not find out where the girl and her father came from, so now they will live here. These words brought tears to Jia Yan's eyes. The next moment, the girl, without stopping crying, hugged her grandmother tightly and thanked her for everything because she didn't know what to do. Zhongjia reassured the girl and suggested that perhaps the spirits had sent her to her so that she could do a good deed. Jia Yan was very grateful but did not know how to repay her grandmother for such kindness. Zhongjia asked not to worry about it, but to just enjoy life in the village. At this time, someone quickly ran to the house near which the elderly woman was now located in order to tell the news. The man abruptly opened the door without even asking the owner's permission. It seemed that the matter was very serious. Minsu walked into the courtyard and addressed Zhongjia, calling her Holy Mother, which immediately attracted the attention of the old woman and Jia Yan. Surprised, Zhongjia immediately asked what happened and why the man was in such a hurry. Minsu was breathing heavily from fatigue and said that there was no time for all this. The next moment, the man said that Sokde was trying to cut down the sacred tree. This news shocked the old woman. Despite the dark time of day, Zhongjia immediately went to the beginning of the village where that very tree grew. Along the way, Minsu told the old woman about what was happening there. Jia Yan also headed there, although she did not fully understand what was happening. Having run to the right place, Yongjia was stunned when she saw what was happening near the sacred tree. Someone grabbed Theo tightly by the neck, causing him to tremble and unable to breathe. Seok did not let go of the boy while the rest of the villagers, holding axes in their hands, watched what was happening. Suddenly the man decided that the guy had had enough, so without letting go of his neck, he swung his hand. Seok threw Teo back hard, causing the boy to lose his balance and fall. Teo fell with a crash right next to Sokde, for whom everyone had gathered here on this dark evening. The old man looked at Seok in surprise, not expecting that someone would be so opposed to cutting down this tree. At this time, Seok turned to everyone present and asked, "How dare you approach the sacred tree with an axe?" Seokde calmly replied that most of the villagers wanted the tree removed, so the old man did not understand why Seok was trying to stop them. The man continued to insist on his own and asked how they dared to deny Sonangshin, who protected this village. Suddenly, Hyun-seop turned to the man and asked him to wait a minute and not get so angry. Seok frowned and looked with displeasure at the man who was trying to talk to him. Hyun-seop immediately understood what I had to do, so he put the axe on the ground and then asked why they didn't just talk. Seok asked menacingly what people here allowed themselves to do with the sacred tree. At this point, Zhongjia intervened in the conversation and asked what was happening here. The old woman could not believe that the villagers really wanted to cut down the sacred tree. Sokde recalled what happened at today's meeting of residents and said that it was not for them to decide who lived in the house of the Holy Mother. The elderly man continued to say that despite this, it was up to the village to decide whether to cut down the tree or not. Therefore, the old man did not understand what the problem was and asked Zhongjia about it. The old woman asked if the residents really wanted the bloody winds to blow again and destroy everything they had worked so hard for. Sokde insisted that these were all just legends of their village that had nothing to do with reality. Hearing this, Zhongjia began to get angry and loudly assert that these were not just legends. The old woman also stated that she was closest to Sonangshin and knew everything about it. From the expression on Sokde's face, it was clear that the vulgar woman's words did not impress him at all, because he did not believe in them. Then the old man, smiling, said that his mother said that these were not Sonangshin's words, but Huju's words. This really offended Zhongjia, so she got angry and loudly asked how Seokde dared to say such a thing. After this, the elderly man turned around and suggested that they finish this for today. Then Sokde waved his hand and ordered all those people who came here with him to leave. All the men obeyed the order without question and followed Sokde. Only Hyun-seop remained standing, and he still had one more unfinished business. The man turned to Seok and said that everyone had already left, and it was time for them to go too, in order to discuss something. Seok silently looked at the old woman to see what she thought about this proposal. Zhongjia waved her hand, allowing the man to go with Hyun-seop. After this, both men left to discuss something important in private. Zhongjia looked at them as if she felt that this would not end well. And so it turned out. 3 months later, a sharp axe sank deep into the trunk of the sacred tree. Seok himself swung his axe to deliver his next powerful blow. Several other people helped him cut down the sacred tree, because the tree trunk was simply enormous. At this time, Zhongjia, looking at all this from the side and screaming loudly from grief, tried to stop the man, but they wouldn't let her. The old woman was very angry, but at the same time she was crying. No one else even tried to stop the sacred tree that protected this village from being cut down.